Welcome and very good morning. I hope you all are not too sleepy as well. My name is Antariksh. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Serendipity Space. We are a space technology startup, as you might have heard from me yesterday. I'm going to talk. So here's how we'll do it. We have 1 hour. What I'm going to do is talk for about half an hour or 40 minutes, and then the rest of it is going to be talking to all of you, right? Cool. Let's begin. So the title of my talk is Beyond Earth and Beyond Limits, because that's what we're here to talk about. Before I get into what space is, what India is doing, what the world is doing, etc. Before that, I would like to actually first want to know anyone here from chemistry, from the chemistry background or from natural sciences, etc. Can you raise your hand? Physics, chemistry, anyone? Okay, cool. So you must have heard of this guy called Buckminster Fuller. He's one of he's an architect on whose name a compound is based. But he had this quote, and I want to read out that quote to you because it's one of my favorite quotes. He said, quite clearly, our task is predominantly metaphysical, for it is how to get all of humanity to generate spontaneous social behaviors that will avoid extinction. Now, what did he mean by that? It's a complicated quote, but what he meant was that whatever we do, initially might not look like something, it has some utility in the short term, but if you give it a long enough time, you will see that most of human activities actually end up in creating technologies or solutions that avoid extinction for us. So we are just here to make sure that we don't die out like the dinosaurs, right? And space is one of those frontiers. Initially when humans started exploring space, there was no need to. We were just curious. We were just curious about space, and then we started to explore what the stars are, how to send a satellite up to space, what to do in space. And in that pursuit, we ended up developing a lot of technologies like rockets, like satellites, and even your water purifiers. Actually, the technology came from NASA because they were trying to purify water for the astronauts as well. So a lot of these unexpected innovations come about when you try to seek into new fields. You don't know what it's going to be. It's never obvious that whatever you're doing will actually result in something fruitful for humanity. And space was exactly one of those. So, what I'm going to talk about today, how many of you know about satellite imaging? Can you raise your hand? Satellite imaging? Most of you know about satellite imaging, where basically satellites click the images of Earth and send it. Now, I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about something much more futuristic. Okay? Now, because satellite imaging is something that is very common, know about, we have seen with the recent war with Pakistan that how we release satellite images as well. So I'm not going to talk about satellite images. I'm going to talk about what you and I can do in space, physically. Okay? If you divide that into two aspects, we can either build satellites that can manufacture things in space, or we can build sort of maintenance services in space. So satellites that can go and repair other satellites. Because satellites are going to be expensive. Anything that you send to space is by default expensive. And keeping it there also has a cost. And if it goes out of orbit, then you lose a lot of money. So we need to build systems which can help create a sustainable ecosystem in space, so that we can keep reusing systems without it being destroyed. So I'm going to talk about two major things today. In-space servicing, which means you refuel satellites, you also do maintenance and repair of those satellites, as well as then I'll shift to in-space manufacturing. So what can we manufacture in space? I don't know, how many of you have heard of Jeff Bezos? Yes, most of you? Okay, amazing. He said that one of his lifelong dreams in the next 20 to 30 years is going to be shifting a lot of the carbon-intensive industries on Earth to space. Because there you don't need the conventional energy systems. You can produce things over there, and whenever required, you can bring things back from space for terrestrial use. And he wanted to shift most of these polluting industries to space, because then we can actually protect Earth. And in that context, I'll be talking about in-space manufacturing. So what can we manufacture in space? The reason I'm talking to you guys about these two things is because this is what is just taking off in the world. And it is my responsibility to tell you what is just emerging. Because usually when something is just emerging, there is no competition. And you all can go into the early stages and take your seats in these innovations. Now, how I'm going to structure this is I'm going to say what I'm talking about, what is happening around the world, and what is happening in India. And the first thing is refueling. So I don't know if you all know, but satellites actually need fuel to operate because they keep moving around the Earth, and they need to shift they need to sort of move and avoid obstacles as and when it comes to them. And that's why they use fuel in satellites. Now, if the fuel runs out within a satellite, then the satellite is defunct. It cannot operate anymore. It can crash into any object, and then it becomes really dangerous. So it is and then usually when the fuel is over in a satellite, it is usually deorbited and burnt up in the atmosphere. So it comes back to Earth, it crashes somewhere in the ocean, and that's usually how satellites end their lives. But there's a solution. If you keep refueling satellites, you can keep them in orbit consistently. And you don't need to sort of, waste satellites. And that is one thing that has taken shape in the world right now, where people are building satellites which are sort of fuel tanks. You know how you go to the petrol pumps to fill your vehicles? We're going to have satellites soon which are going to be doing those refueling activities for other satellites. And so the purpose is refueling these satellites, and the core technology for it is to dock two satellites, which ISRO actually performed in December last year, where you can dock two satellites and they can transfer information and fuel to each other as well. So that is one of the important technologies that is being developed right now, where we need to know how to dock two satellites, because they are moving, and by the way, just let me tell you, they are moving at 7 kilometers per second. 7 kilometers per second. Satellites, this is the orbital velocity of satellites, 7 kilometers per second. At that speed, how do you bring two satellites close together and help them dock and then transfer fuel is an insanely complicated task. And fortunately, we have humans on Earth who are trying to accomplish that. So I guess that's a big area coming up. And around the world, we have companies like Orbit Fab and ClearSpace. But in India as well, we have two companies. And I think both of them are based out of Bangalore. So if you guys go, please visit these companies. One is Orbitate and one is Manastu Space, who are trying to develop these fueling tanks and these docking technologies for in-space refueling. The other things are, I was actually roaming around and seeing the posters behind. And somebody had made a robotic car, if I'm not wrong. Like a solar battery-powered car. So I saw quite a few robotics projects there. And so basically, when I did see that there is an interest in robotics over here as well, it's very important. So I want to introduce you to you guys this concept of in-space robotics. Now, it's very expensive to send humans to space. Like, it costs around $60 million for just 3 to 4 days for an astronaut. So if you want to send an astronaut to space, it'll cost you $60 million for 3 days. And that's an insanely high amount of money that you need to spend to do something in space. So naturally, and by the way, we are all fragile. Like, if you know what happened to Sunita Williams, who was left there for 6 months, and then when she came back, she had lost a lot of her bone mineral density and a lot of other physiological effects. So humans are fragile. And whenever we are exposed to an environment, a very harsh environment rather, such as space, we actually end up suffering quite a lot. And so naturally, the replacement for human beings in a very complicated and rough environment is going to be robots. And that's exactly what's happening around the world as well. People have started putting robots in space, which can actually manufacture, do refueling, dock satellites, so on and so forth. And this is the new frontier of space, where we are able to control those robots from here, and then those robots can do whatever we want to do in space. And so if you can direct your attention to the two images over there. The first image is of a robotic arm built by Canada, where they actually attach this to the International Space Station, where this could do quite a lot of docking, a little bit of service and repair of satellites. And this was done much early on. This was done 10 years ago. So we are now at that inflection point where these technologies have started to take off. And primarily, we have to thank Elon Musk for it, because the cost of sending something to space has dramatically fallen. So it costs about close to $3,000 or $5,000 per kilogram. I know that sounds like a lot. That's like 3 lakh rupees per kilogram. But compared to history, it's the lowest we've ever been. And so it's really cheap now to send things to space and do things in space. And so that's the first one. The second one is we can actually assemble telescopes in space itself. Like, you don't need to build the entire telescope here and then send it because it's going to be very heavy. You can send your satellites up there, and they can actually manufacture this, or assemble the telescopes over there to actually do deep space exploration, find new planets which are similar to Earth, so on and so forth. So all of these things have to be done by robots, because humans doing it is going to be very expensive, very tough, and frankly very dangerous as well. So, and around the world we have a couple of companies doing it. In India we have Valedictory and InSpaceity who are doing in-space maintenance and assembly. So they're building robots that can actually do things in space. Is this exciting? Yes or no? How many of you find this exciting? Okay, awesome. So yes, so these are some of the things that are coming up in the future, and that also helped me start Serendipity as one of the ideas. And how this market is going to evolve, and why I'm telling you about this is that you guys are in university right now. In the next 10 years, which markets would you see evolving? Where are the new jobs going to be created? Where are the new opportunities going to be created? And this is where, in the space domain at least, these are the areas where new and very vibrant opportunities are going to be created, for irrespective of whether you're from the science or engineering background or not. Because as I said yesterday, these things are very, very interdisciplinary. If you have something like a communications course, if you know a little bit of robotics, you might not know anything about space, but you might still be relevant. And so, just to show you, by 2032, which is almost like 7 years from now, we'll have a $10 to $12 billion market in space servicing, and that's where a lot of the new jobs will be created. And why this is important is that we have a lot of expensive assets up in space, satellites, and so on. How many of you know what the International Space Station is? Do you guys know what is International Space Station? Up. Can you raise your hands? Okay, some of you don't know over there. So, the International Space Station is basically a room. It's a hotel. It's a 2-story hotel which floats around in space, where astronauts go to and live for a couple of months, and then they come back to Earth. That International Space Station keeps revolving around the Earth, and it has been in orbit since the last 20, 30 years. And that's where most of the astronauts go to. So Kalpana Chawla, Sunita Williams, all of the astronauts who have gone to, they go there, they live there. But the question is, what do astronauts do in space? Like, why do they even go? Do they just go for fun, just to see, oh wow, how big Earth is, or how small Moon is, etc.? What is the reason? And the last time we had an Indian, go to space, I mean, Sunita and Kalpana went via NASA, but the last time an Indian went was Rakesh Sharma, right? Now, do you guys know what Rakesh Sharma, why did he go there? Like, what did he do? Did he just go there and call up Indira Gandhi and say, hey, सारे जहाँ से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा? No, that was just like PR, right? That was just public outreach. But what he actually went to space for is actually manufacturing a new metal alloy, which was not possible on Earth. Because in space, you don't have gravity. And as a result, a lot of new materials which are not being able to be made on Earth can be made in space. And so, that's actually why he was there for. Most people don't know this. I didn't know this until 2 years ago. And that's why it's important that we have these technologies that do not necessarily expend human lives at risk, but to actually still be able to do. And that brings me to the materials that I was talking about. Most of our industries are on Earth right now. We produce semiconductors, we produce fiber optics, we produce 3D printed organs, and pharmaceuticals as well. But even to my knowledge, until 2023, I didn't know that pharmaceuticals, semiconductors, fiber optics, even organs, human organs, have been made in space. And the reason was, I just came across a random article, okay? But then the reason has to be asked, like, why would you manufacture things in space? Okay, you can say, okay, the astronauts might need it. Fine, but what will happen to an astronaut if they just stay for 2 months? They're not going to lose an organ or something, right? So the question then became that, okay, why are people manufacturing these things in space? And turns out that if you switch off gravity, you can produce materials which were never possible on Earth. That includes pharmaceuticals, that includes semiconductors, that includes fiber optics and 3D printed organs. Now, all of these, it's not about just doing it in space. Space actually has an advantage. Now, a lot of these materials actually face a lot of defects when they are made on Earth. And the reason is that we have gravity-induced effects, like sedimentation, convection. If you take a glass of water, and if you add sand to it, sand settles down, right? Yes? Now that doesn't happen in space. The sand doesn't settle down. It is basically equidistantly spread out. And similarly, if you take a glass of cold milk and if you add Horlicks or Bonvita to it, you've seen how particles agglomerate together and they just float on top, right? Now that also doesn't happen in space. So the absence of these forces in space actually leads to much better creation of much better materials. And hence, since the last 30, 40 years, scientists have been actually, astronauts have been manufacturing these materials in space. How many of you knew about this? That something crazy like this was happening? No one? Yeah, neither did I. Up until 2 years ago, neither did I. Okay, I'm from physics. I should be ashamed of not knowing all this. Okay. So that's when I found out that, it's such a simple thing that you switch off gravity and you suddenly have much better materials, much purer materials, which are 100 times better than the materials produced on Earth. As an example, before I go here, so I mentioned one called fiber optics, right? How many of you know what is the use of fiber optics? Yes? Anybody knows why? You can just shout. Anyone? Exactly, internet, absolutely. So all of the internet that you have it ranges from these fiber optic cables that are deep underground that travel to your homes, to your universities and so on. Thanks to Mr. Ambani, right? But turns out that if you make these same fiber optics in space, you can have fiber optics that are 100 times better than the ones produced on Earth. That also means at least a 1000x improvement in your data speeds as well as download speed. So you can get much faster internet if you actually manufacture fiber optics up in space and bring them back down to Earth for terrestrial markets. Now, this was something crazy, okay? And when I was doing some of these, I also came across that people are doing 3D printing and additive manufacturing in space as well. They're like, you know what, we don't need to send these complicated structures like telescopes, etc. We have to build it here first and then send it up. We don't need to do that. We can just send the raw materials and we can just 3D print there according to our need. So that's something that companies like, there's a research group at IIT Madras called Extraterrestrial Materials, XTEM. And they're trying to do that in India as well, where they're designing these payloads which can autonomously manufacture or 3D print structures in space. And so, you can just take a 3D printer over there, you can manufacture things, you can manufacture toys, you can manufacture all of your structures and so on. And, and why I'm again telling you about this is that this is again an emerging market where a lot of jobs are going to be created. A lot of opportunities are going to be created, and this is also poised to be around $10 to $12 billion by 2032. The reason, now, the question becomes, which of these, how do we profitably manufacture these materials? Because going to space is very expensive still. I just told you, 3 lakhs per kilogram, okay? 3 lakh rupees per kilogram. That is not something that is, meager cost. That is something which is still pretty expensive. Now, so how do you profitably manufacture something in space and then bring it back to Earth and then sell it here in markets, right? The question now becomes, okay, how many of you like diamonds? Like, diamond jewelry and so on. Diamond jewelry? Yes? Perfect. So in diamond, now diamond can weigh very less, but it is worth a lot, right? Yes or no? Yes. So similarly, out of these 4, industries or materials, we have to pick the ones which are the most highly valuable, but they do not weigh a lot. Something like diamond. So what is the diamonds of these industries? And turns out that producing small crystals of pharmaceuticals, small crystals of semiconductors can actually get you, they are very expensive and they are very lightweight as well. So we begin by manufacturing something which is very highly valuable but which is not very heavy. Okay? And that's how scientists have taken the approach that we can maybe manufacture small batches of these and use it, expand the usage, and then once the money starts flowing in, we can go for bigger and bigger satellites, right? Now, what have Indian startups been doing? Now, we have Orbited, Manas to Space, InSpace City, all of them have actually been to space a couple of times. They have tested their systems. And I'm telling this to all of you because you guys are just like one flight away from the hub, which is Bangalore, right? And all of them are working over there. Orbited is doing in-space servicing. So they're building robotics, which can go to space, which can manufacture things and do assembly. Manastu is building propulsion and fueling systems for space, and InSpace City is also working on robotics. So these, I know some of these founders as well, and we've had like long discussions over dinner about what the future of space needs to be. And I'm here to represent that small part of people to you in India who are actually, it's not common knowledge now, but there's a very small strata of Indians who are thinking completely, well ahead of the future. And I want you guys to be a part of it as well, which is why I'm here talking to you about all of these crazy things. And this is not science fiction. Staying in space, manufacturing things in space, producing them and bringing them back is not something that is only limited to sci-fi books. It has already happened in the last 3-4 years. And this is going to take off massively. And I'm here to say that as frequently as you see SpaceX launching rockets, we are also going to see things returning from space back to Earth much more frequently in the next decade, right? And that's actually me in Global Bio India. We met the Secretary of Biotech as well, and we presented our hardware which can manufacture pharmaceuticals. So out of these 4 industries that I showed you guys, we are focused on pharmaceuticals. So we are manufacturing pharmaceuticals in space and then bringing them back, right? And we also produce the pharmaceuticals about a lab. You can see the image of the pharmaceutical crystals on the right-hand side. So these are anti-cancer property crystals, like pharmaceuticals, which we had made about our lab, not in space, on Earth. Now we are space testing our hardware, and then hopefully in the next couple of months, whenever we get an opportunity with ISRO, we can go to space, right? Now, of course, these are all great. But the real thing is that ideas are great, but then there needs to be pragmatism. Whatever ideas there are, no matter how great they need to be pragmatic in a business extent. If you want to become entrepreneurs, if you want to start a business, etc., they really need to be pragmatic. And by pragmatic, I mean that you should be earning more money than you should be spending. That's the definition of a business, right? And some of the challenges that this industry, the space industry, faces right now is that we don't know if we build this, will people come? So it's often the case that we go out and we take a risk and actually build the infrastructure that is needed to do these things in space, and then the demand comes up. It's almost like people weren't ordering from restaurants until Swiggy and Zomato popped up, and then they provided a platform, right, for all of you to order food, order anything online. And that's very similar to how space works as well. We cannot do anything in space until we have infrastructure up there. And so creating that infrastructure is a very, very crucial aspect of actually doing something in space. And we also have to find the early adopters. So I'm not saying from day one we can manufacture like 1,000 kilograms of materials or pharmaceuticals or semiconductors up in space and bring them back. That's not going to be possible for the next 5 years. But until those 5 years, what do? We have to manufacture them on small scales, right? So we have to find those people who actually need these small batches of materials. So if you can manufacture something like a diamond, maybe one of you can open like a diamond. I heard someone that opened a jewelry startup. I don't know if she's here. But if you can manufacture some diamonds up in space, which are much more purer, which have a lot of luxury attachment to them, then you can bring them back and sell it until and unless you can scale that business up. And so that's how we need to take small steps and start going into these industries carefully, being very cost effective as well. But the major thing is, this has been possible. The opportunities, now why these fields are opportunities is because of the following factors, at least in India. the launch costs around the world have fallen. If you want to send something to space, it is cheaper than ever. Just to tell you, 10 years ago, the cost of sending anything you want to send to space, 1 kilogram of that, if you want to send sugar, right? If you want to send 1 kilogram of sugar, it would cost you $20,000. That's 20 lakhs, close to. 20 lakhs per kilogram. And obviously, people were not doing a lot of space. But now a lot of people are doing things in space technology because that value has fallen down to $2,000 or $3,000 per kilogram. That's like 2 lakhs. Now that's a 10x improvement compared to previous time. And since it has become much cheaper, now you can send more and more complicated things, more heavier things to space and do all of these things. And of course, thanks to SpaceX and ISRO as well. Now, in India, ISRO has been, sort of like unleashed. In the last, after the success of Chandrayaan, they have become more ambitious than they have ever been. And we are heading towards creation of something known as a Bharatiya Antariksh Station. I know there's my name in it, but it's a coincidence. But India is going to come up with its own space station by 2035. And by space station, I mean a building almost size of this stage, okay, where astronauts can live and actually manufacture these things in space and then come back. And we have also seen a notable increase in government expenditure, private investments. I have been on the front end of talking to investors, and let me tell you, if investors are funding these ideas, I'm sure there are no limits for all of you. Okay, so there are people in India who are listening to you seriously when you pitch something crazy to them. You just need to have a pragmatic plan of how to go about it and how to achieve it. And I'm sure you'll find there's enough money in India. Let me assure all of that. I think a bunch of people came yesterday after our panel and were asking me about how do we get funding, etc. Let me assure you, there is plenty of money in India for whatever you want to do. Okay, and you need to be just articulate enough to make your idea pragmatic, right? And just in the last 20 years, you can see the growth of the patents that have of materials that have gone up. So here also, I'm sure there's a lot of scientific research, and you patent things, and you can see that the things produced in space, the number of patents have gone up exponentially. And this is the reason that we also started our company, which is you can see the image on top, the two images over there, and the cold milk problem that I told you of adding Bonvita to cold milk. That is exactly what happened to a cancer drug called Keytruda. Keytruda is the world's highest selling drug ever. Okay? It's an anti-cancer drug. It does about $25 billion in sales annually. $25 billion in sales. Just one drug. Okay? And they were trying to make a subcutaneous injection out of it because, patients used to go, I'm sure there's a cancer hospital here. I'm sure you've seen people who come for chemotherapy over here. They actually spend something like 3 to 4 hours getting their, drugs injected into their veins. Right? And Merck, the company that created this drug, was actually trying to solve that problem. They're like, okay, how about we create a cancer drug which people can sit at their home and take it like an insulin shot? They don't need to come to the hospital. They don't need to spend like 3 to 4 hours in hospitals getting the drug, drug administered. How about we create that? But they could not create it on Earth. They tried it for 3 years, and they had to resort to space. That is what got us also started as a company. When we read about the paper, so they went to space, they sent an astronaut over there, they asked them, hey, can you make this cancer drug? We are failing on Earth, we have tried every avenue, it's not working out. And the astronaut went there, they made the drug in space and they brought it back, and as a result, now they are in phase 3 clinical trials. That's the sort of linkage I'm talking about. Okay, so fields have blurred, like there is interdisciplinary is the thing, there is no boundaries between disciplines anymore. Because you can, it's very freely cross over into different domains as a student. Now, and so if the Rockefellers have built the roads, which means that if people like ISRO, if organizations like ISRO, like Elon Musk have created the rockets which can help us go to space, which is why I wrote, as the Rockefellers have built the roads, the Fords must build the cars, the gas stations and the motels. Right? So we are the Fords. If the infrastructure, the roads have been built, the petrol pumps, the cars and the hotels, we have to build. And that's exactly what we're building. And we are going to see a large increase in government contracts in the near future as well. And all of these, both of these markets that I just talked about are going to be booming in the next decade. Now, what are we doing? We are basically building small satellites which are about the size of a travel suitcase, something about the size of the speaker. And this is going to go to space, autonomously manufacture pharmaceuticals over there, and then come back. Because as I said, sending humans to space is something very expensive. So that's what our plan is. We have a very talented team from Hyperloop. That's me. We have one from NASA as well who has previously worked at NASA, so on and so forth. Now, I have a couple of videos for you guys. The first video is something that happened this year and the last year, which was one of the most notable space events in the world. And the second is going to be about India. I hope the audio is working. Audio? This is a video of the SpaceX Starship launch. Now, this is a 70-story building coming back to Earth, and this is being caught by a chopstick-like structure. I want to imagine this is a 70-story building. This, which is the rocket, which is the largest rocket built by humanity, by Elon Musk, of course. And you can see how it's literally coming back and being held like a chopstick by two rods. Okay? And this is what we're talking about. This is the innovation we're talking about. This is something that is completely crazy, but there's no reason that we can't do it. Okay? These are people at SpaceX rejoicing as well. And the next video I want to show you is of ISRO. These are the different missions that they've planned in the next decade. And just the last year and the last couple of years have been fantastic for ISRO. We landed on the moon. Can we have a round of applause? Come on. We landed on the moon, guys. So hats off to scientists and people and the young people at ISRO for achieving this. And we have a lot of more innovations ahead of us. That's all from my side. Would love to talk to you guys if you have any questions. Thank you so much.
Good morning, sir. My question might sound a bit stupid, but I just want to ask that why can't we create the environment like space on Earth and we design those things which are being designed on space on Earth? Because as you said, it takes a lot of expenses to go there, build things and come back. Why can't we just create that situation and make it here?
Fabulous question. That's not a stupid question at all. That's the first question I asked myself when I started the company. So kudos to you. The reason is that you can simulate a zero gravity environment, sort of, but not completely. So when we want to manufacture something in space, we need something. So how many of you know what is the acceleration due to gravity? What is the value? You guys have studied in 10th, right?
9.8.
That's right. So 9.8 meters per second square, right? Now that is considered 1g, let's say, okay? You need 10 to the power minus 6g to actually manufacture these high value materials. On Earth, when you want to replicate something, the maximum you can go down to is 10 to the power minus 2g's. So you actually need almost like a 10,000-fold improvement if you actually want to produce meaningful developments in pharmaceuticals, in semiconductors, in fiber optics, so on. So you can simulate it, but you can't really get the same quality that you should get out of space. So then space becomes the only avenue of doing it. So I hope that answers the question.
Can we look forward of certain stations on Earth being built and making this task easier?
Sorry, I didn't get your question.
Can we look forward in future that these stations with 10 to the power minus 6 gravity being built on Earth and making this task easier?
I wish, but the laws of physics don't allow it. So no matter how big of a centrifuge or a clinostat or whatever you build, which can spin fast, it cannot simulate 10 to the power minus 6g because Earth's gravity will not allow it. So you have to revolve around the Earth to actually experience zero gravity. It's almost like if you're on a lift and I cut the cable ties of the lift and the lift falls, that's when you feel weightless. And that's exactly what zero gravity sort of feels like. So yeah, we have to go to space for that, which is why we are. Otherwise, trust me, I wouldn't be going to space if I could manufacture something on Earth. You'd be the first one to listening from me that I'm doing it on Earth. Thanks.
Hello, sir. First of all, thanks for such a engaging presentation.
Don't call me sir. I'm in my 20s, man.
So, hi Antariksh. Thanks for such an engaging presentation. I have one question. You have a slide that was showing that Rockefeller built roads, and that's the reason that Ford must build cars, gas stations. Now we have our government space agencies, and now the government space agencies are looking forward with collaborations with third parties, private sector as well. So can you just highlight and elaborate more on how the third parties, both technical and non-technical, can collaborate, and what are the collaboration opportunities? Both civil societies I'm talking about, both technical enterprises I'm talking about, in sectors like material production, technical support, as well as skilling by the civil society organizations. Over to you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So yes, look, private industries are going to play, like startups are going to play a huge role in the Indian space story. They have already played a huge role. Okay, we have seen a tenfold increase in the number of startups starting from 2016 up until now, and that is going to increase. Now, how we actually, what will startups do? The thing is, ISRO cannot do everything. They are still limited. They have a lot of ideas, but they really want people to take some of their ideas from them and then start building it, because a space agency of a nation has to be focused on the core aspect of things, like having human presence in space, having these satellites for geospatial imagery, for agriculture, for climate, etc. So they're going to be focused on really on the national issues. But the other exploratory issues and innovations have to be enabled by startups. So that's where I think startups have a huge role to play. Apart from that, I just want to talk about the non-technical people, because I think I got this question also yesterday. Please don't think that if you're non-technical, you can't go into the space domain. I have 3 friends of mine who studied public policy and sociology who are working in the space domain right now. And the reason I'm saying that is because when we're doing something in space, it is directly related to Earth, because ultimately whatever you make or whatever you click photos of is of Earth. So if I want to bring back my satellite tomorrow and land it somewhere, I need to ensure that that land is free and it does not have any habitation over there, right? Otherwise I will just crash into people's houses, right? So a lot of the public planning of where to have these return launch pads, how to create them, a lot of the space policy infrastructure is being built by sociologists, is being built by people in the humanities. And of course, one of the other aspects is the design and aesthetics, I must say. I mean, so I'm sure some of you are Gen Z. How many of you are above 20 years old, and how many of you are above 20 years old? Okay, close. So you're almost like Gen Z right now. And we have a sense of aesthetic from Instagram and whatever social media we have. Now, it would be great if that aesthetic transferred to our space missions as well. Because I'm not sure if you've seen, but a lot of the Indian government side of things on ISRO's side, they actually look out for these organizations who can help them out in designing great banners and great logos for the missions. Have like a UI, have like a user interface for for all of the softwares. So that's where I think a lot of non-technical people can play a big role. That's all.
Yes, sir. Sir, from University of Davangere, the physics student written a letter for ex-chairman of ISRO, K. Shivan, from last 3 years back. Many more satellites are launched today. Many more satellites entire world, sir. But many more satellites are launched to the earth, sky of entire world, but satellites are roaming entire sky. There is a big of the dust. What are the measures taken by the ISRO to destroy the satellites? Because of an upcoming satellites having a big problem is going on, sir. So what are the measures taken from ISRO, sir?
Yeah, fantastic question. So, turns out humans are not only polluting the earth, we are also polluting space. So, that's what we do. But I want to show you these images. So, these robotic arms that I talked about, these are also used in sort of like cleanliness drives in space. Okay, these are the ones that clear out a lot of the debris, a lot of the defunct satellites. They go and basically just like catch a satellite and then they bring it down into the atmosphere and then it burns up in the atmosphere, right? That's how we actually do deorbiting of satellites. So when a satellite is useless, it keeps roaming around in space and any of the new satellites can actually crash into it. And so to avoid that, we have to actually use these robotic services to actually capture these satellites, bring it back, and basically clean it up. So that's how ISRO did a mission last year in December as well called SpadeX, where they demonstrated docking of satellites. So they are moving towards in that direction.
Hi, good morning. Myself, Prajumon, and I am from Satyabama University, Chennai. Actually, I am an aeronautical engineering student, and my question is how your company is helping students from aeronautical, like how it is related to our field basically. Because you are accompanying pharmaceutical students as well, that's why.
How are we helping students and?
Aeronautical aspirants like me.
Aeronautical,
Yeah.
you said. Okay. Oh, perfect. I mean, so if you're wondering, we have hired interns from universities as well, who are as old as you guys. That's how, I mean, we think that students are really talented, and with the right guidance, they can do amazing things. So we are definitely hiring students for internships. Apart from that, as an aeronautical student, look, we are going to bring these satellites back. And let me just help all of you appreciate what we are doing, okay? A satellite which is roaming around the Earth at 7 kilometers per second. 7 kilometers per second. That is going to come back to Earth. And that means it's almost like an asteroid falling, okay? You have to somehow control the satellite in a way that it doesn't crash into other people's houses. It only falls within a specific geographical location, and it also does not burn up, because as you come into the Earth's atmosphere gets thicker and thicker as you come closer. And so a lot of heat is generated, so it can easily melt the satellites. So what we are doing is we are developing a heat shield which can basically absorb and deflect all the heat away from the main satellite body so that we can recover the satellite. So I think a lot of the usage of aeronautical students can come over there. Thanks.
Good morning, sir. Sir, I'm a law student. My question to you is, so space is something that we all love. So even if we are not from science background, we do love space and space sciences. So I would like to know how can students who are not from science background, who are not from chemistry, physics background, how can, especially law students, how can we contribute to your mission, sir?
Yeah, as I said, I think a lot of new space policies will be drafted, because the space activities are going to change. We are not only clicking photos of the Earth anymore. We are not only doing that. Now there will be robots going there, there will be things coming back from space. A lot of that will require extensive policy drafting, which have to be done by the law students and so on over here as well. So I'm sure that space policy as a career path is definitely something that, let me tell you, like no one's going for it. The field is open, there are people doing it, but no one is going into it. And as I said in the beginning of my talk, wherever no one is going, there you don't have competition, and there you have the highest chance of success. Okay, so whatever new fields are emerging, you should definitely go into that. So as law student, I think definitely public, like space policy is going to be one of them. Apart from that, I'm pretty sure like startups also need legal counsel. Okay, so we ourselves have our own legal counsel. So that's why I said that whenever you're building a company, it's just like any other industry. It is going to require marketing, it is going to require design, it is going to require law, it is going to require policy. So don't think that it's only engineers and business people, that's all. Thanks.
Hello, sir. Thank you for this entire session. The question is a little futuristic, but as we know that we are progressing, we are developing, and after a point of time, we will have good infrastructure in the space, and we will have manufacturing everything. Back in the 1990s, we didn't know the use of social media, and the security concerns now about info wars and everything is really high, because now social media is in trend. Years down the lane, when space is going to be in trend and it will be so accessible, are we prepared for what security threats can any countries have in that space? Are we having some plan as to how are we going to deal with it?
Yeah, fabulous question. I'm very glad you asked that, because how many of you heard about the Agni 5 and Agni 6 missile launch? Yes? Oh, wow. Okay, great. So they also made something known as an ASAT weapon, or an anti-satellite weapon, right? So this can go up to like 600 kilometers and shoot down satellites. Now, as she said, there's going to be national security issues, 100%. And let me tell you, there already are. Whenever we develop something like this, when even our company can become a national security concern for other countries. Okay, so the reason is that space. Now we have transportation in cars, in flights, and in trains, and in seas right now, right? So mostly on land and air transportation. But have you guys thought of space transportation as well? Does anyone know about space transportation? Now, you can reduce the time to go from one end of the earth to the other dramatically if you transport through space rather through air, because there's no air friction and you revolve around the earth, and one satellite comes up on one location every 2 hours. So you actually have 2-hour windows where you can transport anything from any point of the earth to the other. So companies in the US are actually trying to use space as a transportation layer. So what they're planning, and this is not science fiction, they have gotten a $100 million government contract. What they're doing is they're going to have weapons and ammunitions and supplies for the US military up in space. And this will be like a big warehouse which will be revolving around the earth. And whenever they need any supplies, any weapons, any ammunitions, they can be just shot back down to wherever the US Army is. So if they are in the US, if they need weapons and supplies in Afghanistan, they will be able to re-enter a small capsule bringing all food, medical supplies, ammunitions, etc. and land it on a soil in Afghanistan. This is reality. This is what the US government is funding also right now. So yes, it is going to be a national security issue, definitely. But as is the case with every technology, the moment problems pop up, solutions also pop up. And so whenever there is a threat popping up, I'm sure we will have our own answers to it. But it's in the early stages, but yeah, I want you guys to keep it in mind that space is a national security domain. It's not only like a space domain, so to say. Thanks.
Hi, Antariksh. Myself, Anjala. I am from National Institute of Design. Like around 1 month back, I watched a Netflix series, I think, which is Tomorrow and I, a Thai-based movie where it shows like how this organ is printed in space.
Sorry, can you repeat?
How organs are printed in space.
Right.
So before that, I didn't have much knowledge, anything about this. In that series or movie, it was showing like an MBBS student who is doing this project in the space, where it's because like in Earth, if you do it, it get collapsed. So it's being done in the space. So recently also, I have seen that 3D printing is done in gel-based system, where you don't need structural support, where you can do it in. So I was, while like connecting both, can't that kind of a system of anti-gravity or can be done in a gel-based environment or some?
Yeah, what's your field?
I am from ceramic and glass design.
Amazing. So, yeah, she asked a very good question specifically pertaining to this bioprinted organs part, where why organs are printed in space is because you can't really print them on Earth because they collapse under their own weight. And so since you don't have gravity in space, you can actually print some of these organs. So hopefully you'll see a market where we're printing human organs and bringing them back. She asked that we have these gel pastes which can sort of act like an alternative to going to space. Of course, we can do that. As far as my knowledge is concerned, there are some issues with those pastes where you have to remove those pastes as well, or over time they have to be flushed out to maintain the purity of the organ, let's say, so as to not have intoxication and all that. So I think if you want to build like a pure organ 3D printing, I think space is the best environment because you don't need anything. I'm sure if the technology for the gel part is solved, it might be solved for one organ, but there are multiple organs. right? It might not be the solution for all the organs. So you might solve, let's say, heart, but you might not be able to solve kidney, or because a different kind of paste will be required, etc., because the cells are different. So pretty sure that yes, that can easily come up. I'm not saying that space is the ultimate end all and that's where you need to be doing things. On Earth, definitely things are possible. Whenever not possible, we need to resort to space.
One more question. I have done bachelor's in architecture. So when we talk about the infrastructure in space, so I was thinking the role of an architect in space, space development in space. So, but also there is artificial intelligence being parallelly developing. So is there architect's role will really happen in future, or it will be also taken care by this AI of developing space design in?
Good question. I don't think AI is going to take your job. Don't worry. Because building space infrastructure is something a little bit different than Earth infrastructure, I'm sure. There are already architects who I know who are working on inflatable habitats for humans. So this can go up to space, inflate like a balloon, and then humans can stay over there. Almost like you've seen Takeshi's castle, right? Where how people run into those castles. It's exactly that. We're basically taking a small balloon, uninflated balloon, going up there, inflating the entire structure, and then humans can live there. So I'm sure a lot of those things are going to happen with architecture as well. But don't worry, your job is not going to go to AI.
Thank you.
At least now.
Good morning, sir. First of all, thanks for sharing this valuable information for us. My question is very simple. Are there any ongoing missions which are specifically focused on creating the new materials or studying new material in space, sir?
Yes, in NASA, yes, there is. ISRO is coming up with its own, and private companies are doing, like we. NASA has been doing this for the last 30 years. We just don't know about it because we didn't have a space station, we didn't have astronauts going. That's why the eastern side of the world doesn't know it. Japan knows it because Japan frequently works with NASA. Yes, NASA has been doing this for 30 years. It's not a new idea, by the way. Whatever I just showed you guys, this is not a new idea. It's just an idea that has that has come to life in the last few years. This idea has been existing since the last 30 years. Okay, so this has been happening.
So how do we dock an orbiter which is moving at a speed of 7.5 kilometers per second?
Sorry?
How can we dock the satellite which is moving at a speed of 7.5?
It has something to do with relative velocity. If you're a physics student, if both of them are moving at the same speed, it's almost like they're static. So it becomes easier for them to just change a little bit of their velocities and then dock. So it becomes easier.
Thank you, sir.
Going to space is everyone's dream, sir. But in our country, we don't have any platforms to join space.
Was that a question? I'm sorry. What was the question? Sorry.
Hello, sir. I'm Ranjita Bandari from Matraya Ayurvedic Medical College. Being a BMS student, I have one innovative idea like meta medicine. It includes Ayurveda and modern. If any disease like we can't cure by even Ayurveda and modern also, if there is any possible to prepare zero gravity drug in space, will you promote us? Will you give any platform like us students to come forward in future?
Absolutely. I mean, we are working with pharmaceutical companies in India and abroad to actually do some of their cancer drugs, Alzheimer's, and a few other drugs to actually be developed in space because they have been facing a lot of issues on Earth. So 100%, we are the platform. I mean, whoever comes up with a drug, with the idea, we can provide the vehicle that can go to space, manufacture this, and come back down.
How to approach, sir, like that platforms?
You can go to our website, you can write us a mail. That's serendipityspace.in. And that's where you can go down, scroll down, and type your message in, and we'll get back to you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for...
I can take questions personally. I guess we've run out of time. I'm available. Please come down and ask whatever questions. Thank you so much for being a very patient audience. I love the questions. And yeah, I hope to see you, all of you, doing something in space in the future. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir, for an insightful session. Your journey shows how science and innovation can come together to create real-world impact. Thank you so much, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to request Ms. Apurva to escort Dr. Bashir Saad Ibrahim onto the stage. Yes, yes. Please be seated, sir. It is with immense pleasure that I welcome and introduce our speaker for the next session, Dr. Bashir Saad Ibrahim. Dr. Ibrahim is a highly accomplished academic, international consultant, and public intellectual with over 15 years of experience spanning academia, corporate leadership, and community service. Currently serving as a senior lecturer in the Department of Political Science at Federal University, Dutz, his career reflects deep commitment to youth environment, innovation, and development. With a PhD in political science from NIMS University, Rajasthan, India, and multiple international engagements from China to Turkey, India to Egypt, Dr. Ibrahim brings a truly global perspective to our conversation today. He has been a driving force in mentoring young scholars, leading national capacity building programs, and participating in high-level conferences on governance, policy, and development. He is the recipient of numerous honors, including the Best International Academic Counselor Award, and has been twice elected as Secretary General of the Association of African Students in India. His research spans key topics such as youth political participation, digital innovation, and sustainable development. Today, Dr. Ibrahim will be speaking on the topic that resonates strongly with the challenges and opportunities of our time: youth in the digital age, driving innovation, leadership, and transformation. This subject is timely, critical, and deeply relevant to shaping the future of our society. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Bashir Saad Ibrahim. Over to you, sir.
Okay, what will the slides change up? Okay, thank you. In case of emergency, I have the backup to let them put the distance. Oh, I can connect it here? Yes, yes. Good. There is maybe here. Okay, maybe here.
Okay.
The IT is supposed to put it because it is already with the it's connected.
Okay.
So this, yes, no need. This should be just for my backup. And this Facebook.
Can you try? Should
Yes,
the
let me
slides?
see it. It's not working?
Yeah.
Okay.
Back and front.
The back is not working. What is the problem? Can they control it from there?
They can, but he's coming. I'm sorry for the inconvenience.
No problem, no problem, don't worry. Each one has his own area of expertise. How can it be controlled? You can put something. My photo and your disco. Good morning, everyone. Please permit me, because of the time constraints, to stand by the existing protocols. I am presenting on the youth in the digital age, driving innovation, leadership, and transformation. In this very important program, the international conference, ICON 2025, organized by the government of India, particularly the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sport, in collaboration with the Yenepoya University. First of all, I have an abstract which will at least give the background and which will also give us the blueprint of what the presentations is all about. You can see that youth are the bedrock for development in any society. Though there is no universally accepted definition of youth age, but still we have some parameters, we have some yardsticks within which we can be able to put who is youth and who is not a youth. The United Nations put the category or the classification of the youth from 15 to 24. So if you are not 15 years, you are not youth. And if you are more than 24 years, you are no longer youth. You are old person, according to the United Nations. But this does not affect the classification of who is youth in some different countries. In some countries, it's from 18 to 35, 18 to 38. And in India, as you can see, the population or the youth age is from 15 to 24 as well. And then the paper has explored a mixed method, that is the quantitative and qualitative process of data collection, presentation, and analysis. And then it also discovered that youth in the digital age have a lot of contributions to offer. And then youth in the digital age, they also have so many problems, so many dangers inherently as a result of this youth age. So in the recommendations, the paper recommended that at least there should be an imitation by developing countries to establish an institution like that of the Entrepreneurship Development Institute in India, located in Gujarat, whereby youth can be able to be trained, groomed, drill and put on the right track. Not only that, we also have another one, the Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Youth Development in Tamil Nadu. It's a research institute that is mainly concerned with youth activities, youth affairs, and the rest of it. So the structure of this presentation is classified into 6. Number 1, youth in the digital age. And then we will look at the youth from global perspective. My country has its own parameter of classifying youth. India has its own parameter of classifying youth, and other different countries. Then we will look at the innovation among the international youth. What youths can be able to innovate in Africa, in Asia, in Australia, in Middle East, and other parts of the world. The next is leadership among international youths. Do we have leaders who are youth, who are young, handling and then sitting at the driving seat of a given country? Or we don't have? It is only old people with their old thinking, using old philosophy in leading the country. We will see that in the presentation. And we also have the transformation process that have been carried out by youth. Next is the prospect of youth in the digital age. What are the advantages? What are the challenges? What are the problems? And then the way out, which is the solution. We will now see the solutions to this issue. And then I also have a conclusion and some viable recommendation, both to youth and to the government. If you can see this, you will realize that the United Nations, as I have said earlier, defined youth as those individuals from the age of 15 to 24. In some countries, 18 to 32. In some countries, up to 38, up to 40, and up to mid-40s. But in India, the official age, as I have said earlier, is from 15 to 29. And this is in National Youth Policy, NYP, which was enacted in 2014. And is also in accordance with the organizers of this conference, that is Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sport, Government of India. So there is no generally universal age of who is youth and who is not. Now, you can see some statistics. The United Nations already has its own benchmark from 15 to 24. And then the United Nations, that is the Youth Fund, is from 15 to 32. And the source is from the Agenda 21. And United Nations International Children Emergency Fund classified youth from 15 to 24. And so also the African youth is from 15 to 35. But this shows that there is no universally accepted parameter for who is youth and who is not youth. Next is the issue of youth in the digital era. So this is a double-edged sword. Some youth used technology for positive things, like for study, for conducting business, e-shops, a kind of online activities, online advertisement, online study, research, and the rest of it. While some youth, they use digital technology, spending the whole night talking to girls, chatting unnecessarily, and then using things that are not beneficial to them. So it's a double-edged sword. The negative aspect and the positive aspect. It depends on how you use it. These are some of the innovations made by some youth in Africa. It is a teenager from Namibia, which is a country in Africa. His name is Simon Fita, and he created a special phone, mobile phone, cell phone, that works without a SIM card or without an airtime. It uses radio signals to make calls, even though he faced some financial challenges, which all youths are now having in the world. Because if you have a very good idea, financing, capital venture, finance development stands and remains a problem. So, but yet this guy has made this innovation, and we are proud that he is used, he is part of us. Next, these are some individuals which is gender balance. Somebody will say, he just put the picture of a boy, whatever girls. So this is gender balance. You can be able to see how curative they are, how inquisitive they are, how careful, tactful, skillful, and mindful they are in trying to bring innovation that will be useful to the world. Next is another lady who is trying to give us a kind of innovative idea to construct something technologically that could be used by the world. And then this is an Indian Innovation Award, which is quite commendable. Some youth doesn't know that this exists. It is an award whereby somebody can be able to win up to 50 lakh. It's a money that will be given as a prize for winning. And then it's categorized into 3 aspects: education, healthcare, and environmental stability. So I enjoin youth of India to please explore this opportunity. If you want to get up to 50 lakh and then you want to innovate some certain idea, you can go for this. It opens next month by June, 15th June 2025. So it's a very good opportunity for Indian youth. Next is to show how leadership is being handled by youth at the international level in a different country, which cut across Europe, Africa, Asia, and some other parts of the world. You can see that this is Mijoko Swaji, is a Montenegro's prime minister, and is just 36 years old. This shows that youth are now taking part in terms of leadership at the global level. The next is Gabriel Boric, who is 37 years and is the president of Chile currently. He's a youth. So don't say youth are not being given the opportunity of leadership. No, youth have been given the opportunity, and they are doing very well, much more than the old people, because the thinking of the old people has expired. They are using the analog era, and we are in a digital era. So we need youth to be leading the state. And I hope and believed in this gathering, in the next 3 to 4, 5 years, when India's election is coming, we will have chief ministers and even prime minister of India among the youths who are present here. So you can aspire, there is no barrier, there is no problem. Next is the Mohammed bin Salman, who is 38 years and is the crown prince and prime minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, KSA. They are all youths like I and you. Next is the president of Ecuador, who is 36 years old. His name is Daniel Noboa. So youths are taking leadership position. Another one is the Gabriel Attal, who became the prime minister of France at the age of 34. Next is the Bassirou, who is the president of Senegal in Africa, particularly my region, West Africa. He's a very young guy and is bringing a lot of transformation, giving opportunities for youth, giving position, political position, career positions to youth. And the government is performing very well. Because if you give youth the position to leadership or position of leadership, they will try to leave a legacy. But when you give it to the old people, they are at the border trying to cross and then trying to go and rest. So I encourage these individuals to be imitated so that at least you can learn from their role model, from their style of leadership. Next is the Nayib Bukele, 42 years now, who is the president of El Salvador. So youth are also very good in taking leadership position. The Turkmenistan president is also a youth, 42 years old. And then the 43-year-old Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, who is the emir of Qatar. This implies the monarchical system. Unfortunately, it is only if you are operating monarchy, then you can inherit the person, because it's hereditary. Wherever monarchy is, it's hereditary. You cannot contest in election. Next is the Gabriel Boric, 37 years. And the very good lady, very beautiful, who is just 41 years, is the female president of Kosovo. We also have another one who just 41 years. So don't say youth have been denied. Don't say youth have been marginalized or youth are not been participating in the leadership. No, youth are taking a very sensitive position of leadership, and not only sensitive, but a position of decision making, where they can make the decision, they can make the better future for the youth. And then in the process of transformation, you can be able to realize that it is only youth that can be able to transform all aspects of human life for the betterment, be it politically, economically, socially, technologically, and other spheres of the pattern of how we think to how we live. Only youths can do that because they are always trying to get competitive, they are trying to give legacy, they are trying to lead by example. The United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs is contained in the World Youth Report 2020 up to 2030, revealed that youth social entrepreneurship and 2030 agenda will contribute to the youth development if the youth employ technology. That is the digital age, which will address some challenges faced by the youth in entrepreneurship. And there will be a useful transformation to be made by the youth comes 2030, just 5 years ahead. And this projection is going normal. This projection is giving the youth the courage, the determination, and the zeal to be able to transform their society. It's also in the agenda of 2030. And it has about 133 pages, which I recommend. Please, all youth should visit this report and read so that you can learn a lot from there. Next is the prospect of youth in the digital era. This is the most important aspect of this presentation, better than all. One, there is prospect, there is advantages. One, in the digital era, youth are enhanced to learning and teaching process. You can have online document, you can get access to online document, online books, e-libraries, virtual classes through virtual applications. We thank the digital age for this. Secondly is the digital communication, which lead to the global village. Whatever happens now in India, in 1 second, it can be seen in Nigeria. In those days, during the analog era, this is not possible. So this is a very good prospect, is a very good advantage. It makes the world to be like a village. Next is the issue of digital literacy. Literacy can now be assessed through the use of digital age. Online applications, online submissions, online processing, online approval, online clearance, you can all get it. But without digital age, youth cannot be able to get it. And then the ICT has also helped in assessing information. We have online order, online payment, which can be able to be track the movement of what you have ordered online. Then the challenges. So youth, I encourage you to please look at this and be very careful. Academic distractions. The digital era or the digital age has caused a lot of academic distractions. It brings about academic laziness. A lot of youth are using the artificial intelligence to ensure that they browse, they do the assignment, they do the term paper and what have you. Even sometimes you just type your topic. If you are a final year student, then you type the topic, then the AI will just do it for you. At the end of the day, you will have a quacks graduate, you will have a stupid graduate, you will have a graduate who cannot depend their statement of result or the certificate obtained. We also have cyber crime, issue of phishing, social engineering, scamming, fraudster activities, hacking account, and so many things. Sending SMS that you want so amount, please fill the login details, give your OTP, CBV, ATM detail, password, and the rest of it. So a lot of youth became victims of the digital age. So you have to be very careful. Then the technological and digital addiction. Youth, according to the United Nations, can hardly survive without internet connectivity. Please, is it true? Can you survive without internet connectivity? So this is a serious challenge because social media has taken about 2.7 billion people, about 39% of the world population. They are addicted to digital, online, social media, and the rest of it. And then some youth spend sleepless nights online calling, online chatting, using social media instead of them to sleep, instead of them to read, instead of them to visit their books and to have their mental stability by having a sound sleeping. Then the digital eye strain. Because we are now in a digital era, we are having a problem of what we call digital eye strain. Most of the eyes of the youths are now being affected by the rays, by the mobile cell phone, by electricity radiation, by laptop lights and the rest of it. So it calls digital eye strains, which is DES, and computer or Android vision syndrome, as well as cell phone blindness. A lot of youth got blind Because of what? Because of being in the digital era. They can spend 24 hours using the digital technology, which is not good for the eyes. And then the way forward, never allow the digital age or technology to distract you from the academic accomplishment or studies. Don't do that, and don't allow the digital age to steal your time. And then avoid trap of cyber fraudsters and scammers. Avoid thinking of get-rich-quick syndrome, where you will be tagged, tell you won 1 lakh, but you have to deposit 1,000 rupees. Okay, if you can give me 1 lakh, and you are asking me to give you 1,000 rupees, please tell the person, you can take the 1,000 rupees out of the 1 lakh and give me the balance. Unless if you are stupid, someone will tell you you won 1 lakh, but you have to give him 1,000 rupees. So you have to be very careful, and then you create time for your family. You also have to avoid phishing, which includes spear phishing, that targeted specific individuals, or a kind of walling people which targeted high-ranking individuals, or clone phishing, which is slightly altered normal email. The normal email you used to receive message will be altered, and it will be sent to you. And before you know it, you fall into the trap of scammers. So all these things can be able to be avoided through these 10 ways. One, you learn how to identify phishing. Anybody is calling you urgently, please send me your details. Give me your account details. I am from the bank of so banks. Please don't do that. And then you also have not to fall in the false sense of security. You have to be aware of the spear phishing. Don't click on that link. Any link sent to you, if you don't know it, please don't click it. You also shouldn't trust unsecure sites. There are some sites without HTTPS or without a padlock. If you see that site and once you click it, definitely you will fall a victim. Next is don't disclose personal information to anybody. You also should update your applications regularly. You block pop-ups to prevent phishing scams. You are browsing, you will just see a message, beep, don't click it because it's a scam. And then you enable two-factor authentication. You also enable firewalls, and you raise phishing awareness regularly, periodically. In conclusion, I must convey my appreciation and recognition to the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Ministry of External Affairs, particularly for us who are international participants. Without the clearance of the Ministry of External Affairs, I cannot be here. So I have to get clearance from the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, before I came here and be opportune to stand before you. So I extend my appreciation to these two ministries. I also appreciate the Yenepoya University, particularly the University Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor, the Registrar, and our host, the Professor Ashwini Shetty, and her formidable team who are very lieutenant in organizing this conference. The presentation discovered that youth are now participating in leadership transformation, and it gives them strength for fresh idea of innovations and ramifications in all human endeavor. Also, I have some certain recommendations. One, the developing countries should imitate India in terms of establishing the EDI, Entrepreneurship Development Institute. Should also establish the National Institute for Youth Development, which is not present in most of the countries. And then C, the short ganga should also be visited by youth regularly. As at this morning, I discovered that this university, Yenepoya University, has contributed with 135 theses that included innovations, technological advancement, and so many things that youth can be able to be explored. Finally, I thank you for listening, and for comment and inquiry, these are the details. Thank you. If you have any questions, comments, input, inquiry, you are free. You want to talk? Okay, please, can you give that gentleman a mic to speak?
Good morning, sir.
Morning, my brother.
Sir, as you told, there are multiple like categories that we have divided the youth in. Like they have started from 15 to 24, 15 to 29, 18 to 38. So why they have segregated like this? Why they have not made it like universal? Like youth will be from 18 to, let's say, any age, like 30, 35, or 40. So why they have made it so different in different countries?
You mean the age bracket?
Yes, sir.
Very good. It's a very good question. One thing you have to take note is the cross-cultural differences. In some countries, if you see a boy of 10 years, you will assume that that boy is 20 years. Like in India, if you see a boy of 20 years, in Africa, he could be 40 years. So this is cross-cultural differences and the territorial food. You can be able to remember that India is #1 in milk production. And because of the milk being consumed by Indians, it makes them to grow faster. So it's just the questions I was discussing with my friend, the Antarik, who just presented recently, that there is age grade variation. And this is based on the genetics and based on the food that people eat. In Africa, if you see a 50 years old, he still looks young. Okay, so this is just the basis. And then you cannot use a single stereotype to say, okay, the whole world, 15 to 24 is the age grade. And if you exceeded 24, you are not youth. So this is the reason. It's a very good question. That is why it cut across different countries. Thank you.
Sir, I have one more question. It's a very simple question, sir. Like as you said, we have to reduce the screen time. So my question is, sir, I have tried a lot of ways on my own to reduce the screen time, but I always end up using my phone, my Instagram, my reels, my shorts. Whenever I have even the small amount of time, I still go on to it, even though like I'm doing my normal life properly, like everything is going properly, but like even though when I have a little gap, right, so I will use my social media and reels and whatever that is. So in my opinion, that will lead to lack of creativity. What I believe is that the more time you spend on your own, the more time you don't have your phone with you. I've realized I come up with better ideas. I am more thoughtful. I am more inquisitive about everything. So, sir, what advice do you give on how exactly do I cut down in a sustainable manner where I can actually use social media when I want, but not really bounded to it or slave to it?
Very fascinating, fantastic, and very important question. One, you should not be allowed to be carried out by the digital age, by the social media and what have you. As a youth, you should know that your time is very precious. And in business, time is money. If you allow the digitalization process to take away your time, then you will be unproductive. Sometimes you may not even have 20 rupees to trek from your home in tuk-tuk to the school. Why? Because you give all your time to the social media. So I have two solutions to your questions. One, you should be organized. Create time for social media, and even responding to emails, create time for it, maybe 4 or 5 times in a day. And then secondly, you should be visiting the ophthalmologist and optometrist when you can have anti-glaring eyeglass, or you can have anti-reflective, the AR glass. And that will reduce the eye contact between your eyes and the screens, the light. And probably it may give you a very long lifespan without using a glass. I am now youth, but I cannot use glass because I control my time. But you will see sometimes a boy using the whole night chatting with the girls only. Or the girls spending the whole night chatting to boys. And it affects the eyes and it causes a lot of problems. And if you can get a statistics from the optometrist or from the ophthalmologist, you realize that most of them are youth. And most of the problem are as a result of the Android and rays reflections to the eyes. So you have to be organized and get anti-reflection glass.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
I think you must have the third questions because all the questions you ask are very good questions. Any other person?
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, afternoon, my brother.
Sir, when the digital platform is came to entire world, the most of the problems are created. Example, last 2 years back, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the very bother about deep fake videos is going on digital platform. As well as nowadays are a big scam in cyber frauds. The digital arrest is going on, sir, now. The fake CBI officers, ED officers, IAS, IPS, as well as many more, they are creating new ideas to how to scam to common peoples in India, as well as world also, sir. The many more big problems in India, the common citizens, the illiterate people, how to avoid the cyber scams, the cyber crimes. The government of India creating every year in the October, the second week and third week, the cyber awareness week. But still, there is no proper implementation of cyber crime. The cyber crimes are using, the cyber crime fraudsters using day by day new ideas to India. So, what are the measures want to implement? Avoid the cyber crimes 100%.
Thank you very much. The cyber crime, it cut across all parts of the world. But India, being highly advanced in IT, some students or some boys spend the whole night trying to program some certain things on how to commit cyber crime, on how to hack banks' account of some individuals, on how to hack some information of some individuals. So one, the government should have at least come up with this strong and stringent policy of prosecuting whoever is caught, established with cyber crime. Probably we might have some court that can be handling cyber crime cases. And then most of it is through the get-rich-quick syndrome psychology. Most of the youth want to get rich very quick. So by the time they receive a link that click here, it will take you to where you can get so amount. Then you will end up being leaking or clicking. One will end up being fallen under the custody of the scammers, of the fraudsters, and the rest of it. And just last week, I have received a notification that some videos, clips, and some links are being created in the neighboring countries, which is hostile to India, and then they are sending it. Once you click it, you will fall victims. It will gather all your information and the rest of it. So one has to be very careful, and by using updates on your application, you will be solving that problems. Because most of the apps that lead to scams are the expired and unupdated applications. If your application is updated always, then you will never be a victim of cyber crime. So you have to be updating your applications. You have to be also being verifying the link. Make sure you have seen HTTPS. If that else is not there, then it's not secured. You are advised not to go through that. You will fall the victim of cyber crime. And not only that, sometimes you will see a padlock on the URL link. If there is no padlock, please don't click. So some videos, some clips, some links are very, very good in trapping your information. And if you receive an email, inside the email you are reading, you just see a link, don't click it. These are some of the ways you can be able to exempt yourself, to be free from the scammers, to be free from the cyber criminals, and to be free from what we call the fraudsters of the Internet of Things. Thank you. Any question? Okay.
Good morning, sir. Sir, I'm Naika Nandini from University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore.
You are welcome.
So my question is that how do you define youth? Because what I think is that defining youth just by bracketing the age that from 15 to 24 is youth, what I think is if there is a person aged 50 or 60 and has a vision, is enthusiastic and is wishing to bring some change in the society, I would rather consider that person as a youth rather than a person who's just sitting, lying down on bed scrolling the reels and not feeling like doing thing at the age of 20. Like, what are your views in that?
Very good. Probably you have not followed carefully, but I have explained that youth can be defined based on territorial category. First of all, the United Nations give it its own definition. India give its own definition. In Africa, up to 35 years, you are youth. So it's something that has no universal acceptability. It depends and determines of a particular country. Now India can decide to take it from 15 to 29. In India, if you are 30, you are no longer youth, based on the national youth policy. It can be revised. And the second issue, it can be defined based on the territorial foods and the genetics that people used to take. Here you can see, as I have said, a 10-year-old boy will look like a 20-year-old boy in Africa. So that is why in Africa, our youth age group is from 15 to 35. In some countries, even up to 55. Because you will see a man from Africa attending Youth International Conference. Because the United Nations has earmarked 12th of August of every year as the International Youth Day. Therefore, you will see some countries sending youth who is up to 55 years. So it depends on the definition of youth by that country. It's not universally accepted. What is accepted here in India is not accepted in Nigeria in terms of youth age, because in my country it's up to 35 years. But in India it's 29 years. You see the variation? Did I answer your question?
Sir, that's my question.
Did I answer your question?
Yeah, sir, my question is that can we restrict the youth with age?
No, you cannot. Because there is what we call youth and there is what we call young or adults, isn't it? Like in Quran, in Muslim country or Islamic countries, youth start from even up to 40 years. In Bible and in Quran, there is a history of those who went to demolish some certain goddess in Mecca. So when they went there, it was reported that we heard about a boy. And that time he is about 40 years, but they call him a boy. Inna sami'na fatan yuqalu lahu Ibrahim. That we have somebody been called Ibrahim. And Prophet Ibrahim, as of that time, is about 40 years. You cannot get nubuwa without reaching to 40 years. But a 40-year-old man or boy is still called young or youth. So you cannot restrict it, isn't it? And sometimes if you did not disclose, nobody can tell my age. Nobody can tell your age. Nobody can tell the age of this something. It's something confidential, but it has to be at least be given a kind of formality and a kind of parameter within which we can put who is youth and who is not youth. Any question?
Namaste, Dr. Basir from India.
Yes, you are welcome.
So, Dr. Basir, in India, the youth of India generally think the politics is a bad game. So, can you please explain, as a scholar of political science, what are the positive approach of politics? As we see, the average age of member of parliament in India is 56, but we are here as an icon youth. So can you please explain the positive approach, or how the youth of India can contribute more in the politics of India with positive approach? Thank you.
Very good questions. As I was trying to check the youth leadership of the entire world, I was able to come across getting some chief ministers in India. But the age cannot be put here because it's above 45, 46, 47. So one, it is the role of the political parties in India, like the BJP or Congress, though I didn't belong to any Indian political party. But the party can make it to be a criteria. Like in my country, we have a clause that not too young to run. That no matter how young you are, you can aspire to be one of either the parliament member, be it the House of Lords or the House of Commons. We have bicameral legislature in my country, Senate and Reps. And the age is only the Senate, the House of Lords, that is being benchmarked. from 40 and above. But from the Chief Minister, from the Member of State House of Assembly, from the Member of House of Representatives, political appointment, and the rest, youth have been given, and the political party determines that if you are so age, you can be able to contest. So the political parties in India can make a convention, call for members of Congress, and then make amendment on the years to be classified as who is to contest for which position. So it is the role of the political parties that have been competing and contending within the Indian politics. Thank you, very good questions. But it's beyond the control of the youth in this aspect. You cannot do anything, only the political party. Very good question. Next.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Atfa from Karnataka State Law University.
Okay.
So my question is, in what ways can the digital innovation by the youth bridge the gap between the rural and urban communities?
Very good. You know, in rural communities, you have some resistance to some technological innovations. And this is cut across all over the world. All you need to do is to create awareness on the use and advantages of what? Of the technological appliances, technological advancement, scientific improvement, technological innovation. In some villages, once they see you using a particular technology, they will stay 5 kilometers away from you because you are bringing something new that will affect their social life, that will affect their social stratification, that will affect their system of peaceful coexistence, collaboration, and coming together. So you have to create awareness, and that will take you a very long time to make people to have an awareness, a kind of brainstorming, a kind of, I don't want to use brainwash, but indoctrination on how such individual can be able to understand and accept the use of technological advancement. Most of applications, if you go to the village, they cannot be able to be worked. Assuming now you are a delivery boy, can you take it to the village and then you said, okay, anybody who wants to order for food, use this application. Give me the money, pay the money online, I can be able to bring it. In some villages, they will not understand. So it has to undergo a very long time orientation and then sensitization to sensitize their mindset, to change their mindset, to change their conscience to the extent that they will accept and embrace the technology. If you are not accepting technology, you are living in yesterday, and we are living in today. So you are lagging behind. You are living in a different world. So there is the need for orientation and sensitization. This is the only way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Because of the time, I can only attend to 1 or 2 questions. No. Bolo.
Good afternoon. My name is Aftab Midday. I'm from HSNC University, Mumbai.
Okay.
Yesterday you spoke about how Nigeria and India have a lot in common. So my question is that what challenges do you face for policies in terms of youth apart from political intervention?
Very good questions. The problem we are having of youth policy in Nigeria is that those who are policy makers, they are at the capital, Abuja, and then deciding the policy without asking the youth, without getting input from the youth, without youth involvement at the policy formulation, policy conception, policy implementation, and policy evaluation. So this is the only difference we have. But here probably the youth have been engaged in formulation, but in youth are not being contacted. You will just have the policy from the central government that this is policy being imposed on you. This is the only difference. But here, I don't know, probably there may be some involvement and participation by youth. Thank you very much for taking much of your time. I appreciate and I remain thankful and grateful to all of you. Hope to see you in Nigeria next time. Thank you.
On behalf of the organizing committee and everyone present here today, I express our deepest appreciation to Dr. Bashir Saad Ibrahim for his enlightening and impactful presentation on the youth in the digital age, driving innovation, leadership, and transformation. Dr. Ibrahim, your insight have not only illuminated the powerful role young people can play in reshaping our world through digital innovation, but also challenging us to reimagine the future of leadership and social transformation. Your message was both a call to action and a roadmap for progress. We are grateful for the depth of your scholarship, the richness of your global perspective, and most importantly, your unwavering commitment to empowering the next generation. Thank you, sir, for sharing your time, experience, and wisdom with us today, and thank you all for being part of this inspiring session. Let us continue to be part of the change we want to see. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all of you and welcome back to ICON Youth 2025. I hope the delegates are actively participating and enjoying the sessions. Before we proceed to the next session, there's a small announcement. We have found an anklet which is lost yesterday. So if anybody has lost it, kindly meet Dr. Ashwini Shetty. We are now moving on to the next session, which is on empowering youth for Vikshit Bharat, Innovation, Leadership and Nation Building by the speaker, Pasindu Guneratne. We have with us the renowned speaker, and I request Miss Aparna to escort the speaker to the dais. Thank you. It's my honor and privilege to introduce the speaker for the next session, Mr. Pasindu Guneratne, who is the Chairman, National Youth Front Council of Sri Lanka, Director General of Youth Services, Government of Sri Lanka. With a robust educational foundation that spans quantity surveying, civil and infrastructure engineering, economics and statistics, and youth and community development from respected institutions such as De Montfort University and the Open University of Sri Lanka, his journey has led him to prestigious roles, including chairman at the National Youth Services Council, Sri Lanka. Mr. Pasindu's core competences lie in developing cost-effective solutions, overseeing large-scale youth service projects, and leveraging technical background in civil engineering to drive operational excellence. His educational background includes bachelor's in quantity surveying and construction from De Montfort University, Dubai, Masters of Science in Accounting and Finance from Arden University. His experiences from the past few years include working as a deputy head prefect at Royal College, Colombo. He worked as a civil engineer at RH Steel Holding Private Limited. He's been a director at Sri Lanka at the ARP Regional Conference. He's been a national delegate at Eurasia Global International Youth Forum, a youth parliamentarian at the 12th Commonwealth Youth Parliament, national youth delegate at Sri Lanka at the Commonwealth, and an advisor Commonwealth Youth Council. We welcome you, and over to you, sir.
Presentation ready? Yes. So I need it here. Yeah. All right. Slides are changed directly on the screen. All right. Okay. You are going to connect the laptop. I actually need the screen. No, I need the screen. No, I mean, not the slides.
What are the slides?
Yeah, I need the screen to see. You don't have another laptop?
No. You can't. You see. You can see here.
Whatever changes won't be make here?
Yeah, you make here. Change.
No. The thing is, I need to. There are some notes on here, so I need to watch it. Like, we connected here. The notes will be shown, not the PowerPoint presentation. So you need. Yeah. So you need a different laptop, not this. No, this won't work.
So this will change whatever is written here. It's for your reference as if
Yeah.
you want it to be displayed.
Sure.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it cannot be done.
PPT you want it to be displayed from them, right?
Yeah, I know. I want.
ಈಗ ಪೆನ್ ಡ್ರೈವ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ?
ಹೌದು.
Okay. So it can be transferred from the pen drive and they will play display.
I can airdrop or anything. I email to the presentation.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll call the candidate. Please take this.
All right. I can airdrop or anything. I can mail it. Okay. I sent it. Yeah, I have WhatsApp. I sent it to this one.
Just a second, I'll call. Who have you sent it to?
I'll mail. Who is a scientific convener?
Community convener.
Yeah. I'll mail. But I need this screen. I have Word document open, so it will show here. No, I need Word file to be open when PowerPoint presentation is going on. I need this screen.
Hello? ಬನ್ನಿ ಬರ್ತೀರಾ ಒಂಚೂರು ಅವರು ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀಯಾ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ he doesn't want it to be it's already shared he wanted to play it there what happened slide
then they have to change.
Yeah, that's
how they'll come to know that they have to change.
Hello, Appu. Slide change
Slide is over there.
Doesn't it? It doesn't work.
It works.
It works?
Yeah, that will come.
Yeah. That is clean. Okay. Done, no?
You send the file?
They have the file, no?
Yes. I've sent long back.
You have sent? Yes. Ready?
Apuro, call Apuro. File.
I'm not sure whether they are having the file.
They have the file.
They have the file.
You are not open to display this directly, right?
Yeah, the thing is there are a couple of references that I need, so that comes on that distance.
It is not hidden, is it?
No, it shows sometimes. sent an email. He got it. He sent an email also. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, sorry for the delay and sorry for the inconvenience. So, namaste, aiboan, salam, vanakkam, and a warm hello to each and every one of you. No, that's not a mistake. Just for you, I put your favorite slide first, the thank you slide. Don't get too excited because we are just getting started. So, what an absolute honor to be here today at ICONYOUth, a space filled with young energy, potential, purpose. So, it's indeed a pleasure to be here today and to bring warm regards and warm greetings from my country, Sri Lanka, and its incredible young people. So thank you very much, the Government of India, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, and Yenepoya, deemed to be university, for having me today, and also for creating this platform, not just to speak, but to listen, to connect, and to build a shared future together. So standing here today, I'm reminded of a simple truth. That is, youth is not a time of life. It's a force. And that force is given a correct direction, correct mission, and correct purpose. That force becomes unstoppable. So that's exactly what we are going to talk about today. Vikshit Bharat, empowering youth for Vikshit Bharat, innovation, leadership, and nation building. Youth as a driving force behind India's journey towards becoming a fully developed nation by 2047. So now before we dive into anything serious, tell me honestly, let's break the ice a little. Tell me honestly, how many of you check your mobile phone before you even brush your teeth in the morning? How many of you check your mobile phone before you even brush your teeth in the morning? I'm not going to ask how many of you brush your teeth in the morning, but I'm asking you, how many of you check your phone before you even brush your teeth in the morning? Yeah, that's most of us, right? So our generation is fast on Instagram than on our own morning alarms. And you know what? That's the beauty of today's youth. So you are more connected, you are more expressive, and you are more informed than any generation before. Whether it's making a reel, or coding an app, sharing a meme, or joining a protest. So your voice echoes faster and further than ever before. But with great Wi-Fi comes with great responsibility. So today I'm not here to lecture you actually, I'm here to share a dream. A collective dream, a dream called Vikshit Bharat 2047. India is a fully developed nation by its 100th year of independence. And you know the biggest piece of that dream? Can someone tell me the biggest piece of that dream, Vikshit Bharat 2047? It's not roads, it's not GDP. Can someone tell me what's the biggest piece of that dream? It's you. the youth of India. So, and just so you know, I'm not an outsider preaching to you. Let me say this from the heart. When I'm in India, I feel like I'm among my own. So because India and Sri Lanka have always shared more than borders. So we have shared history, we have shared culture, we have shared history, we have shared culture, and we have shared pain too, we have shared hope. So from Ramayana to Emperor Ashok's mission of spreading Buddhism, from ancient trade maritime routes to shared struggles against colonism, our stories have always been intertwined. So we light the same lamps, we chant the same mantras, and we celebrate the same values of community, the same values of resilience, and same values of youth empowerment. So when I walk the streets of Chennai or Jaffna, when I walk the streets of Delhi or Colombo, I see very familiar faces with similar dreams. So yes, today I stand here as a Sri Lankan, but more than that, I stand here as your brother, your friend, and a fellow dreamer for a better South Asia. So let's talk, let's dream a lot, and build a vision that we can all take pride in. So before we move on, can someone tell me why is India's youth is so important in the dream of Viksit Bharat 2047? Can someone tell me? Why is India's youth is so important in the dream of Viksit Bharat 2047? Can someone raise your hand and tell me? There's one. Yes, two. I know you're sleepy, so let's make it more interactive. I know this time.
Sir, it's because of demographical advantage.
All right.
65% of our population is youths.
True, yeah. Any more answers?
So youth are considered to be the change makers of the society. So the power of youth is such that whatever they think now, it can be implemented in the future. So they are the future of the country. So they are focused more so.
Yeah, true.
So according to me, youths have the capacity to build the future.
All right.
They can do anything if they are given the right path and being directed properly. So for the dream of Viksit Bharat, youth play a very important and drastic role, where without youths, mostly it is very that 2020.
Yeah, good morning, sir. If any country want to develop, then the youth of the country should change maker. So the idea behind the Viksit Bharat 2047 is to build the youth of India, and the dream should be for the developed of nation, and this is the main focus by our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Damodar Das Modi. Yeah, thank you.
Right. Yeah, so all answers are correct. So my answer, this. So my answer is very simple. As I believe, India's youth is so important in the dream of Viksit Bharat 2047 just because India's youth is a living superpower. Why am I telling this? So India's youth population, India's home to 600 million young people under the age of 25. And also 65% of India's entire population is below 35. So that's not just a statistic, that's a superpower. So to put it in perspective, India's youth population alone larger than the entire population of the European Union. So in an era where many other countries, especially in Asia and Europe, are grappling with aging populations, India is surging ahead with its youth dividend. This means energy, this means innovation, this means productivity, and the promise of transformation. So you are the startup founders building unicorns. You are the engineers behind ISRO's lunar landings. You are the activists fighting for climate justice. You are the artists and creators setting trends globally. You are the volunteers during COVID-19 who carried oxygen, not just hope. So you are not the leaders of tomorrow because you are already leading today. Let me ask you something. How many of you dream of starting your own company? How many of you dream of starting your own company? So becoming civil servants or diplomats? Are there any future diplomats or civil servants? Yeah. So working in tech, working in healthcare, working in education. See, this room is full of answers to the questions world hasn't even asked yet. So that's the power of Indian youth. You are not waiting to be told. You are already leading. You are already taking charge. So let's remember something. Let's remember this thing. Every big Indian transformation in history had youth at the center. Can someone tell me an example for this? Why am I telling this? I say every big Indian transformation in history had youth at the center. Can someone tell me one reason for that? Why I'm telling this?
Hello, good morning, sir. It's afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So, sir, I think as we can look in the history, we can already say that we know Khudiram Bose, Bhagat Singh. So all these freedom fighters were quite the youngsters, and they all died for us. So basically, like it was because of their courage. It was because of their the mental strength and the what do you call that word? The tenacity to like stay and do and fight for us. So I think that itself is a big example of how a youth can help.
Yeah.
So yeah, sir.
Can someone tell me some clear example of how the youth of India did huge transformations in Indian history? What were the instances? I remember a couple of things. Can someone tell?
Yes, sir. Swami Vivekananda, as many of youth are here from NSS and National Service Scheme, and the ideal person of National Service Scheme is Swami Vivekananda. So youth has the power to change and the craze, and as in the age of 18 to 25, as we say, so youth has the power, youth has the capacity, youth has the capability, youth has the determination. So he can change, and in the ancient history, we can take example of Swami Vivekananda and many more. And in the middle, as we say, in the age of 1920 or in that era, so Khudiram Bose, as my friends say, Bhagat Singh, and they all people have the passion to live for the country and die for the country. Thank you.
All right.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
So speaking about the history, like the ancient history, we can see Chandragupta, who made a drastic change in the country's political system. So in the British time, we can see many leaders like Swami Vivekananda, then coming to Bhagat Singh. There are many youths like that also. So they have brought a many drastic change in the country, so that present we can feel the country as safe.
True.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good answer. So you know way better than me when it comes to Indian history. So why I'm telling this? Every big Indian transformation in history had youth at the center. The independence movement, youth-led. The Green Revolution, youth-fueled. The IT boom, youth-driven. And Viksit Bharat, it's waiting for you. So that's what I wanted to mention. So you should be the driving force behind this Viksit Bharat 2047. It should not only be a dream, it should be a reality by 2047. So before we move on to the remaining part, the future part of this 100-year plan, 100-year mission, let's take a moment to appreciate the journey from 1947 to today. Because I personally believe one thing, I believe that's when more than 75% of the progress was made when it comes to this mission. So also I've seen, I'm not sure in India, but in many other South Asian nations, I have seen the young generations has an idea like the previous generations did nothing. So that's actually wrong, right? So they did a lot, they sacrificed a lot. So otherwise we wouldn't have been in here today. So let's take a moment to appreciate the journey from 1947 to today. So in 1947, India was born into freedom. But at the same time, India was burned by poverty. India was burned by partition, separation. India was burned by pain. So, but yet from that moment, India began to rise step by step. So in the 60s and 70s, Green Revolution that ensured food security in India. In the 90s, economic reforms opened up India to the world. So in the 2000s, Indian youth entered the global tech stage. So and today, India is among the top 5 economies, a spacefaring nation, heading to the moon and Mars, and a global voice for the global south. So do you know what made this possible? Not just policies, but people of India. Not just resources, but the resilience of Indian people. Not just leaders, young leaders, leaders like you, young leaders like you. So we have to appreciate what the previous generations did. Otherwise, we won't be able to achieve what we need to achieve. Viksit Bharat 2047. Yeah, can someone tell me who is this gentleman on the screen? Can someone tell me who is this gentleman on the screen? Who knows? Nobody knows? There's someone.
M.S. Swaminathan, the father of Green Revolution.
Yeah. So he is Dr. M.S. Swaminathan, who is considered as the father of the Green Revolution in India. So back in 1943, during the famous Bengal famine, it was one of the world's worst recorded food crises in the world. I believe, nearly 4 million Indians died due to hunger. So even after independence, the food production in India lagged behind its growing population. So India actually needed a miracle. And that miracle came with the Green Revolution. Farming became more smarter. Farming became more faster. Farming became more productive. So India went from begging for rain to producing its own. And yes, who was the driving force behind it? Young scientists, young professionals, young policymakers, and young farmers who believed in bold ideas. So my favorite example, the Mars orbiter mission, Mangalyaan. So India sent a satellite to Mars on a smaller budget than on a Hollywood movie. So that's what I call Juddha meets genius. From landlines to 5G, from chalkboards to smart boards, India has moved with speed. India has moved with soul and a stubborn spirit. So and now we stand at a new crossroad. Viksit Bharat 2047. All right. So what exactly is Viksit Bharat 2047? Well, it's not just a fancy slogan or another government initiative. It's a national vision, a roadmap, a collective aspiration. Viksit Bharat 2047, it envisions India as a fully developed nation by its 100th year of independence. So that means a 30 trillion economy or beyond. So can someone tell me the estimation of India's current economy as of 2025? Estimation of India's current economy? The nominal GDP? This is our goal by 2047, 30 trillion economy or beyond. So what's India's current economy? Nominal GDP. You should know where we are now to go there. Anyone has an idea? it is
It should be approximately 3.5 or between 4 trillion.
yeah. It's actually estimated at 4.19 trillion, making India the fourth largest economy in the world by nominal terms. So our target is a 30 trillion economy or beyond. So what comes next? Zero poverty. Yes, you heard me. It's zero. And world-class infrastructure. This means from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Gujarati to Arunachal Pradesh, world-class infrastructure. And universal education and healthcare access. Energy security with sustainability. Global leadership in innovation and digital technology. A society that is inclusive, just and equitable. So it's about turning India into a powerhouse of talent, a powerhouse of trade, a powerhouse of technology, and a powerhouse of tolerance. So that's not just a government's dream alone. So it's a national movement. And guess what? The youth are its real drivers. So, and here's something even more important. You won't just be the drivers of Viksit Bharat, because you'll also be the receivers of it, right? Think about it. The India we are envisioning for 2047, the one with world-class education, the one with cutting-edge infrastructure, the one with universal healthcare, the one with thriving innovation and equal opportunity. This is India you will live. This is India you will work. And this is India your families will raise. So you are building the house you will live in. So you are shaping the system you will grow old in. So this is not just about building a better India for some future generations. It's about building an India where you will thrive, not just survive. So the responsibility is big, but so is the reward. All right, let's move on. All right. So since we are focusing on youth, see what are the capabilities you already have? Because let's not forget how powerful you are. Tell me what are the capabilities you already have? The India's youth, which I call a living superpower. I'm asking about your capabilities. What do you think? What do you have, the youth of India? I need answers.
Hello. Sir, I think the major advantage the Indian youth might have is we are the largest English-speaking population.
Yeah, that's good. Any other answers? What are the capabilities you have?
Sir, having 5G in hand would definitely help us to learn more, research more, and yeah, and it'll all be not that expensive.
Yeah, true.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
I'm Shifa. My answer is that Indian youths are made to strive for everything. Like Indian youths, they get in all the fields, because out of India what it happens is the youths, they just focus on the topic which they are special at, which they are only good to do. But in India what happens is we expect the youth to be perfect in all the fields, to have a hold in all the fields. So what I mean is Indian youth knows how to mold themselves in all the situations and can perform any task what is given to them.
Good answer. Any more answers?
So good afternoon, sir. So the capability that Indian youth have is in India we have many cultures already. Like there is no new culture which is not over the India. So India can easily adopt the other cultural diversities, and India youth can understand how well we can perform in all the aspects, so that their ideas can be implemented in any aspect, so that the youth entrepreneurship may work out very well in the Indian youth.
Yeah, true.
All right.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
My name is Rakshit from Karnataka State Law University. Sir, nowadays India is having a strong educational institutions.
Yeah.
So that we can came over across the world. So India might become an huge educational foundation for the youths. Thank you, sir.
All right. Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, good afternoon, sir.
That's all right.
We have many engineers and doctors in our India who are working in out of country.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's an answer I was expecting. So just look around and see. You will see how Indian youth are making waves globally. We have CEOs of global giants like Google, Microsoft, and Adobe, all born in India. Your ISRO scientists in Chandrayaan, your young ISRO scientists, they sent Chandrayaan 3 to the moon's south pole. So Indian youth are launching unicorn startups in their 20s. So Indian young athletes are winning medals on international platforms. So Indian influencers are shaping global pop culture. And young coders, young innovators, and climate activists, they're breaking barriers every day. All are Indian youth. So youth, also your literacy rate, it is commendable. So from artificial intelligence to agriculture, from dance to diplomacy, youth are everywhere. So you are resourceful, so you are resilient, and you are hungry for impact. So, but the question is, what's stopping us from achieving our full potential? We'll talk about it next. All right. My next question is this. According to your understanding, what issues do Indian youth face on the path to Viksit Bharat 2047? According to your understanding, tell me the real challenges that you face.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
We got this example yesterday, the girl who has started a jewelry business. The family support, she had to fight with her parents in order to start that business. So I would like to relate it with this. The family support, that letting your child do something new is a very big decision to take. Because there are various examples, negative as well as positive, which to choose is a big issue.
Any more challenges? There's one here.
So the youth focusing on self-branding more than selflessness. That is like the most common thing that's happening these days, that the youths focus on their self-branding, social media, and like how to promote themselves more than promoting the society. So the problem is of self-branding rather than selflessness.
Any more?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I feel the job opportunities are less. We are creating more of cheap labors. Like the delivery men, we are increasing the number of delivery men. We see more of Zomato, Swiggy, Flipkart, Meesho, all these kind. We don't see any like high-tech jobs where we see. When I am an engineer, so basically when I speak to all engineers, they say we are jobless, we don't have jobs. So everyone goes to see the part-time jobs. So I feel economy would be affected because of this.
All right.
Thank you.
Any more challenges? I just want to to make sure the challenges that I identified are the same with you, because as Sri Lankan I identified your challenges.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Girish Mane. So the major issue is, as one of my colleague told, family support. The community support is also the major issue. As we go for the jobs, they ask us the experience. where we need the experience. As we want to become an entrepreneur, the community doesn't support us. As he's a fresher, he has no idea about that all.
All right.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, the main issue is social media and distractions.
Distractions?
Yes. For lots of youths are distracted by social media and early gratification or early distractions to enjoy our life.
Yeah, that's common everywhere. Yeah.
Sir, according to me, one main issue that the youths are facing is lack of awareness, sir. Not all are aware about all these programs. Not all are aware about the mission. Only those who volunteer themselves to NSS or other youth icon programs like this, only they get to know that there is a platform for you to come up. There is something that is happening. If I go and ask someone in my college, not everybody would know about Viksit Bharat, sir. So I think lack of awareness is one thing that youths are facing as a challenge.
In this generation, the youth lack the lack of sustainability and the patience and the endurance. That youth is very much in their own comfort zone.
Okay.
I say their own comfort zone, their own mindset that they are not willing to risk to come out of it and risk for the future betterment. That is the main crisis, I say. And whatever they do, in this fast approach generation, it's like instant one. Even the success, they are also thinking like it should be an instant one, but not the patient one. Patience, which needs a lot of energy and which needs to be a lot of efforts to be put in. So if these two are being corrected in the youth, then the youth will flourish and they approach the world like anything.
All right.
Hi, sir. So, for the issues for youth might be reservations in the country. So, it might be reservations in the country, then lack of opportunities. Then there might be partialism between politics and some influential people. Then there might be the major issue is conflict of ideas. So, all youth will not be having the same ideas. So, when youths come together, there might be a problem of conflict of ideas. That might be the problem for 2047. Thank you.
Sir, there's one more thing about the youth is that we want to make money very quickly without working hard. So a lot of these apps like MPL, and then you make a team, and then a huge chunk of youth is doing this. A lot of youth try to do trading, so in that they end up taking a lot of loans, they get debt trapped. So I think even the concept of making money quick and having the right influence is very, very important to know what exactly we are dealing with, because as a friend, if you get to know that, okay bro, you can make money out of that place, but you don't really know the consequences behind that. So having a right influence and right influencers to the youth would be a great idea.
All right.
Sir. Hello, sir. In the current generation, most of the youth were molded to become employees rather than employers. So their family also mostly forcing them and asking them to get a job. So many youth are spending most of the time, years to crack some government jobs or other private jobs. Instead, if they invest their time in becoming an entrepreneur or to run their own business, then it would this is a major problem that youth facing today.
All right. Sir, there is a lack of consistency and the cooperation and the coordination among the people of the society. I think as per my view.
All right, okay.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Maybe choosing a right mentor, we all lack there. Guiding a proper way is where we are lacking.
All right, all answers are perfect. So,
Sir,
yeah, let's get only one. No? Yeah.
we needed quality of education and skills, because of lack of skills and dependency on our family.
Yeah. So, yeah, all answers are good, all answers are perfect. I just wanted to check whether my challenges that I see and the challenges that you see are the same. So, yeah, now earlier we talked about the capabilities and achievements of Indian youth. Now, let's take off those rose-colored glasses for a while Because while the capabilities are huge, we cannot ignore the serious challenges that the Indian youth face. Because without tackling them, we can't actually achieve our aim of Viksit Bharat 2047. So the first thing, so how many graduates are here? And how many undergraduates are here? So there's a lot. So I went through some article and I found out that youth unemployment remains as a pressing issue in India. So in 2022 to 2023, the unemployment rate for graduates was 9 times higher. It was 29%. It was 9 times higher than for those who are unable to read and write. The unemployment rate for those who can't read and write was 3 point something, and for graduates, it was 29%. The next thing I found out is a skills gap. So that's also regarding the graduates. Only 51.25 of Indian graduates are deemed employable. So this highlights a significant skills mismatch between India's educational system and industry requirement. And the digital divide, I was surprised to see this. A mere 26.8 of individuals aged 15 to 24 of India possess basic internet browsing skills. So indicating there is limited digital literacy among youth. And also mental health concerns, this is common in everywhere. So the pressure of academic and social expectations have led to alarming mental health issues among students. In 2023, in the city of Kota, I think I'm pronouncing it all right, the city of Kota recorded 29 student suicides. This is due to academic pressure, reflecting the intense stress of the students preparing for competitive exams. And I also found out this, informal employment. So there's a significant portion of the workforce, it's actually 80% remains in the informal sector. So this is lacking job security, this is lacking the benefits that they can get. And of course gender disparities are there. So female labor force participation, especially in rural areas, that remains low, limiting the full utilization of the nation's human resources. So addressing these challenges is crucial to empower the youth in order to achieve our dream, Viksit Bharat 2047. So let's move on. All right, now we have identified the challenges. Now the real question is, what do we do about them? Because the dream of Viksit Bharat cannot be achieved unless these barriers that we talked are broken down. So, and that requires actions, I believe that requires actions from both the government and the youth of the country. All right, so let's start with the government. Government should first focus on bridging the skills gap, because the fact that only 51% of graduates are job ready, that shows the urgency to reorient our education system. The government must, I believe, partner with industries to update curricula based on actually job market needs, and also scale up projects like Skilled India to introduce mandatory vocational training in college, in secondary or higher education levels, and also encourage internships or apprenticeships with real-time industry exposure. So these things can be done in order to tackle the skill gap problem. And also, the government could focus on tackle unemployment head-on, because with graduate unemployment nearing 29%, as we said, we need sector-specified job creation, especially in tech, green energy, healthcare, and rural entrepreneurship, I believe. Also, expansion of MSME support programs. This is in order to absorb educated youth into this. Also, we need to focus more on public-private job creation methods. All right. And also the government should focus on strengthening the digital literacy and access to it. So as I told you earlier, with only 26.8 of youth having basic internet browsing skills, so we must introduce digital literacy as a core subject starting in school. And also I believe expand rural broadband, that is crucial, and also digital libraries and affordable access to internet and devices. These should be implemented by the government. Also, government should seriously considering on supporting mental health. After disturbing members, like I told you earlier, 29 students suicide in Kota 1 year. There's a serious need for mental health support. So the government could do mandate trained counselors in every school and college, promote open conversation on streets, anxiety, on stress, anxiety, and pressure through national campaigns. So introduce wellness breaks and the life skills or life education as a part of a school day. And also government must do this. We should formalize the informal sector, because with 80% of youth employed informally, we should create pathways to formalize gig and freelancer workers. Also offer social security or pension schemes and skill certification even to informal workers. Also, we need to empower young women. Also, we need to engage youth in governance. All right. Now we are moving on to the important part. Let's see what the youth must do. So, the youth, they have to be skill hungry. Don't just chase degrees. Chase skills. Learn coding. Learn public speaking. Learn a new language. Learn data analytics. Whatever builds your edge. Be skill hungry always. Also, next, know this, entrepreneurship is a powerful tool. If jobs are limited, just create jobs. Start something, even a small startup, a farm innovation or a digital service. So these can become job engines one day. Also, there are a lot of government schemes that you can use. So leverage them, explore programs like I found PM Mudra Yojana, Digital India, use them for funding, use them for mentorship, use them for infrastructure. Then you must break the silence on mental youth, because you could talk about stress, you can seek help, and you can support peers. So there's no shame in healing, only strength. So break the silence on mental health. And also you could get digitally literate. So learn to use tech as a tool. Even if you're not in tech field, digital awareness is non-negligible. So get digitally literate. And also be politically and socially aware. And also champion unity and equality. Say no to hurt. Say no to discrimination. Say yes to inclusive growth, where no youth is left behind. So whether you are from cities, whether you are from villages, whether you are from Northeast, whether you are from Dalit communities, whether you are from tribal groups, or any gender identity, just champion unity and equality. So finally, in short, this is a partnership. The government needs to provide a platform and the youth need to leap from it. Let's stop blaming each other and start building together. All right. Now we talked about what the government can do in order to break the barriers that the youth of India face. So let's have a look, because let's have a look on what has the government already done, because I've seen, to be fair, the Indian government has already laid down many stones on the path. So, see, you have many options. You have Skill India Mission, you have Startup India, you have Digital India, NEP 2020, PM Mudra Yojana, Aided Innovation Mission, Fit India and Kilo India, Youth Parliament and NYKs. So these are not just programs, they are launch pads. So, but the rocket fuel is you, your passion, your participation, and your perseverance. So use them. Right. So finally, a Vikshit Bharat 2047, this is a dream worth building. So friends, picture this. In 2047, India is 100 years free. We have high-speed trains connecting every state. Villages are smart, cities are green, and everyone has access to quality healthcare. Everyone has access to quality education. So your environment is protected. Your women are safe. We are also, it's more dynamic. So you lead in space, you lead in science, you lead in sports, and you lead spiritually. So you are not just following global trends. So you are going to set them up like you are already doing. So this is actually not a fantasy. This is Vikshit Bharat 2047. And it starts today. It starts today with you. So in conclusion, I leave you with one powerful idea. Don't just wish for a better India. Work for it. Be it. So because you are the ones who will script this up. You are the ones who will script this future. You are the builders. So you are going to be the innovators. You are going to be the reformers. So just rise up. Just take charge. Just be fearless. Because 2047, I believe, isn't far as it seems. And a developed India is not only a dream. It's a destiny. So let's make it happen together. So since there are time barriers, my time is almost over. So I'm not going for questions. Since there's very young and energetic crowd here, shall you all together say Vikshit Bharat? 3 times I'll say Vikshit, you say Bharat. All up to it? All right. 3 times I'm going to say Vikshit, you are going to say Bharat. All right. Vikshit. Louder, louder. Vikshit. 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 Thank you. Jai Hind. Vande Mataram.
Thank you, Mr. Pasindu Guneratne, for that inspiring and eye-opener session on, yes, India's youth is very important for the dream of Vikshit Bharat 2047. And we are inspired by the way how actively our delegates are taking part and sharing their views on Vikshit Bharat 2047. So a big round of applause to all the delegates who have actively taken part in all the sessions throughout the conference. We next move on to the valedictory session. So I request all the delegates to be seated as we begin the valedictory program soon. Thank you.
Homeopathy boys were there. I were the boys.
Check. Should we introduce ourselves? No?
Leadership is not about being in charge. It's about taking care of those in your charge. A very good afternoon to one and all present here.
I now request Dr. Ashwini Shetty, Director, Directorate of Extension and Outreach Activities and NSS Coordinator, Yenepoya deemed to be University, to escort the dignitaries on the dais. We have with us today our Chief Guest, Shri Randeep, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports, Government of Karnataka. We have Shri Chetan R, IPS Commissioner of Youth Empowerment and Sports, Government of Karnataka. Presiding over this function is Dr. M. Vijay Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Yenepoya deemed to be University and Organizing Chairman, ICONYOUth 2025.
And we have our special guest, Sri Karthikeyan, Regional Director, Regional Directorate of NSS Bangalore, Dr. Pratap Lingaya, State NSS Officer, Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports, Government of Karnataka. Mr. Madish Parikh, Founding Director, BRICS Youth Alliance. And we have Dr. B.T. Nandish, Controller of Examination. A very good afternoon, one and all. Esteemed dignitaries, respected guests, delegates from across the globe, faculty members, student volunteers, and our vibrant youth leaders, a heartfelt welcome to the valedictory ceremony of International Conference ICONYOUth 2025 under Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India in collaboration with Yenepoya deemed to be University, a celebration of innovation, inspiration, and impact. We have journeyed through insightful sessions, vibrant discussion, and creative cultural showcases, and now we gather to reflect, recognize, and rejoice.
ICONYOUth 2025 was not just a conference. It was a feast of intellect, energy, and ideas, drawing brilliant minds from academia, industry, civil society, and student communities to address some of the most pressing global issues through the lens of youth empowerment. Under the resonating themes of leadership that inspires, entrepreneurship that transforms, and sustainability that endures, this conference became a dynamic platform for voices that believe in action, innovation, and change.
ICONYOUth 2025 may conclude today, but the spirit of leadership and sustainability must now begin its new chapter with each one of you as authors.
To invoke the blessings of the Almighty, let us begin with a prayer. I request our students to lead us into the prayer.
This shloka is from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 4, verse 7. Om Yada Yada Hi Dharmasya Jnanirbhavati Bharata Abhyuttanam Adharmasya Tadatmanam Shujanmayam. This shloka explains the concept of Krishna's avatar and his purpose of restoring dharma whenever there is decline in dharma and an increase in adharma. Thank you.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم نون والقلم وما يسطرون ما أنت بنعمة ربك بمجنون وإن لك لأجرا غير ممنون وإنك لعلى خلق عظيم. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Noon, by the pen and what everyone writes, by the grace of your Lord, you, O Prophet, are not insane. You will certainly have a never-ending reward, and you are truly a man of outstanding character.
A reading from the Holy Gospel of St. Matthew, chapter 5, verse 43 to 45. You have heard that it was said, love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, that you may be the children of your Father in the heaven. He caused his sun to rise on the evil and good, and sends on the rights and unrights. Words of the Lord.
A warm smile is the universal language of kindness. To extend a heartfelt welcome to our esteemed dignitaries and audience, I invite dynamic leader and a true inspiration for all the youth and NSS volunteers, Dr. Ashwini Shetty, Director of Directorate, Extension and Outreach Activities and NSS Coordinator, Yenepoya deemed to be University, to deliver the welcome address and also present the report of this international conference, ICONYOUTH 2025.
A very good afternoon to one and all here. Honorable Secretary Sir, Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports, Government of Karnataka, Shri Randeep D. Sir, respected Vice Chancellor of Yenepoya, Dr. M. Vijay Kumar Sir, Regional Director, NSS, Government of India, Dynamic Youth Icon, Mr. Madish Parekh, respected Controller of Examination, Dr. Nandish Sir, respected dignitaries of the dais, speakers, panelists and the moderators, and our dear student leaders, volunteers and the invited guests. It is with the immense pleasure, a sense of pride, I extend a warm welcome to each one of you for the Valedictory program of ICONYOUTH 2025. This is an international level conference which is organized by the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, in association with Yenepoya deemed to be University. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed the vibrant discussion, the spirited participation, and the powered performance by all the speakers, youth, panelists, moderators here. We've also empowered the young change makers to step forward, the responsible citizens, innovative thinkers, and socially the conscious leaders. We are truly honored today by the presence of our chief guest and dignitary, whose leadership and commitment continue to stir the national youth policies and programs in meaningful direction. A special welcome to Shri Randeep D. Sir, Secretary, Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports, Government of Karnataka, whose visionary guidance continues to elevate youth engagement and the youth services across Karnataka and across India. Thank you for your presence, sir, here. And I request Dr. M. Vijay Kumar, sir, Vice Chancellor of Yenepoya University, to present a sapling to Randeep D. sir. A warm welcome to our Vice Chancellor, Dr. M. Vijay Kumar, whose unwavering support has made this collaboration a grand success. Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence here. We also extend a warm welcome to State NSS Officer, Regional Director of NSS, whose tireless effort ensure that the spirit of NSS reaches every corner of the state and the country. Thank you, sir, for your presence here. thrilled to welcome the youth leader and inspiration to many youths, Mr. Madish Parekh, founder, Brick Alliance, whose journey stands as a beacon of every aspiring young citizen. Thank you, sir, for being here for the valedictory program. We also welcome Controller of Examination, Yenepoya deemed to be University, Dr. Nandi, sir, for his gracious presence, and thanks for the support, sir, for the success of this program. And we recognize the presence of many dignitaries of the dais. We welcome each one of you, and let this valedictory not mark an end, but new beginning, renewed commitment to serve, to lead, and to innovate. On behalf of Yenepoya deemed to be University and the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, I express our deepest gratitude to each participants who made the ICONYOUth 2025 a historic event. So in this international conference, ICONYOUth, we had a participants of 650 delegates from India as well as other countries, and the 20 states have participated in this event. And yesterday we had an inaugural program which is graced by Dr. Sara Madam, Director, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Director for International Cooperation, and also we had a message, video message by Dr. Mansukh Mandavia, Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, and Joint Secretary Nitish Mishra, sir. He also presented his message to all the youths virtually, presided by Dr. Yenepoya Abdullah Kunni, sir, Honorable Chancellor, Yenepoya deemed to be University. We also had a keynote address by Dr. M. Vijay Kumar, sir, Vice Chancellor, with a gracious presence, Dr. K.S. Gangadhar Somayaji, sir. On the first day, we had sessions by Mr. Gurudet, highlighted how India's startup ecosystem is shaping the young entrepreneurs, and also leveraging the supportive policies, digital technologies. We also had other speaker, Ekaterina, spoke passionately about the youths and her experience on atomic energy and on youths, the crucial role in driving the global sustainability throughout the cross-border collaboration and green innovation. The first panel discussion brought together the global experts to discuss youth leadership in its social innovation, governance, and health. The second panel discussion focused on youth engagement in finance, energy, space innovation, and volunteerism, underscoring the power of interdisciplinary and cross-cultural efforts. Today, in the morning, we had a day to showcase the exciting opportunity to the youth, for the youth in space research by Antariksha, who had encouraged the young entrepreneurs, young innovators to embrace the aerospace and the technology, aerospace technology and entrepreneurship. Pasindu, who had inspired the youths with a vision of youth as an architect of a developed Bharat through leadership and innovation. Dr. Bashir from Nigeria, who has emphasized on the digital technology as a key enabler for youth empowerment and transformation. And we are going to have a session of Pascal, and also we have one more session by Vijay, and also we have a panel discussion in the afternoon. So together, these sessions had played a vital role for all the youths as a change maker, innovators, leaders poised to shape the sustainable and prosperous future. So let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and empowerment as we build the future we envision. So thank you very much. Thanks for your gracious presence here for the Valedictory program, and welcome you all once again. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We welcome you too. True leaders don't create followers, they create more leaders. We are immensely honored to have with us our chief guest, Shri Randeep, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports, Government of Karnataka. I now request Sir to address the gathering.
Dignitaries on the stage, especially Mr. Madish Parekh, Dr. M. Vijay Kumar, we have Mr. Karthikeyan, Dr. Ashwini Shetty, my colleagues from the Department of Youth Empowerment. Firstly, let me congratulate the entire team behind ICONYOUTH 2025. The Yenepoya deemed to be university, along with the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, for having created this platform where all of you could get together and exchange ideas, simply reflect upon the challenges that today's youth face. So a big round of applause for the entire team as well as all of you for having put this up together. Happy to know that we have representation from over 20 states, along with 3 countries, delegates for 3 countries. I had the pleasure of meeting them, from our friends from Nigeria, friends from Russia, as well as from Sri Lanka. In fact, the talk was from the Sri Lankan delegate, extremely important topic. So great that we are having such kind of platform where we can exchange ideas, because today's globe, today's world is extremely small, say, compared to what it was 50 years back, simply because of the connectivity, the access that one has, the access to various kinds of information. In fact, I would call it bombardment of information that one really needs to critically sit down and think and sift through the various information that is literally bombarding us. So that is where platforms like ICONYOUTH 2025 help us identify what the real aspects that one needs to focus on. Quite a large number of India's population is what we call as the green population, the youth population. Over 50% is today green. Across the world, if you see, probably in the bracket of 15 to 24 years, we would have over 16 to 17% bracketed as youth. I mean, this is a substantial number of population. And today, in a background where the world is also aging, you have countries in the West as well as countries like Japan, where because of the higher life expectancy, we have the burden of ensuring that the elderly are taken care of. And I think a primary responsibility of youth, I would say, firstly, is that we take care of the elderly and not ensure that the kind of growth that they ensured in our livelihood, in our life, is extended back to them. And both as residents of a country as well as the government, we need to step in and do that. Apart from this, I would just like to highlight a few issues that the youth probably face today. And in my experience as heading this department, the kind of issues that have come up. I also caught the speaker talking about mental health issues. I'm sure that is something which is topmost on the agenda that all of us need to speak about. It is very concerning to see the number of teenage suicides that are happening of late for inexplicable reasons, simply because we are not able to try and understand what goes behind their mind. So it is, I think, one of the issues that we need to speak up, address, ensure there are avenues for youth to come and speak up and redress their grievances. We also are looking forward to a world which is free from substance abuse. Drug abuse has been a rampant problem, and countries like India and the state of Karnataka also is no different from this. I think that is another issue that as youth, it is for you to spread the message of good living, healthy living, rather than going on this path. The green initiatives also need to come together, because we are seeing a lot of deforestation across the globe. The green initiatives, carbon negative states, countries can hugely make a difference and bring a dent into this. As part of the Youth Empowerment and Sports Department, and Government of India also has this initiative of the Fit India movement, I think this needs to be translated into a global movement. With the obesity rates increasing, we are also seeing a lot of non-communicable diseases rising, especially among teens and youth, for lack of exercise, for lack of healthy lifestyle, poor diet, lack of sleep. We are seeing these diseases rising among the youth. So I would flag your attention to this particular problem, and how we redress this is definitely by better lifestyle management, include sports, include some kind of fitness activity, and most importantly, ensure that your diet and adequate sleep complement this. Because unless you are in a proper state of mind and your brain functions properly, you as youth will not be able to contribute to the society at large and to the country at globe at large. So I think these are certain things that we need to take care of. The digital media is again something which is a double-edged sword. I think we need to sift through what is the unwanted and ensure that we are picking up only the good aspects and ensuring which is helpful and not detrimental to us. I would also suggest that all of you should keep your eyes and ears open, be open to criticism, be open to a bombardment of various ideas. Let there be cross exchange of ideas. Never refute anything without understanding the entire matter at scope. It is always important to calm down. It is always important to have clarity of thought, and it is very, very important to look at all perspectives before we jump to any conclusion. So having said that, I think movements like Mera Yuva Bharat, the My Bharat movement, which is a youth-led movement supported again by the NSS and Government of India, the Youth Empowerment Departments. We need many such movements in the coming days, and the government is always there to support and encourage such initiatives. So having said this much, I once again congratulate the entire team management of Yenepoya deemed to be university, as well as extend my gratitude and thanks to Government of India for having put across. From the state, we also would like to have such a youth summit very soon. Planning is started already, and we would try and ensure that something like this is organized at least annually once, and ensure that cross exchange of ideas do take place. Thank you again for having me here, and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. We now have the special invitee, Mr. D. Karthikeyan, Regional Director of NSS Bangalore, to address the youth.
Good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon. Respected Secretary Shri Randeep Sir, Department of Youth Empowerment, respected Vice Chancellor of this university, and respected youth icon Madish Parikh ji, and other dignitaries on the dais, and delegates from different countries and from India. I hope that everyone will agree, and in the similar line we have discussed yesterday and even today, that youth have energy, potential, whatever may be, and the countries like India having the largest youth population will shine if they utilize their potentiality in a proper way. Mr. Gunaratne has rightly pointed out in a single line that is a youth or the living superpower. It contains everything. Now, the question is how we are utilizing how we are channelizing the youth. So, our great leader, our Indian great leader, Prime Minister Modi ji, has taken the initiative, and I hope that this year, particularly 2025, is a very good year for the youth of India, especially My Bharat volunteers and particularly NSS volunteers. Since starting from January, our ministry is organizing so many wonderful events. In January, we have organized the Young Leaders Dialogue. It is the modified, improved version and digitalized version of the National Youth Festival, where our Prime Minister is with the youth almost for the whole day. Generally, the leaders will come and inaugurate and leave. Here, we have to see the interest of our Prime Minister, particularly shown how to utilize the power of our young leaders, where that platform given an opportunity to our young leaders to express their innovative ideas. And living February, in the month of March, one more mega event has been organized by our Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports under the leadership of our beloved Honorable Minister, Union Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports, Dr. Mansukh ji. That is the Young Youth Parliament, National Level Youth Parliament. And now, after that, April, gap 1 month only, now in the month of May. This is the first of its kind. And our ministry is planning to organize such a similar kind of conferences in the coming days also. At a state level also, our ministry is already planned to organize similar kind of youth convention, because only the aim is to use to channelize the youth power for constructive things. And as per this university is concerned, Yenepoya University, I am very much happy to be here, and this is the one more successful event and one more happy moment for me to be here, because starting our Honorable Vice Chancellor has briefed everything. I need not say, starting from a few units, how they grow, how they utilize the power of NSS, and that's he is told the reason also, how the international program has come to this university. I thank Dr. Ashwini Madam also. I took the opportunity, and especially our Secretary Sir for bringing such a similar kind of program, Global Youth Event, in the next month. This is a very good initiative by our Honorable Secretary. I thank you all, and it is now your choice how to you utilize the earnings, what you learn in this international conference. And because of this university's wonderful performance, we all depart with sweet memories and happiness. I thank you all and the university once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words of alignment. So we have with us guest of honor, Shri Chetan R. IPS, Commissioner of Youth Empowerment and Sports, Government of Karnataka. We welcome you, sir. And I request Dr. M. Vijay Kumar, sir, Vice Chancellor, Yenepoya deemed to be University, to welcome with the sapling. Also, we have our special guest, Dr. Pratap Lingaya, State NSS Officer, Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports, Government of Karnataka. We welcome you too, sir. Great leaders don't set out to be a leader. They set out to make a difference. I now invite our respected guest of honor, Shri Chetan R. IPS, Commissioner of Youth Empowerment and Sports, Government of Karnataka, to share his thoughts with us. Please welcome with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dignitaries on the stage, Sri Randeep sir, Secretary, Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports, Vice Chancellor of this university, Dr. M. Vijay Kumar, D. Karthikeyan, Dr. Pratap Lingaya, State NSS Officer, Madish Parikh, Founding Director, BRICS Youth Affairs, and all the young people who have come from different parts of India as well as different parts of world. I know and I was briefed that youth from Russia, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Nigeria are attending this conference, and I hope they are going with a good memory as well as good ideas which will inspire them in their future work. I am honored and also privileged to stand here at the valedictory ceremony of remarkable international conference, ICONYOUth. Over the past few days, you people witnessed inspiring exchange of minds, innovation, perspectives from young minds committed to shape better tomorrow. The gathering has proven once again that youth are not the just leaders of tomorrow, but the change makers of today. The theme of the conference centered on youth empowerment, sustainability, innovation, and leadership is not just timely, but also it's essential for today's life. We live in an era where young people are leading movements, startup, driving climate change action, advocating for inclusivity, and redefining development goals. And here at ICON Youth, we have seen that energy, passion, and determination of the youth in a full swing. I would like to congratulate each and everyone who come over here as a delegator, speaker, volunteer, and organizer, who contributed to the success of this conference. Your participation has made this event truly global and impactful. As a Commissioner of Youth Empowerment and Sports, I want to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the development of our youth, whether it's through National Service Scheme, youth clubs, or sports infrastructure, or skilling programs, or initiatives like Mera Yuva Bharat. We aim to create an enabling ecosystem where every young mind can dream big and achieve even bigger. Let this conference not be an end, but a beginning and a launchpad for collaborations, research, innovation, and social action. The ideas discussed and connections made here should echo for beyond this all and translate into real, tangible impact in communities and nations. Before I conclude, I wish to remind you all, you are our voices, you are the vision, you are the vanguard of the future. Take this responsibility forward with courage and clarity and compassion. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. Great leaders illuminate the path for others. It is my privilege to invite Mr. Madhish Parikh, Founding Director of BRICS Youth Alliance, to address the youth.
Namaskara. Respectable Honorable Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports, respected Commissioner, Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Yenepoya University, Controller of Examination, State Director NSS, Regional Director NSS, and NSS Program Coordinator at Yenepoya University. I am very thankful and grateful to be present here on this day when every one of us present here believes in the power of young people, and thankful to the Government of India and Yenepoya University for launching this first kind of initiative in the country like this, where young people are believed and truly honored to be a part of this kind of event. I am sure every young participant who is present here today have gone through n number of discussions, made new friends, made new networks, inspired by the stories that you see on the walls through the poster presentations. And this is one kind of opportunity where we truly respect the power and potential what young people has. The Government of India's most aspiring initiative, led under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister of India and Honorable Youth Minister of India, is My Bharat. My Bharat is one-stop universal platform wherein young people have access to all kind of opportunities that they seek in the country, where you can find internships, where you can be a part of fellowship programs, you can be a part of exchange programs, and n number of opportunities. So I request all young people present in the room today to explore the My Bharat platform. If you're not registered, go to the platform, explore the possibilities that you can. Also, I would like to tell you all that if you wish to see the change in this world, the change starts with you. If you want the world out to believe in you, it is first you who need to believe in yourself. So if you believe in yourself, the world is waiting out there to believe in you. So this is what I want to say. I congratulate again to Yenepoya University for hosting this fantastic international conference, ICON Youth 2025. And I hope many such initiatives are led by the university. And good luck to all my young friends present over here, to all the experts who made sure that they are present here and empower and inspire the young people who are part of this conference. And thank you everyone for being a part of this event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Don't wait for opportunity, create it. And that's what our young achievers did. One of the most exciting highlights of ICONYOUth 2025 was a poster presentation competition where young minds translated their vision into powerful visuals and innovative ideas on themes ranging from youth leadership to entrepreneurship and sustainability. I request Ms. Sahana, NSS Program Officer, Yenepoya Institute of Arts, Science, Commerce and Management, to announce the names of the winners of poster presentation.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. It gives me immense pleasure to stand before you on this vibrant occasion of ICONYOUth 2025, hosted by Yenepoya deemed to be University in collaboration with Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. Yesterday, we have witnessed an outstanding showcase of intellect, creativity, and scientific curiosity through the poster presentation competition. Each participant brought their unique perspective and research flair, but a few stood out for their clarity of thought, depth of research, and visual articulation. Let me now announce and congratulate the winners of the poster presentation competition. I request the dignitaries, Shri Randeep IAS, and the guest of honor, Shri Chetan IPS, to present the prize to the winners. We have 5 best posters with the highest points in all the categories. And the best posters are poster number 20 by Pallavi Nayak from Muniyal Institute of Ayurveda Medical Sciences for a poster titled Ayurvedic Bio Island Ayurvedic Solution for Ecological Purification. Congratulations. I request the winner to come and collect the prize. Poster number 22 by Vishal Datta, founder, chairman of Pratha Indic Renaissance Trust, for a poster titled Bridging Inequality, Youth-Led Community-Centric Model for Transformative Social Impact. Congratulations. Next, poster number 15 from Yenepoya School of Allied Health Sciences, Yenepoya deemed to be University, for a poster titled Promoting Mental Health and Well-being Among Marginalized Communities. And the participants are Mufariha Anjum Kazi, Divya Anil, Huda Fatima. Congratulations. Poster number 13 from Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology, Tamil Nadu, for a poster titled Arumbuvalar to produce high quality products by converting the scared waste into a successful business, by Pratipavi, Janani R. Vishwanathan and Prajumon J. Congratulations. we have poster number 19 by Miss Madhushri from BMS College of Engineering, Autonomous College affiliated to VTU, Karnataka, for a poster titled Development of Biosynthesized Nanoparticle Filters for the Degradation of Methylene Blue and Other Textile Pollutants. Congratulations. Next, poster number 45 by Dr. Prakash, Ms. Beryl, Mr. Rishiharan, Dr. T. Lakshmanan from SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, for a poster titled Roots and Rhythms, Redefining Ecotourism, a Pathway to Stress Relief and Sustainable Well-Being. Let's give all our winners and participants a huge round of applause. Once again, congratulations to all the winners. May you continue to inspire and innovate. Thank you.
Feedback is not just about reflection. It is about celebrating learning, embracing experiences, and inspiring the road ahead. As we near close to this incredible journey of ICONYOUTH 2025, it's time to hear from the hearts and the minds that made it so vibrant. We would now love to hear from our participants. First up, I call Mr. Arpit Dubey, NSS volunteer and social worker from Chandigarh, to share their feedback and experience of this vibrant event.
आदरणीय अतिथिगण, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी महानुभाव एवं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय राष्ट्र के विभिन्न राज्यों से उपस्थित यहाँ सभी सदस्यों को नमस्कार। मैं अर्पित दुबे, एनएसएस वॉलंटियर सोशल वर्कर फ्रॉम चंडीगढ़। युवा एवं खेल मंत्रालय, येनेपोया विश्वविद्यालय बेंगलुरु के सहयोग से 4 दिवसीय इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय युवा सम्मेलन 2025 को आयोजित किया गया। महोदय, मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा, यहाँ पर उपस्थित अंतर्राष्ट्रीय और राष्ट्र के विभिन्न राज्यों से उपस्थित सदस्य हैं, डेलीगेट्स हैं। हमने इस 4 दिवसीय सम्मेलन में न केवल युवाओं की भागीदारी, किस प्रकार से विकसित भारत 2047 को बनाने में उनका योगदान हो सकता है, अपितु हमने स्टार्टअप्स, इनोवेशन और किस प्रकार से रक्षा और अनुसंधान के क्षेत्र में हम युवा एक साथ संगठित होकर अपने भारत को, और जो पंच प्रण है हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र दामोदर दास मोदी जी द्वारा दिया गया, उन पंच प्रण को हम बढ़ाते हुए विकसित भारत को एक भव्य भारत बनाएं, एक खूबसूरत भारत बनाएं। इस पर हमने काफ़ी चर्चाएं की और मैं धन्यवाद साथ में करना चाहूँगा येनेपोया विश्वविद्यालय बेंगलुरु के सभी अध्यापकगण और सभी स्वयंसेवक जो इस सम्मेलन को सफलतापूर्वक कंप्लीट करने में अपना दिन रात हमारे साथ मिलकर सहयोग कर रहे हैं। आप सभी सदस्यों से भी मैं अनुरोध करूंगा कि अपने जगह पर खड़े होकर उनके लिए जोरदार तालियां बजाएं, और यह तालियां उन सभी स्वयंसेवकों के लिए है जो ना केवल इस स्टेज पे दिख रहे हैं, वो स्टेज के जो पीछे स्वयंसेवक हैं उनके लिए ये तालियां हैं। और मैं बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा युवा एवं खेल मंत्रालय भारत सरकार का, और आगे भी ऐसे अवसर हमें प्राप्त हों। और ये सर हमारे जीवन का बहुत यादगार लम्हा है, हमने काफ़ी अनुभव और ज्ञान प्राप्त किया है और हम आप सभी के साथ कार्य करने के लिए इच्छुक हैं। और आप सभी सदस्यों को भविष्य के लिए अपने
स्तर पर, महान स्तर पर पहुंचे, अपने क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़े और अपने मौलिक कर्तव्य को निभाते हुए विकसित भारत का निर्माण करे, यही आशा करता हूं मैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, Arpit. Next up is Ms. Diya Jain, NSS volunteer from Delhi.
Greetings to esteemed dignitaries present here, all the members of the organizing committee, and my dear change makers of tomorrow. As I stand here, it's such a privilege to be present in such an intellectual gathering, listening to so many people, starting from the first statement which was made in the inaugural ceremony, that the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. And this entire conference is a testament to how all the dreamers, when coming together, brings the best of the population of this country. All the speakers that were being selected for giving the opportunities to all the individuals present here are so intellectual, starting from how the entrepreneurial goals were being discussed to how youth as the change makers of tomorrow stand here for having the Viksit Bharat goal being achieved together. Every single aspect of a global country as India that will be there in 2047 and as it is today was being achieved by the speakers. And we as the youth stand here understanding their perspective, amalgamating it together for a better and clearer future. Not only amongst this revered gathering that we are here, the minutest aspect of this conference was so beautifully designed by the organizers right from the cultural event that happened. The beautiful explanation of women empowerment, justice, and standing up for the right and standing against the wrong was explained. This is the future of our country. The bold people at this esteemed universities who are going to be the future of this country. Every single individual in the organizing committee, we have seen them working relentlessly so that we as individuals here can have the safe space to express, to be carefree about everything which is happening around, right from every volunteer who is right now also standing so that we all can sit, we all can understand, to all the people back in the hostels, all the wardens, the guardians who are here to protect us. Every single one has worked relentlessly to provide us this particular platform. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, who in collaboration with the Yenepoya deemed to be university, provided us with this amazing opportunity to come, to interact, to be bold, and to understand every single aspect of this future that we have tomorrow. And as inspired by the NSS motto, it's not me, it's you. But for a better future, it's us together in every single journey. And when we step out of this campus, we should understand that it is our responsibility to work towards, with relentless, selfless service towards the Viksit Bharat initiative, that the goal that we have for a better future. Because we are the dreamers, we are the aimers, and we are the change makers. Thank you so much for this amazing opportunity that we had today to make and shape the future of India tomorrow. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Diya. We have Ms. Atfa M, NSS volunteer from Karnataka State Law University, Vidyodaya Law College, Tumkur.
A warm afternoon to everyone present here. I am Atfa from Karnataka State Law University, Vidyodaya Law College, Tumkur. A tribute to ICONYOUTH 2025 at Yenepoya University, Mangalore. I have written a poem. I would like to share it with you. In Mangalore's breeze, beneath bright skies, a spark was lit that touched new highs. At Yenepoya, hearts did meet in halls where minds and dreams complete. ICONYOUTH, a vision so grand, brought change and hope hand in hand. Young voices rose, ideas took flights, innovation danced in the morning light. The session soared with wisdom deep, inspiring thoughts we'll always keep. From tech to truth, from heart to space, each word delivered with such a grace. The speakers shone with fire and glow, planting seeds that now will surely grow. They didn't teach, they sparked a flame and showed us we can do the same. The hosts and teams, oh, what a crew! So kind, so warm and truly true. With every smile and guiding hand, they turned this meet into something grand. The culture, colors, sounds and taste, not a single moment went waste. A fest of minds, a soulful blend that none of us want ever to end. So here's our cheer, our grateful song. To all helped us grow so strong. Icon Youth, you have shaped our view. The future's bright because of you. From the moment we have stepped on this beautiful campus, we could sense that something extraordinary was going to unfold. And truly, this conference has exceeded every exception, not just in scale, but in soul. To the organizers, your passion and vision were evident in every detail. The sessions were not only flawlessly done, but deeply meaningful, each sparking dialogue, discovery, and a desire to do more. You have created a platform where young minds from across the globe could connect, collaborate, and ignite the change. To the volunteers and supportive team, you were the heartbeat behind the screen. Your warmth, your hospitality, and your tireless efforts made this a seamless and unforgettable experience for every participant present here. We were felt valued, seen, and supported at every step. In short, Icon Youth 2025 wasn't just a conference. It was a movement, a milestone, and a moment we'll carry forward with pride. Thank you, Yenepoya University and Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports for hosting us with such a grace and proving that the future truly does begin now, and it begins with us. Here's to more innovation, more collaboration, and more youth-led transformation until we meet again. Thank you.
Thank you, all the delegates. Gratitude is the fairest blossom that springs from the soul. I request Dr. M. Vijay Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Yenepoya deemed to be University, to present a memento to Shri Randeep IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports, Government of Karnataka, as a token of appreciation. Randeep. Also, I request Sir to give a memento to Shri Chetan R. IPS, Commissioner of Youth Empowerment and Sports, as a mark of our respect and gratitude. I request Ashwini Ma'am to present a memento to the Karthikeyan, Regional Director of NSS Bangalore, as a token of gratitude. Also, I request to present a memento to Dr. Pratap Lingaya, State NSS Officer, as a token of our gratitude. I request Dr. M. Vijay Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Yenepoya deemed to be University, to present a memento as a token of gratitude to Mr. Madish Parikh, Founding Director of BRICS Youth Alliance, to address the youth. I now invite today's esteemed speakers, Mr. Saurabh Sinde, founder of OMG, Heartfulness Meditation Trainer, and Mr. Vijay Raghav Varada, Hack Day Prize winner, TEDx speaker, to kindly come to the dais. I request the dignitaries to present a memento to them as a token of our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation.
Thank you, sir and ma'am, for doing the honors. A leader is one who knows the way, who goes the way, and shows the way. It is my honor to invite Dr. M. Vijay Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Yenepoya deemed to be University, to deliver the presidential address.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know I am standing before you and between you and lunch. So I won't make it long. Anyway, I have already addressed yesterday and bored you a bit, so I won't repeat it. Don't worry. Respected Chief Guest of the program, Sri Randip, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Youth, Empowerment and Sports. The Guest of Honor, Sri Chetan IPS, Commissioner of Youth, Empowerment, Sports, Government of Karnataka. Dr. Mr. Karthikeyan, the Regional Director, and Dr. Pratap Lingaya, the State NSS Officer, and Mr. Madhish Parikh, the Founding Director, and my own colleagues, Dr. Ashwini Shetty and Dr. Nandish. And all my colleagues, friends, the invited guests, speakers, resource persons, and more importantly, you all who have come here from different parts of the country, and 600 plus is a big number, and I am thankful to you all for coming. Before I thank the Ministry of Sports and Empowerment, Government of India, for giving an opportunity to this university to host you all. It's with pride and pleasure we are happy to inform you that 600 plus and everything went on well is what Dr. Ashwini Shetty, the organizing secretary, tells me, and I only hope you all enjoyed the stay with us for 2 days. Having said this, only one line, as I told you, I won't bore you. Yesterday I did it. Again, like yesterday, I'm going to ask this question to you. The old religion says, an atheist is one who does not believe in God. Whereas the new religion says, an atheist is one who does not believe in himself. May I know who said this? Anybody? You want me to repeat? The new religion says an atheist is one who does not believe in himself. Don't know. Right. It is Swami Vivekananda. Coming from such a person saying who is an atheist is one who does not believe in himself. I am sure all you youth who are sitting here take back home one message that you have to believe in yourself, and that is why you have been selected here and you have come here, you are interacted with everybody and listened to all the resource persons sharing their views and their practices apart from their achievements. I am sure you will be one of the change makers and you will be invited in future to stand before the others and give your own change making views and experience. I am sure about this, and don't make it as just listening and forgetting. This is not a place where you listen like a lecture class of mine and forgetting. This is your take home forever. This should change you and mold you forever, and see that your life changes from today to a better tomorrow, and I am very, very sure that will make it happen. You all will make it happen, I am sure about it. And thank you once again for being here, and God bless you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your words and encouragement. Gratitude turns what we have into enough and more. I now call upon Dr. Divya Rani, NSS Program Officer, Yenepoya Ayurveda Medical College Hospital, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. As we come to the close of inspiring and enriching conference, ICONYOUth 2025, it is both my honor and privilege to extend our heartfelt gratitude to each and everyone who has contributed to the grand success of this event. First and foremost, we express our sincere thanks to the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, the Government of India, for their invaluable support in organizing this conference. Our deepest gratitude to Dr. Yenepoya Abdullah Kuni, Honorable Chancellor, Mr. Muhammad Farad Yenepoya, Pro-Chancellor, Dr. B.S. Shripati Rao, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Yenepoya deemed to be University, for their unwavering encouragement and institutional support which have been instrumental in shaping this event. A heartfelt thank you to Sri Randip IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports, Government of Karnataka, for his presence. Thank you, sir. We are honored by the presence of our guest of honor, Shri Chaitan R. IPS, Commissioner, Department of Youth Empowerment and Sports, Government of Karnataka. Thank you, sir. Special thanks to Mr. D. Karthikeyan, Regional Director, Dr. Pratap Lingaya, State NSS Officer, Mr. Madish Parikh, Founding Director, BRICS Youth Alliance, for their presence. Thank you, sir. We also extend heartfelt thanks to Dr. M. Vijay Kumar, Organizing Chairman, ICONYOUTH 2025, for his guidance and support. Thank you, sir. We thank Dr. Gangadhar Somyaji, Registrar, Yenepoya, deemed to be University, for his continuous support. We extend our thanks to Dr. B.T. Nandish, Controller of Examination, Yenepoya, deemed to be University, for his presence. Thank you, sir. We also extend our thanks to our esteemed speakers, guests. Thank you for sharing your wisdom, insights, and experiences. Your words have enriched us and elevated this conference to the new heights. Our heartfelt thanks to all the panelists, moderators, and judges for your presence. A special thanks to Dr. Ashwini S. Shetty, NSS Coordinator and Organizing Secretary, ICONYOUTH 2025, for her exceptional organization and leadership in making this conference success. Thank you, Madam. Thanks to all the deans, vice deans, centerites, faculties of all the constituent colleges for their support and presence have been truly valuable. We extend our thanks to all the delegates. Your enthusiasm and active participation and engagement have made this event a memorable and meaningful experience. We also extend special thanks to convener and co-convener of organizing committees, including Invitation Committee, Registration Committee, Press and Media Committee, Scientific Committee, Logistic and Transportation Committee, Venue Committee, Stage Management Committee, Food and Catering Committee, Photography and Videography Committee, Promotion and Publicity Committee, Hospitality Committee, Youth Delegate Coordination Committee, Cultural Committee, and IT Assistant Committee. Your dedication and meticulous planning and behind the scene work ensured the seamless execution of every aspect of this conference. Our heartfelt thanks to the Masters of Ceremonies, Dr. Priya Menenjas, Mrs. Shefali, Mrs. Priya, and Mr. Aditya, for steering the proceeding with a grace and professionalism. Our special thank you to our volunteers. Your tireless efforts, enthusiasm, and commitment have been the soul of this event. We extend our gratitude to the IT department, press and media partners, musical team, photography and videography team, the catering team Suksagar, the transportation and accommodation teams. As we bid adieu to this landmark conference, let us carry forward the connection we have built, the knowledge we have gained, and the inspiration we have drawn. May the spirit of youth iconicity continue to guide us towards excellence, innovation, and positive change. If we have missed mentioning by anyone's name or contribution, thank you for your role in making this event successful. Thank you once again to everyone. Wishing you all the best for your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let us conclude this beautiful gathering by rising for our national anthem.
जनगण मनाधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विदाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभाशिष मागे गाहे तव जय गाता जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विदाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I request all the speakers, panelists and moderator to kindly come to the dais for the photo session.
The delegates can proceed for dinner. Yes,
They came.
The delegates can have.
The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. With this, we bring the curtains down on Icon Youth 2025. Wishing all of you a future filled with a purpose, passion and progress. Thank you and have a wonderful evening ahead. I request all the delegates to kindly proceed for lunch. As we are running behind the schedule, the next session will begin promptly at 3 p.m. We request everyone to return on time. Thank you for your cooperation. I request prize winner poster presenters kindly come to backstage.
Ma'am, you can. So paper presenters also. Poster presenters, winners. Yeah, they want the group photos. Ma, come first, come first. Ma, come first, ma.
Shifali ma'am. Shifali ma'am.
Sir, ನೀವು ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿ ಸಾಕಾಯ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ 2 ನಿಮಿಷ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ನಿಂತರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 50 ಜನ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗೆದು ಕವರ್ ಆಗೋದು ನೀವು ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಮಾಡಮ್ಮ ಚೇತನ್ ಸರ್ 3 ಜನ
Delegates, no? Yes. They are leaving for lunch. Poster presentation winners.
Congratulations.
Just they are leaving for
We know
lunch.
Chetan sir, so we know Chetan sir. We know Chetan sir, so we have to speak. That's it. Nothing else.
Don't. That arrived just at that time. Uda Fatima. Pallavi. I request Ms. Pallavi, winner of poster presentation, to report to the mic point.
మాట్లాడిరా గౌడ్.
Attention please, I request all the delegates to come back as we are going to start the afternoon session shortly.
The Islamic Academy of Education was established in 1991 by Mr. Yenepoya Abdullah Gunhi, an entrepreneur philanthropist, with a vision to provide quality
I request the delegates to be seated. We'll start with the next session shortly. I request the volunteers to ask the delegates to come inside and be seated immediately.
The Islamic Academy of Education was established in 1991 by Mr. Yenepoya Abdullah Gunhi, an entrepreneur philanthropist, with a vision to provide quality higher education. As a non-profit trust, the Academy established Yenepoya Dental College in 1992 and set up medical, nursing and physiotherapy colleges subsequently. Over the years, institutions developed by this trust have created a niche in healthcare education not only in hinterland of Mangalore but also across the globe. In recognition for this contribution to the education system, in the year 2008, the Ministry of Human Resource Development, on the recommendation of the University Grants Commission, conferred the deemed to be university status. Yenepoya University thus became the first unaided deemed university to be established in the Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka. The university, following the accreditation in 2015 by the National Accreditation and Assessment Council with an A grade, has diversified its academic prowess and scope by establishing Yenepoya Pharmacy College and Research Center and Yenepoya Institute of Arts, Science, Commerce and Management in the year 2017, the Yenepoya Ayurveda Medical College and Hospital and the Yenepoya Homeopathy Medical College and Hospital in the year 2018, the Yenepoya Institute of Allied Health Sciences and the Yenepoya College of Naturopathy and Yogic Sciences in the year 2021. Yenepoya University has secured accolades by various national and international certification and accreditation agencies, the significant ones being consistent ranking within 100 by the NIRF for 3 consecutive years. ATL ranking of institutions on innovation achievements by the Ministry of Education on 2 occasions under self-finance or private institutions category as an endorsement for the innovation and entrepreneurship development efforts among students and faculty of the university. The university has also been ranked with 4-star grading in KSURF Young University category in 2019. In recognition of contribution to the new knowledge generation, the university has been ranked among the top 50 institutions in India in the SCI MA Geo Institutions ranking consecutively during the last 2 years. There are multiple faculties of study in the university which are represented by the standalone constituent units. These institutions are spread over a total built area of 1,44,453.11 square meters to accommodate academic and administrative activities. Curricular diversification has been the focus of the university. It offers more than 100 programs at the undergraduate, postgraduate, super specialty, doctoral and postdoctoral levels. The university has enrolled more than 6,000 undergraduates, 600 postgraduates and doctoral students, complemented by over 500 well-qualified teachers trained in ICT-enabled teaching-learning processes. The classrooms, similar halls and demonstration rooms are ICT-enabled with Wi-Fi facilities extended to all strategic locations in the campus. The integration of information communication technology in teaching learning meets innovative educational standards. Self-directed learning is supported through e-resources on the customized learning management system. Choice-based credit system incorporates a wide spectrum of electives in majority of the programs offered. Internships, industry visits, community postings, skill development training and early exposure to research equip the students professionally competent for employment. The mentorship program supports the mentees throughout the duration of the program to enhance learning experience and personal growth. Community-based training is imparted through the urban rural health centers, PHCs, Rural Healthcare and Development Center, and mobile clinics to inculcate social responsiveness. The university library caters to the learning needs of the students and faculty. It has a vast collection of books, manuscripts, ancient books, digital learning resources. The library transactions are fully automated, facilitating accession and lending of books. The digital library, which is available at all the constituent units, helps the students and faculty to access the e-resources. All the academic departmental laboratories are well equipped for providing training. To enhance experiential learning and skill acquisition, the university has created Centers Advanced Surgical and Skill Enhancement Division (ASSEND) and a state-of-the-art Advanced Comprehensive Clinical Training and Simulation Center. These facilities are one of their kinds in the country and provide training support to the students and faculty from other institutions. The examination section is fully automated with an indigenously developed examination management system procedures involved in the pre-examination, examination and post-examination processes. This has enabled to bring in several technological reforms in the examination system, enabling speedy announcement of results. The university has been making constant and concerted efforts to actively engage in research. Research support facilities available in the university include state-of-the-art central research facility with modern equipment for conducting advanced research in emerging areas like microbiomes, cell signaling, nanoscience and microfluidics, stem cell and tissue engineering, systems biology and molecular medicine, omics technologies, bioinformatics and biostatistics supported by highly qualified manpower, funding, informatics tools, Animal House and Ethics Center. The Ethics Center has the unique distinction of imparting NIH USA funded postgraduate academic programs in research ethics. The Center for Nutritional Studies fosters nutrition-related activities in India. The policy and advocacy has led to government's initiative in launching a direct benefit transfer scheme for all TB patients to enable access to a better diet. This center has developed maternal nutrition advocacy, implementation, policy and planning in collaboration with Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, UNICEF, National Center for Excellence and Advanced Research on Diets. Yenepoya Technology Incubator aimed towards identifying, fostering and mentoring innovators, entrepreneurs in the healthcare innovation process. Recognized by the BIRAC, Yenepoya Technology Foundation supports startups and more than 60 patents have been applied, published or awarded. The university has signed more than 150 MOUs with several national and international institutions of excellence for research, faculty and student exchanges. The 4 hospitals cater to the teaching and training activities of medical, dental, Ayurveda and homeopathic disciplines. In addition, there are yoga, naturopathy and wellness centers provide treatment and training facilities. The Medical College Hospital is NABH accredited with 1,100 beds with the latest facilities for robotic surgery, organ transplantation, 3D MRI, modular operation theatres, ICUs, and emergency services. The diagnostic laboratory is NABL accredited, covering services of biochemistry, microbiology, pathology, and transfusion. The Allamilu Charitable Foundation, supported by Tata Trust in association with the Yenepoya University, is establishing a comprehensive cancer care center. Medical College Hospital provides free food, free and subsidized treatment to all the patients. The hospital has received several awards from government and non-government agencies for its outstanding contribution to public service and workplace safety measures. The university provides equal opportunities to all students, upholding the principles. The observance of cultural fest, religious festivals, NSS activities, and disabled friendly and barrier-free environment provide the opportunity for students from the diverse background to effortlessly blend with the campus life. The international student cell caters to the needs of overseas students to seamlessly adapt to the campus environment. The Student Council provides a platform to undertake various co- and extracurricular activities. The university provides scholarships, fee waivers and fee concessions for financially weaker students and promotes gender equity. Career Guidance Cell prepares the students for entrance competitive recruitment examinations. The Placement Cell, in association with Alumni Association, organizes campus placement drives. Students participate in extension and outreach activities through camps, awareness programs, and have adopted several villages for comprehensive healthcare support. The university has created excellent sports and auditoria facilities to support the physical and recreational requirements of the students and faculty. Endurance Zone
Addressing a room full of people after an excellent and sumptuous lunch is one of the most difficult tasks that I would comprehend myself upon. I think Vice Chancellor Sir, when he had started, had told that he was standing in between your lunch and the session, and I find myself equipped with an even more difficult task because I'm standing after your lunch, and that is when it gets even more difficult. But I hope I'll try to do some justice to what has been given to me. Very warm good afternoon to everybody present here, to our vibrant delegates from across the country, the architects of tomorrow, our educators, the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports representatives from there, and organizers of this event, faculty of the Yenepoya University. Very warm good afternoon to everybody present here. Today, the topic that I am here to delve upon is youth as catalysts of growth, driving community development forward. This topic is something that is very close to my heart. Though this was randomly allotted to me as a part of this conclave or this conference, this is something I consider very close to my heart because I have always believed in the concept of change from your own quarters. So through the course of this presentation and the speech that I'm presenting today, I'd like to delve deeper into how we can make meaningful and impactful contributions in our respective circles and in our respective boundaries rather than looking too much ahead into the future. I invite you today to picture something that you would want to change if you were given the opportunity to do something about it. It can be anything that is within your own quarters, within your own abilities. Keep this in your mind, and I'll come to this later during the course of my address. Today, before we proceed into the core theme, I'd like to set the base about how India continues to remain. We have been speaking about this time and again, about the statistics of India's youth population in terms of numbers, or in terms of expertise, or in terms of the wide access we have to multiple resources. Today, India stands as a very unprecedented stage wherein more than half of our population, that is a staggering 50%, is below the age of 25, and even more so, more than 65% is under the age of 35. That is about 900 million people in this age bracket. This is not just a number, but an entire force in itself. The vast demographic of this number is not just a statistic, but it's a once-in-a-civilization window of opportunity which has the capacity to propel not only India to a greater height, but the entire globe, not just the subcontinent or India, but the entire globe to greater heights. But this extraordinary moment in terms of the numbers comes with a very huge responsibility that is placed upon the youth of this country. Now, will we as a nation fully ignite this incredible youth potential, or will we, through inadequate strategy, let go of this historic moment, is something that we have to answer. The stakes are definitely immense. According to another report of 2023 by an investment firm called Nat6, approximately 1 in 5 every working age individuals on this planet will be an Indian by the next 2-3 years. That means that every 5 eligible individual who is willing to contribute to the society for its development in various sectors will be an individual. That is the amount of magnanimity that comes with the pivotal crossroads that we are standing at today. Now I put forward the question to you again. Will you rise to the occasion? Consider this. In the last decade, we have made a humongous loop in terms of every particular sector. In particular, I want to particularly emphasize about this particular trinity that I would like to call the JAM Trinity, which is Jan Dhan, Aadhaar and Mobile. Coupled with some of the most affordable data that is being given by government sectors as well as private players, have given an immense boost to India's potential, particularly concerning youth. Smartphone penetration and all other added access to internet and all of these things have potentially catapulted India's youth towards unprecedented heights at this stage. With the digital age, this unprecedented connectivity means our youth are again not merely disconnected in respective circles, but are digitally connected across the country and have given the opportunity for millions of people to collaborate and work on initiatives. Now, when we speak about collaborations, I'd like to delve into how collaborative efforts can contribute towards youth-led community development. Before that, I'd like to emphasize, I don't know if this video is... Just shift. I'm not sure I'll have an avenue to play the video, but I'd like to emphasize an iteration by the Honorable Prime Minister as he continues to emphasize about how Amrit PD are maturing and it's going to be a crucial concept of India's growth story. So when we speak about community-led youth development, I'd like to delve into detail about what exactly community development means in the youth concept. So we have heard this term a lot, contributing to the society, contributing in your circles, contributing to the community at large. Now what does this exactly mean? Now I define community development as upon three parameters, which is basically one, youth-driven solutions. Now youth-driven solutions is essentially when you and me within our own capacity are able to identify solutions for problems that may persist in our day-to-day lives, as small as something that can happen in your own vicinity to something as large as that concerns an entire society as a whole. So when we speak about community development and community contributions, it is basically starting with the problem. So you identify a problem, you identify something, and you try to give a solution that is aimed towards combating the problem. Now on that note comes the second question. How do you answer a problem? And answering a problem is something that can be approached in various ways. And I believe in participative answering, wherein you are not just merely participants, but you take up a leadership role. Real leadership is different from being merely participants in an ecosystem. Real leadership and authentic leadership is one of the signs of community development and you being able to contribute to the community. Thirdly, you given the opportunity to play a purposeful and a positive role in terms of the youth development, in terms of contributing positively and not just merely being passive inhibitors in an equation. Now, all of this might sound good in theory. Practically speaking, how do you do this is something I would want to go through real life examples from our within quarters as well as from real life examples in the Indian fabric. Now think about this. Where do you answer solutions? So how do you contribute to the community as a whole? Now say for instance within your community there is an issue that pertains to, for instance, if we take this example into picture. Now there is a particular village in Tamil Nadu that had a lot of problem concerning tribal healthcare and their livelihood basically. And now there is this particular NGO that comes together to address this issue. They try approaching various officers, various mechanisms, various troubleshooting mechanisms that are offered by the government. And after hitting a roadblock everywhere, they decide to take matters in their own hand. And the amount of impact it had in terms of the transformation they have done in this particular village near Ooty is phenomenal in terms of the numbers. I urge you all to go and read about this initiative. That I give you as an assignment at this point in time. Go and read about Children Youth Services Foundation, which was active in 2020, and the initiative that they have done in this particular village near UT. You will be amused to see the power of community youth development and the amount of effort that they have put into developing a particular problem and giving a leadership-based solution to the problem. Now moving ahead. When you speak about addressing real voices and real leadership, now comes the real question. How do you do participative governance and be leaders in itself also? I think the answer lies in you all being present here. Various avenues in India, luckily, such as the NSS or the NYKS, all of these portals give you the opportunity to contribute within your respective community, and you are all doing an excellent job in this regard, from small initiatives to big initiatives such as this conference, for that matter of fact, organized very effectively by the NSS, is a real life story and a testament to how community building can be done in terms of real leadership initiatives as you propel towards a better tomorrow. Moving ahead, I'd like to quote upon something. Again, the video is not being played, but I'd like to quote specifically about the power of civil momentum. Civil momentum is a concept that is something that is very, again, personal to my heart, as I always believe that transformation in a respective community need not be something that can be pointed at X, Y, Z or towards a government. So, civil momentum is precisely the ability of citizens to intervene with purpose. So, I quote Annamalai, a former IPS officer. He says that if a public servant does not act, I will. That is the mentality with which individuals should approach a problem. Do not leave things to X, Y, and Z. If you have the capacity to act in your capacity, please take up the initiative and take up the power of civil momentum and acting it. I know it's very easy to say this standing in a dais and giving what I would term as gyan. But think of this as an ideal situation. When systems pause, when officers stand, what happens? That is when the power of civil momentum comes into picture. Now, a very good example, I was reading the newspaper today morning, wherein the Supreme Court had warned the Telangana government to restore the forests. I think you all would have known about this issue pertaining to the Hyderabad varsity, wherein there was a major issue concerning a forest piece of land that was, cleared by the government without the clearance obtained, and all the judicial forums had come down hard on the government. Now, trying to approach this from a very specific perspective, the government was in place, judicial officers were in place, everybody were in place. Where do you think real action actually happened on ground? It was through the power of civil momentum. It was youth in that particular domain who said, I will rise up to the occasion, I will question the government, I will question a public servant if he is not acting. This is beyond political leanings or preferences again. When youth can join together and they can question and they can come together on a particular platform, then civil momentum is in action. And when civil momentum is in action, automatically you can be catalyst towards contributing towards active community development. Now, I would like to quote about win-win outcomes again. It is not entirely to be disruptive in nature. Now, what I quoted today was a disruptive example of how civil momentum can be in play. Not everything needs to be disruptive. I most certainly, in fact, believe in constructive empowerment in various spheres. Now, where are win-win solutions which can benefit all the stakeholders at play, be it the government, be it the public servant, and all the stakeholders at play? There are various avenues again wherein you can contribute in win-win avenues, wherein you lead youth communities. You have various ways in which you are contributing in a positive way to the society at large, and you are benefiting from the fresh solutions, and at the end of the day, when you are an adult, you are creating more and more responsible young adults who in turn can guide youth towards community development and towards change within your own particular communities. Now take a moment as I spoke about this thing again. What would you like to change in your own society, in your own community? I'll come back to this again at the end of my presentation. Now, this with respect to today's newspaper quoting about how the Supreme Court has come down. And why do I say civil momentum is very relevant in a country like India is because of the large population. Not every issue goes to the notice of a system. Not every issue gets highlighted. Not every plea is listened by those who have to listen. That is when the power of civil momentum and especially youth into community development becomes a major amplifying voice as major, role players in terms of amplifying the voice of those who are not heard to ensure that those who are in power are hearing it and are able to act upon it. Now, I'd like to quote again from within our own circles and within our own communities. When I speak about youth development, contributing to the community, we need not again look too much ahead. We have had speakers and individuals who are sitting right amidst us. All of these people have done excellent work in terms of community development and youth, community development with respect to the youth. Now we had Madish Parikh who was the convener of BRICS Alliance, who was here. He runs a foundation called Elixir Foundation, which is doing a lot of CSR initiatives. And one particular initiative that was very, very successful in terms of Elixir was during the COVID pandemic, when they highlighted how easy it is to put grassroots resilience into action through youth collaboration. So they empowered a lot of rural communities within their respective circles in terms of COVID-19 relief. And this was very well respected and recognized by all the players, to the extent where Dettol recognized his initiatives and, commemorated him with the print of his face in the Dettol sanitizers in a special edition. So that is the amount of action that you can be able to do when you look within your own circles on how I can contribute within the sector. Secondly, we have Gurdit. We had him as a speaker yesterday. Now he is building G-Money again. He is a part of G-Money. He found a solution. He has partnered with hospitals across India, and he found a solution which we found answerable. Instant medical loans for gig workers. We heard him at length speak about how this can contribute towards ensuring that a problem is adequately addressed within his own spectrum. We have Pasandu, who we heard before us today. He is doing excellent work in Sri Lanka within his own respective community. You must highlight this word that I use, within your own quarters. When I speak about community development, it is not something that is beyond and above your own boundaries. Now, I being an advocate, I cannot go and build something that Pasindu is doing. I being an advocate, I cannot go and build a medical tech startup. So I will try to contribute what is within my own boundaries. And I urge each and every one of you, engineers, doctors, those who want to be civil servants, try to contribute within your own boundaries. That is when you will be able to do meaningful and impactful activity in terms of building the community in a generic way forward by contributing within your own communities. So what I am trying to do, a little bit about what we were trying to do in terms of what I am doing within my communities, in terms of I being an advocate, I am trying to mobilize drug-free, drug awareness, and with respect to the drug abuse is something that is very close to my heart. So the impact of community development is very, 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 very huge in terms of the ripple effect that it will have. So when I speak about the ripple effect, you need not start something big. So this is a drug-free Tamilagam initiative that we had launched with about 200 people in a particular school. But I wanted to ensure that more and more young communities are being able to benefit from this. And I brought in all that I can, all the youth bodies, all that were within my communities, to bring them to a shared platform. And you know what? When one of the particular NGOs that I had collaborated with in terms of launching this initiative with about 200 people did the second initiative, the Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu recognized the scope of this initiative, and he himself was present in the next initiative when it was launched. This was known to me when the initiative happened. So that is the amount of ripple effect that can come as a course of small initiatives that you can start within your respective communities, and the fruits that it can bear in the long run. So don't think about starting small. That is another important lesson that I want you to take away when you speak about being catalyst in terms of community development. Again, this is about contributing within my own community and within my own expertise. Now, this is a particular issue that is close to my heart. I have taken up a PIL in the Madras High Court with respect to old age homes in every district, which is a statutory responsibility upon every government. And this is something wherein I am able to contribute. I have identified a problem. I have tried to provide a solution which is within my own professional expertise, me being an advocate. And each and every one, this is an issue that has been pending for more than 20 years, because the Act was enacted in 2007, the Maintenance of Welfare of Senior Citizens and Parents Act. And 20 years, for about 20 years, this has not been addressed. So 20 years, nobody has said, why has not this been addressed? Why has this not been taken by the government? And now that I have taken this up, there is meaningful action that is happening on part of the government. So when you are able to act within your respective boundaries, you put up a hand, you can move any institution to act in your own favor and act towards community development. Now this is again something that happened recently. Digital activism. You all would know about K-pop and their fan base. On a lighter note, it happens to be one of the most trolled fan base on social media platforms for various reasons. But when they came together and mobilized something in terms of an online solidarity, this in turn goes back to how digital activism is in play, in terms of how the internet penetration in India is such that they are able to, combat misinformation through legitimate means. Now this is again one arena where digital activism is in play, and how small fan groups can combat major initiatives, major inputs across the country. Now I ask 3 questions to you again. Concrete questions that I want every single one of you to reflect when you go back today. What is one concrete actionable step? However modest it is. It can be as simple as setting up a garbage bin in your respective locality that you can commit to taking within the next week or just within the 1 week. Even if you don't act on it, at least conceptualize on this idea. And when it is possible towards you, when you are able to do it in the long run, do act on it. Secondly, no, these are 2 other questions on the same lines. I don't want to take much of a time. Now, since this is a conference that is in turn with the collaboration of the ministry, I'd like to place my appeal through this platform to the ministry as well, using this as a platform as to what I believe can be done from the government side, apart from the various initiatives that are being taken by the government already, such as Viksit Bharat and all the other initiatives. First thing is, I would believe that district youth cooperatives within respective societies is something that the NSS and the NYKS can focus on with respect to ensuring that these are various, avenues wherein you are able to contribute towards cooperative startups and cooperative mechanisms that are being put into play. Secondly, I'd like to appeal for the creation of the National Youth Service Corps as a particular sector that is going to contribute towards community development in terms of mandated community service. A lot of countries have this in play, and though there are a lot of pros and cons with respect to this, I use this platform to appeal for this thing. Thirdly, I'd like to have more and more policy interventions in place in terms of lower levels. That is, more and more institutions must be willing to set up policy labs wherein you give informed solutions to problems. Now, when I emphasize on solutions, I am emphasizing on informed solutions. Policy labs, when you go and tread upon paths that is already traveled by people, it helps you in creating informed solutions to problems that are already at play. Secondly is bridging with the real life scenarios. Many a times when there are abstract ideas, it fails to meet the real life expectations what is there on ground. So my appeal in terms of bridging platforms such as ULBs is to bridge real life scenarios with problems that are at play. Now this is again something that I appeal to all educational institutions to focus on in terms of giving real life solutions to problems apart from being abstract in nature. Lastly, make use of all the resources that are given to you at play. The government is ready to give its power and resources in your hands. The youth across the country are stepping up with responsibility, resolve and drive. Make yourself a part of this process. This is a time which is a very interesting time. Amrit Kal is a very interesting time in India's avenue, as you are very lucky to be in an area where you are in the right historic moment. Another 5 years behind, you would be a country wherein, you would not have the potential and the right space to act upon. Another 5 years down the line, you might have another 2-3 decades down the line, you might be a country like Japan, which is an aged population. So you are in the right era or in the right historic space where you will be able to contribute magnanimously. The efforts that you put in a small sphere today might result in exponential results just because you are in the right age. So make use of your opportunities wisely and contribute towards various opportunities that come your way. Various NGOs are in play. Yesterday we had a speaker speak about a Russian initiative which is actively funding a lot of grants for NGOs. Make use of such initiatives, look out for opportunities, Private sector funding and CSR initiatives are humongously active and thriving in the country. Make use of this opportunity and ensure that you are a part of the success story in Amrit Kal. And I'd like to quote Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, "Arise, awake and join hands to drive community development forward. The youth of India are definitely ready to lead." And on that note, I open the forum for questions and I put a clarion call not just for action but co-creation. Collaborate and contribute in meaningful action to drive community development. Let us join hands in community development and not just focus on individual development. We are ready to lead and we are ready to take hold of the privileges that are at a pedestal. And I urge you all to be a part of this success story and lead the change. So if there are any questions I'd like to take, and if there are any interesting ideas, any one or two which you have thought of, which you want to have a meaningful change, we are free to pitch that by using this forum as well. Thank you. If there are no questions, I'll be happy to end my session. I know it's been a long one and we have one more panel discussion, after which we'll be wrapping up for the day. So, if you are done, okay, thank you for the opportunity. I thank the university, especially Dr. Ashwini ma'am for the excellent organization of this event, the amazing team behind the coordination, the Vice Chancellor, the cordial staff and all my fellow resource panelists and all the people who have come far from various nooks and corners of the country. Thank you all and I hope to see you all in some success story on a different day at a different time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the inspiring talk. I request Pratap Lingya, sir, State NSS Officer, to kindly felicitate our speaker. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Hello. Connect out varundu. Check. Check. One on. Check. Check.
Good evening and welcome back to ICON Youth 2025. We are now moving to the last session of the conference, and I'm sure our delegates do not want the conference to end. Do you? Are the delegates with me? Well, we are moving on to the panel discussion that is on the topic Wellness, Technology, Purpose and Purpose, the new triad of youth development. Youth development is accomplished by creating opportunities for youth to grow, learn, and develop towards the desired outcomes. Providing emotional, motivational, and strategic supports necessary to allow the young person to take the full advantage of the opportunities that are made available. Digital technology can help enhance education, reduce youth unemployment, and promote socio-economic development. However, for youth to benefit from these opportunities, all young people must be equipped with a range of technology skills and have affordable access to connectivity. Technology is increasingly integrated into education and learning, which has a direct bearing on the development of children, particularly during their experience in school settings. At the same time, there is concern that technology use may have a negative impact on brain development and activity and learning. So let's have a further discussion on the views of our panelists of this session. And I firstly call upon our moderators and the panelists. So I request Mr. Aditya to escort the panelists onto the dais. I also request Mrs. Priyaram, the convener of the scientific committee, to escort the panelists onto the dais. Give a big round of applause, dear delegates. You have been really supportive throughout the conference. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Aditya. We have the moderators of the session, Tanmaya Prakash, founder at Kannada Guru, communication specialist, and Mr. Mayank Sheshadrichari, tech and public policy analyst. And the panelists for the discussion are Mr. Gurdit Singh Ora, Billing G. Mani, Vice Chair, Partnership and Resources at CYC. Mr. Saurabh Sinde, Founder, OMG, Heartfulness Meditation Trainer. Mr. Vijay Raghav Varada, Solving Hard Problems with 3D Printing, Hakari Prize winner, author, TEDx speaker, Mechatronics engineer. Mr. Pascal Cecil Fernando, advocate, political and public policy consultant, social activist, founder of Cairo Indian Foundation, Karmveer Chakra awardee, associate coordinator, Y20 Secretariat, G20 India 2023. We welcome you all to the panel discussion. Over to you.
Namaskara. Good afternoon, everyone. As we prepare to begin our panel discussion, I want to set the stage for what promises to be an enlightening and inspiring conversation. We are incredibly fortunate to have with us 4 exceptional leaders, each a pioneer in their respective fields, but all bound by a common thread, the drive to create positive changes. From Gurdit Singh Vora, a leader who is transforming youth leadership and financial solutions while advocating for minority rights, to Pascal Sassel Fernando, a passionate advocate and policy consultant who has made a mark in the realms of law and social activism, from Saurabh Shinde, a sustainability champion whose work is empowering communities through education and environmental stewardship, to Vijay Raghav Varada, an innovation powerhouse who is pushing the boundaries of technology with groundbreaking 3D printing solutions. Today, you can expect a panel filled with insightful perspectives on challenges and their visions for the future. So, without further ado, let's dive into this incredible conversation.
Good evening, everyone. Can I get a hi? Are you guys still up? No? Can I get a hi? I mean, I don't want to say this, but in some ways we're very lucky because, again, I don't want to say this, but we've got the best panel at the very last. You know what's really special about this panel? Every single one of these people here, in their entrepreneurial journey, not only juggled their studies, but also juggled other assignments like a job. What's special about these people is that they've all started by juggling different responsibilities and still actualizing their goal, their dream of entrepreneurship. So the first question we're going to ask is going to be relatively broad-based, and we want to know an answer from every single one of you. I want to know 3 things. Number 1, what is your drive? Number 2, which is the biggest business challenge you conquered? And number 3, what's after this panel? What's after this panel?
Hello, check. Let me begin by saying I am very happy that this is the energy after lunch. So give yourself a round of applause to have this much energy after a long session. Thank you so much for having us here. Let me answer the first question. What is my drive? A lot of why I started as an entrepreneur, to be honest, was out of curiosity. I tell people that I'm an entrepreneur by accident. There was an opportunity presented to me and I just said, okay, fine, why not? I started my company when I was in 2nd year of college. It's been 12 years since then. And to be honest, the drive, it waxes and wanes. This is something that you constantly need to keep searching for as your life progresses. I've gone from being a student entrepreneur to now having my employees also getting married and having kids, and it just feels like going from curiosity to having more responsibility towards the community that you are serving, right? Even just the people and the team that is working for you. So over the years, my drive keeps changing, and I think it's something that somebody who's starting up as an entrepreneur constantly has to battle with and answer for every single year, every single time something in the life changes. To your second question, which was...
Which is the biggest business challenge you've solved?
Biggest business challenge, wow. Just surviving 12 years as an entrepreneur, especially something that I started in college where I had zero understanding of finance, zero understanding of marketing and sales, zero understanding of hiring and running a company. And to be honest, I have no idea how I survived the initial 10 years, right? Again, even today I'm learning about new things in business where I am hitting my head, asking myself, how can I not know this? And a lot of things, surprisingly, are things that, you know, mentors have told me about in years before, but I just did not have the maturity to understand, right? So I think it's about having the right mindset to constantly keep learning and adapting yourself to changing situations. I think it's also important to understand that, you know, mentors who have, you know, built companies in the last, you know, 30 years, 20 years, times now are very different, and you really need to adapt what they say differently to your own context. So it's just constantly being alert and aware of yourself, your business, the surroundings that you are the business surroundings that you are in. And yeah, I mean, for me, the biggest thing that I have achieved, you could say, is as a student entrepreneur, not knowing anything about business, being able to build a thriving business that has lasted about 12 years.
And last, what's after this panel?
I have to, some of my teammates need help with some code reviews, so I need to get back with it.
Team reviews. Huge round of applause.
Thank you.
ಹಲೋ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಾನು ಓದಿದ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಮಣಿಪಾಲ್, so it feels really good to be back here in Mangalore, where you know, in 2013 to 2017 when I was studying here in Manipal, there used to be, you know, no INOX or no malls or anything. So every weekend, every other weekend, we used to come to Mangalore and spend time. So it's really good to be you know, back here. And since we were asking about what is the drive, what is the, you know, that makes you work every day, is firstly I feel whatever you do, whether it's college, whether it's studies or work, you always, you know, associate with people you work with, and you know how you feel at the end of the day. So whether it's just playing cricket or working in your office or working for somebody else, it's always important of how you feel from inside, how you are engaging throughout the day, right? So that is what drives me, the people around me who are so passionate, and we all are working towards the same cause, right? So that is something which really inspires or motivates me to get up every day and go, because I see people around me or people younger than me, people elder than me, more motivated. So you always, you know, that is one thing that I would always tell is surround yourself with a lot of positive people and spend time with a lot of your seniors. If you are in a first year, spend time with your, you know, people who are in a fourth year, spend time with your teachers, ask them questions outside your, you know, academics. Now that is something where you feel, when you see everybody has failed and then they have, you know, taken their journey, how everybody is still putting up a smile after, you know, the challenges they have. So this is what kind of drives me every day, to see everybody around, you know, working hard on their life and, you know, contributing to something larger. And what is the biggest challenge that I've faced so far in the business would be, you know, initially we all get an idea, and where the conviction in terms of business is there sometimes, or the conviction on the idea is there sometimes, right? So we all say, like, I really believe that, you know, the businesses or the startups, they're not really, you know, built in the labs. They're always built in your heart. So once you believe that what you are going to work on, are you really, you know, involved? Will you be in a position to put day in and day out efforts for next 1 year, 2 year? You know, it's nothing can be done in a day or a week. It takes, you know, small little hard work every day, day in and day out. There may not be results of 4 months, right? And then you're still putting the effort every day, slowly building your team. So the biggest challenge I feel is, till it was, you know, really I believe that this is what I want to do. Once that decision was made mentally in my head and internally, then every decision, whatever the challenges are there, everything became, you know, ye to figure out ho jayega, right? Ki either you, at least one thing that I learned is, in this challenge is, initially when you come up with the idea, you feel that know everything, I want to do it right, and you say, I cannot fail, I have to impress my parents, I have to impress people, right? Once you cross that stage, what I'm doing is really good and I really want to spend my time, then you're not looking for validations from outside. Then you're really go and say to anybody sir, I really don't know how to do, can you please help me? But at the initial start of your initial career, you always feel, if I say I don't know, I have a problem, people might judge me. That kind of a confidence you get after you fail 1 or 2 times. So now I feel the challenges that I faced was, the getting the core idea, to believe in what I'm doing now, to get it, in all my senses and start working towards it. And what is after this panel is, I'm really looking forward to go to Manipal, quickly see the campus once before I head back to Bangalore.
That's an answer we like.
So, different people had different perspective towards this, and I think for me, what drives me in terms of entrepreneurship or profession or whatever it is wanting to be the person who puts the hand up. So, I always had the drive to say, like, I will be the person who puts the hand up to say, solve something or answer something or do something, be a leader. So that is something that drives me. And as we have had subjective answers here, it is not a very, descriptive answer that anybody can give in terms of what drives you. I think to each and every one, there will be one meaningful reason. I think that reasoning is something that is close to your heart. I think my fellow panelist rightly put it. Startups are not built in labs, but are rather built in your hearts. So that reason or that idea or concept that comes from within yourself, that voice within yourself is something that you should always be open to listen to. And that is what I think will meaningfully drive any individual, not just in terms of entrepreneurship or leadership or any sector or any spectrum for the matter of fact. You must be always listening to that voice, that sense of reasoning, and that will drive you towards anything that you want to meaningfully contribute to. The second one, what was it?
What is the biggest business challenge you've solved?
For me, I think the biggest challenge in terms of my profession or my business is in terms of handling different mentalities and different people. Teams aren't generally 1 + 1 on paper. So in India, when we speak more and more about inclusivity and multilateralism, we need to understand that though we say we are all, one in terms of the human tendency, but you must be willing to always accommodate the point and reasoning that there is always an opposing view to something that is presented by you. No matter how firmly you believe in it, how firmly you statistically back it, and how firmly you reason it, there will always be an opposing view to something that you present. Be it in your team, be it in your business circle, be it something that is beyond your, ambit. That opposing view is something that I have found very difficult to handle in terms of building an ecosystem, not just in business. And that is something that I have learned to, grow accustomed to and have done justice to accommodate and accept and be inclusive about it. Because in India, when we speak about a country that is so diverse, you get a variety of thoughts from variety of individuals, which is always, contrary to what you believe in. So you must be very inclusive and you must practice multilateralism in the truest sense when you want to do something in India. And that is something that I have faced as a challenge. I am sure that few others might be facing on it as well. And I hope that is something that you guys, if you are facing it also, would want to work upon. Third thing about after this conference, I'd leave that to my panelist Gurudit to answer, so he'll have to decide what will I have to do after the panel.
So hello everyone. So I think half of them are sleeping. Can everyone look here? There are 2-3 interesting stories I'll tell you. I am not a person who can tell these things. I am a very, person that will tell my own story and everything, and you can relate to it, a very realistic kind of a story. So what drives me is basically, I am a very firm believer of God, and What I am actually scared of is what if he does not like what am I doing. So that is one thing. Then my journey started back when I just got into IIT. I was like 18 then, and my JE was cleared, and then I was like, boss, now life is settled, job is done, and everything is done. So now you need not worry about anything. So then I met someone who was like, Gurdat, I'm looking at teaching the students, the underprivileged students who don't know about what JEE is, what NEET is, or what Olympiads are. And there are n number of students who actually don't know. Even my father, if I tell you, he is not someone who has actually, he's not very educated, or none of the family members are, graduate as well, to be very frank. Before me, I'm the first one to be graduated in my family. So the thing here I would say is, then he told me, boss, we'll teach the students this, that. I was like, I'm interested, let's go about it. Then I was teaching mathematics, and then in the first year, we had 30 state level and the national level gold, silver medalist in the Olympiads. And then the blessings that those parents gave me is what brings me here, and I'm sitting here as of today. I'll be very frank, because that blessings is driving me. Then the next part, if I tell you about G-Money as well, why G-Money was started, as I told you yesterday as well, it was my brother's idea, wherein he and my aunt went to the hospital. My aunt was COVID positive, and the hospital straight away asked, boss, are you a cash patient or an insurance patient? Insurance patient, we don't have beds. If you're a cash patient, come and sit and pay the cash and go. So the idea behind G-Money also was, boss, we want to bring some impact. If we didn't have money, then my aunt would no more be there, because there are no beds, no treatment, and nothing. So there are many people, actually, if you visit the Yenepoya hospital as well, you will find many of them who don't have money but want to be treated. So these are the two things which drive me, is basically was the blessings that I seek for, and those blessings are what actually is driving me. The second is, the biggest challenge is that I have personally faced is, one is, it is very difficult to do research in India. Once your research is done and everything is done, you don't know. Even when I was standing here, there were 3-4 students, they're making actually a very good thing, which will impact the healthcare sector in the near future. But the problem is, they don't know what next now. This was the exact same Gurdat that I saw in them, was, I have done the research, what next now? No support, nothing. And then eventually what will happen is, many of the people actually try to take your research, steal your research as well. So then many people come in, many people are there supportive and everything, So this is one part that, we'll have to do something, that we'll have to increase the research infrastructure and support the people. This was one challenge that I actually faced. I had no support back then. And the second challenge is, in the healthcare sector, it is very difficult to convince a doctor to take your product, that you are better than a doctor. Was AI, let's suppose, diagnostics, and there was a blood, the blood pressure monitoring machine, the digital one that came into the market, the AI one. No one was ready to accept it. The doctors were like, my machine is better than this one. But now eventually, because of the research and everything, it is adapted. But this is the actual problem, that in healthcare, people are not that adaptive. The reason is because the people's life is at stake as well. But, people have to be open. This is the challenge that I face. And what next? So there are two answers for what next, whichever people want to, listen to it. One is, I'll give as an entrepreneur, or as a, a vice chairman of the Commonwealth, what next? A very professional answer. Or second, as a youth, what next? So whichever way you want, I can answer both the ways. Which way do you want, or everyone wants, what next?
Let's have a combination of the both.
So what next could be, the plan are two, because we are in Bangalore. One is because there's a very young crowd. One, we can go to club or beach. Or the second part is, we'll have a Commonwealth meeting tonight, so I have to attend that as well. So.
Fantastic.
I'm sure your stories were really inspiring to a lot of youth like us. So now that you've told us about what drives you and what your journey is, what are the challenges you faced, India is moving towards Viksit Bharat. So what do you think is the role of youth in this transformative journey? What is the role of youth in the transformative journey where India is moving towards Viksit Bharat?
I remember where I was I remember when I heard the Prime Minister's speech about Viksit Bharat, and I felt like it is a call to arms. And I think each of us with our own journeys, especially where you come from, whether you're a lawyer, whether you're a healthcare practitioner, whether you're an engineer, each of us has a different path towards that, towards the Viksit Bharat. I believe that the youth are the most in tuned to leverage technology. I mean, even 10 years back, I felt like the power of the individual is just the access to resources, information and technology that we had back then itself empowered me as a student to start up a company. Today, it is even more game changing. And when it comes down to the youth to be able to handle the barrage of information that is out there, sift through it, condense it, derive actionable insight from it, and apply it to make changes which in the context of their lives, their communities, the journey that they are on in their lives. So I see youth being a catalyst, being able to leverage all these new age technologies in a way in which our previous generations just could not, because we are the generations that are born into this technology, and it is just so much to fathom, and these are all game-changing technologies that are completely changing the way that products are built, solutions are built, and it is up to us to shape the future.
Thank you for that answer, sir. So, can we know in the perspective of law, social activism?
So for me, I think Viksit Bharat in terms of activism is for more youth to be in participative governance. So when I speak about participative governance, again, it is about you start with activism. When you start with activism, you make use of the non-governmental foundation like NGOs and other platforms for you to create change and impact. But beyond that comes the question of when do you get the, authority in your hand to change. That is when participative governance comes into picture. My vision of Viksit Bharat is for more and more youth to assume roles of active governance, be it elected roles, nominated roles, whatever it is, for them to actually hold power in their hands to create opportunities for other youth, create meaningful and impactful change within your respective community again. Now this sounds very tricky when you look at it, because politics is still a taboo in a lot of households, is still a forbidden language for a lot of traditional households. But when you speak about participative governance, it does not necessarily have to be a political thing at all, to be honest. I am not able to recall there's this particular village panchayat in Himachal Pradesh where for the last 3 decades or 2.5 decades, if I'm not mistaken, there have only been people under the age of 25 who have been elected as village panchayat head. Now this has been possible because there is a community group within their respective region which is about 95% apolitical. None of them are political office bearers, and they have come together and they have decided that they will have a common consensus to vote the representative. Now this is participative governance. Of course, again, when you speak about this example, this is a very localized example that I am giving in one quarter. But if one panchayat can do it, it can happen in 10 other panchayats in your respective, areas. And it need not be panchayats. It can be any, forum that gives you an active opportunity to be in participative governance. Now, my fellow panelist again, Gurdat is an example. He is in the participative governance in Commonwealth Youth Council. Now, he has taken that step to be in a, arena where he has been elected, and he is able to contribute and empower a lot of others. At the same time, do impactful contribution back to the society. So for me, the idea of Viksit Bharat lies in more and more youth, especially specialists, not just generalists, specialists like doctors and engineers and individuals like you who will have to be active contributors in participative governance, be leaders, be shapers and movers and shakers, not just be passive inhibitors. Now this is my idea of Viksit Bharat. You have to be leaders, you have to participate in governance for you to be able to do impactful change and drive that back to youth who will be coming back after you as well.
Me, Viksit Bharat, it's not one aspect that would really make, India Viksit Bharat. When we were as mentor in National Youth Festival that was in Delhi, where all the youths across India were asked to give around 10 different topics. Be it, it's not, sometimes we think it's just if the technologies are there or the roads are there. It's not about one or two topics. There's so many things that come together, whether be it agriculture and basic, education, health. So there are so many factors that come along when we talk about a Viksit Bharat. And as a youth, how can we contribute is, right, we are at a juncture where we can carry on the legacy that our previous generation has given. We are also, we can thank to our education, we can thank to circumstances and to the internet. We are able to see what are the drawbacks or the things that we can change. And we are also at stage, where whatever work we do now in next, 10 to 15 years will have a bigger impact for the next generation to come. So that is where, I feel, as youths, we draw inspiration from our past and, also take a leap to the future where, whatever actions that we do today can really have an impact at an individual level and also at our community level. So this is something I really believe that, we draw inspiration and look for inspiration around people. And as a youth, we might feel our contribution will be very less, but collectively, giving a platform for each one. And, even in this speech, Modi ji, when he was addressing all the youth on January 12th, he was like, it was, again, the reason, I'm mentioning this is the backdrop that was there in the seminar was of Vivekananda, wherein, he emphasized a lot on if there is something that world would learn from India is spirituality or take inspiration. And Gurudev's example also is like, where he, inspiration, where it draws it from, right? That is something very, for us rooted in India, right? That is where we seek inspiration. And that is something that we can lead the way for the world also.
Gurudev, with this vision of Viksit Bharat, what do you think is the biggest advantage the young entrepreneurs have?
Hello. So firstly, the Viksit Bharat won't be built for us, it will be built by us. Right? Because if this generation does not work hard, does not have, small and consistent, honest, hard work, be the Viksit Bharat, it will just, very big, glamorous headline, and that will go away in few years if we don't. If the youth of the India does not work towards it, because 65%, roughly around 65% is the youth, which is 35 or less. So that is, be built by us. The benefit that the entrepreneurs will actually have is because if India is moving towards a developed nation, the whole world's eyes will be towards India. So everyone will look at investing into India. Everyone will look at coming and working in India, which our youth currently is going out to work. If India is working towards a developed nation, our currency will increase and people will come here and work for us. It is actually a dream where you can see the foreigners actually working for us than we going and working for them. I don't want to name any country, but everyone knows where do. So that is first thing that, that is the aim as well, that first thing is our talent should be ours, our innovation should be ours. Many a times, even the zero which was innovated and, which was, thought of in India is actually given to some other country. Many of the researchers, many of the things which I just had watched the reel last night or last night, that the distance between the earth and the sun is actually written in Hanuman Chalisa. If you multiply those 3 words, it is actually written in Hanuman Chalisa, and we say that anything, satellites, there's that, the distance between sun and the sun and the earth is actually in the Hanuman Chalisa. So what are we talking about? Our science is there, everything is there. We have to be there now. Youth has to work, and that is what I think that is how Bharat will be Viksit.
I have a very important message for the audience. If you were listening closely, every single one of them highlighted something about their entrepreneurial journey which gave them the power to go on, which was self-ownership. Every single one of them took out the time in their lives, battled arduous circumstances, in some cases even dealt with very, very technical people to sell their products, or in some cases had the courage of conviction to go and network and build the communities of support that they needed to start their companies. So self-ownership is a very important thing that every single one of them have highlighted. And just the way I have a message for the audience, I also have a message for you guys. After this panel is over, you'll see a lot of these young people will come to you and they'll talk, right? They'll ask you questions. And for that, I'm going to ask you some slightly personal questions, a little probing questions. And I hope they're able to highlight a side of who you are successfully. So my first question is for you, Vijay. I was reading through your profile and I found something very interesting, which is that you are a firm advocate of open source software, right? I am not an expert in this matter, but I think that's a very idealistic goal to have. That's a very idealistic belief to have, right? So, a 2-part question. Number 1, can you please explain what that is? And number 2, how do you think idealism has impacted your entrepreneurial journey? If I'm not wrong, Vijay holds a very unique distinction, which is that he traveled to Antarctica with Robert Swan to develop an open source solution. Go ahead.
So let me correct you about the perception of what open source is. Open source does not equate to free. Open source meaning freely available, the documentation is available, and then you can leverage that knowledge to do whatever you want. And primarily I'm an advocate for open source hardware specifically because I wouldn't be where I am without the wealth of knowledge that exists online. And obviously as an entrepreneur I need to be very mindful about what I protect in terms of patenting or copyrights and what I can share freely with the community. So it's important to understand that open source is not free and it isn't an idealistic behavior, primarily because the framework open source is built into the framework of the world already. And you could take an example of, again, you can just take any application, go to the legal section, look at the attributions, and then you will see how many open source libraries and software those applications are built on. So I would look at it from a perspective of standing on the shoulders of giants. People have come before us, have made it a lot more easier to get started with things, and we are just taking the boundary a little more further. And people will be entrepreneurs, they will be builders that come after me that can leverage what I have built and take it further. So you gave the example of the open source wind turbine that I built in Antarctica. So it was behind the philosophy that I wanted more people to work in the sustainability era, especially as engineers. Obviously, the umbrella of sustainability is very large, but specifically I wanted, as an engineer, as a technologist, I wanted to get more technologists and engineers within this domain. So the entire expedition to Antarctica was, you could say, a marketing story I built around this core device, where it enables you to generate power from the wind. And again, to be honest, I was so engrossed in building it and taking to Antarctica, but when I was actually there and I was charging my power bank from the Antarctic winds and from there charging my camera and my phone, just that feeling was so empowering that I was able to generate electricity and power from the Antarctic winds, and I have it and holding it in my hand. I have controlled, or I have leveraged Mother Nature, and I have, in a way, taken a small essence of Mother Nature into powering my devices. And I think just that experience for me itself was so humbling, and just made me look more deeply into how we generate energy today as a society. And I wanted to give that experience to other people, right? So it was not just putting it on for free. The plans and designs are online. Anybody can build this wind turbine, and a lot of people have built it all across the world, and that has itself been very motivating. Not only the fact that they have built it, but this is where open source becomes interesting, where people make it better. People take what you have and make it better, and you yourself can benefit because of that. So today, the design is out there. I myself might not be working on the design, but there's an entire community out there that's working on my designs and making it better and better. Because of that, communities who are looking at portable power all across the world can benefit. So that is the concept of open source. So how you can leverage open source to create both for-profit companies, non-profit companies, is all up to you, right? There are examples of a lot of companies that are based out of Linux, like Red Hat, that have built robust business models based on open source technologies. So I'm a proponent of open source hardware and software, primarily because it enables the next generation to stand on top of the shoulders of giants and apply that technology and take the world forward.
The second part of my question was, how has idealism impacted your entrepreneurial journey? If you could just...
That's it. That is quite a loaded question. Again, for example, as an entrepreneur, there's a lot of stuff that, say for example, I will not give bribes. I will not entertain these things. But to be honest, when it comes down to the GST officer is telling you that no, I will, or you have a shipment of things, you have no idea about the paperwork that is needed if India Post is holding this thing, and suddenly he says for an item that is worth 10,000 rupees, you have to pay 60,000 rupees as this thing, but if you pay this much bribe, he will let it go, right? What do you do in situations like that? So I think it is important to understand, I mean, obviously it's good to be idealistic, it is good to have that, and I think as I was younger, I used to go to war with the world when it comes on things like that. I'm like, main nahi pay karega. Like, you do what you want, right? Jaane de. But as you grow older, as you become more mature, you understand that the world is a certain way, and you have to sometimes navigate it, and sometimes it's just not worth. You pick your battles as you become older, and obviously these are all things like mental snapshots and images that you take, and you want to not have that in the future, right? And if people are empowered to not have those things happen, it'll be great. I think as I was younger, as somebody who's specifically open source advocate in sustainability space, right? It is very hard to be sustainable, where you are trying to save the amount of plastic, or not produce waste, not produce plastic, and especially in Bangalore, where milk, bread, food, everything comes in plastic packets, right? It is just incredibly difficult to do that, and I think I've just chosen to pick my battle, saying that these are the things that I will work, and this is the way these are the places where I will be idealistic, and these are the things that are battles for somebody else to sort of fight.
It's a fantastic answer, and I really appreciate how you conveyed a certain degree of sincerity and humility in the way you answered it. My next question is for Pascal. Pascal, again, building on the values that we've spoken about and bringing the same degree of sincerity, I want to ask you an emotional question. See, entrepreneurship is not just about starting a business, it's not just about getting dhanda done, right? In the context of politics, entrepreneurship is realizing that you're going to have to do a lot of difficult things, right? These things we don't want to say, but they are a reality of our political system, right? So my question, slightly emotional, is that I'm sure there are a lot of people in this audience right now who will come up to you and say that I want to do it, but I'm very scared, right? I'm scared, A, of doing the wrong things, and B, if I want to do only the good things, I'll have to bear the repercussions of those, right? What is your message for those type of people?
So, since the audience are also a bit, is there anybody from Tamil Nadu here? Anybody? Right. Okay. Can somebody send the mic across to...
Yes, sir.
Where are you from?
I'm from Chennai.
You're from Chennai. So, what do you think is a non-controversial, let's keep it non-controversial, a major problem in Tamil Nadu today?
You mean like politically or?
Not politically, not at all politically, something that is social.
Nah, I'm not sure about it, actually.
Any public issue. Right. Let me answer that.
Yeah, anything specific you want, like?
Say something that concerns the people, pollution, or anything for that matter of fact, something that is within your own community.
Yeah, obviously civic sense. People don't know where, like all those things. Putting trash everywhere, that's one thing.
Okay. So, if say, Greater Chennai Corporation is not handling your waste properly, what will you do in your own respective capacity?
First of all, from my side, I would see to that I don't throw stuffs on the road and all those things. I would sort out the waste, and I'm actually doing it. And the next thing is that probably complain to the municipal office.
Exactly. That probably will become, I will do it when you put up a hand and you do it. I think that is what every single person has to, develop at some point in time. I was a very reluctant person, and I'm still a reluctant person in that sense. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I am still a reluctant person when it comes to having an opinion on things, having a, putting up that voice. I want to be the voice, but I still have that problem. So what was a life-changing experience for me particularly was a very personal incident. So there was this private industry against which people were protesting against in my state, and unfortunate incident wherein there were a lot of clashes. I'm not going into the political aspect of what went wrong where, and you had people who were killed in acts of police brutality. That much I can name it, because the commission report that has been published by the government calls out police brutality. So when this happened, I was a student of grade 10 or grade 11. I was in my Max Bio group. I had very decent scores in biology. I wanted to be a doctor, and I did clear NEET at some point in time. But that incident was a stark change for me to change my profession and switch towards becoming an advocate, because I felt that there was, something that was wrong. I wanted to put up and say, yes, I want to be the voice, but I was not able to do it. So that is a very personal incident for me, from where I drew the inspiration to say, yes, I will want to, contribute and change things. Even then, I had a lot of reluctance. I had filed complaints with the Human Rights Commission back then, and I was not sure. Many times, again, the problem is, the reluctance also comes from the problem that what will this contribute in the long run? Because how small and meaningful can your efforts be, it can again have impact that is huge and humongous, and that was the case in my thing also. So when I had put in a complaint in the HRC portal, what was an online complaint of 100 words, what I had put up, it was featured in Justice Aruna Jagdishan Commission's report when the report was published, and that complaint was acknowledged. So you had a small effort that was taken by me at some point in time, which was translated into a visible action, visible result at some point in time, say 2 or 3 years down the line. I don't know what has come out of the report, and there are a lot of reasons and political things going on, but for you to put up the word and say, yes, I will want to do something, is something that always remains personal. I think it has to come from a personal drive. And I am sure you all will have some moment in your life when life gives you that opportunity to take a call and say, yes, I will put up my hand. When that will be that moment, I encourage you all to, again, when I was speaking in my previous answer, listen to your inner call and say, yes, I will put up that hand and I will question. And trust me, you will not regret the decision ever again in your life.
I think if you listen closely to both of their answers, you'll again see people that have a humility to understand that there are circumstances in your life where you have to build something for yourself, right? And the other thing is that you need to have a bravery, right? Moving slightly into the question of community building and moving slightly into the question of really dealing with community youth, right? Saurabh, I was reading your profile, and as someone who's an entrepreneur in the sustainability space, what's unique about you is that you've not only dealt with governments or companies, but you've dealt with school children, right? It's a little bit of a light-hearted question, but what's the difference between dealing with school children and maybe like college students? And B, what role does habit formation play in the longevity of, let's say, a successful sustainability campaign in agriculture or something like that?
Dealing with children at school is something where they're still, really creating impression on anything and everything, right? Whatever that comes from the teacher, or whatever they learn in the school, becomes a blueprint or a foundation for them. So that is where our work primarily lies in. Since we see that there's a lot of sustainable development goals, if you are aware about, right, where about education, hunger, water, there's so many 17 sustainable development goals that are there, which every government, every you can say organization, everybody is working hard. Even as a college, as a community, we have so many policies, we're working towards it. But one of the major thing that I believe is very much essential is to address all of these issues that are going on, right? Whether it is, like she was mentioning about, the garbage waste and everything. There's one of the primary pollution that we all, we all cannot escape, is something that is thought pollution, right? If our thoughts are clear, if our intentions are clear, a kid will never think about throwing a garbage on the road. A kid, when he becomes an adult, will never go and cut a tree, right? So, but for this, you have to educate at an early age, where, like you said, it's not something that is borrowed knowledge, which is not something that is imposed by the government, which is a policy that is making you do, which is the rules and regulation of a community that is making you do, which is something you believe because you have experienced it firsthand. That is what we do at OMG Labs as well. The journey, how it started was, we really wanted, all the kids, especially middle school kids, to consume healthy food, right? Healthy greens. When we was researching around this, we found out started reading a lot about malnutrition as a case in India. And then we started seeing that malnutrition is also a case in the highly developed countries as well, right? Because in the remote places, the malnutrition is because they don't get access to good food. And in highly developed countries or places, malnutrition is because they eat wrong kind of food, right? So this little basic education which is at the school level, now it becomes part of their habit. Whatever they learn, they are excited to go and tell their parents back, right? Everything that they learn in school, when they come to our lab and they put one seed, they grow one plant, they're so excited to go and share it with their parents. They want to teach their neighbors, they want to teach their friends. When they start doing things after going back from school, it slowly embeds in their mind, right? Then you can slowly see the shift. In most of the schools that we are doing this program, wherein there was no salad at all in their midday meals or menu, now every school has at least 4 times, students are requesting, can we have more greens in the menu. So this is something at a school level, it's a blank slate, you can say, where everything becomes, you can, paint, you can nudge, you cannot definitely paint the whole picture, but you can definitely, do things. At a college level, I feel the energies are more, and everybody has come through their own channel of thoughts. And here, it's an advantage as well, because everybody is looking to contribute. Whenever we have addressed college students or workshops, every time I visit a college, I come back with more ideas. Oh sir, I think we can do this also with this. So in school it is again more humbling, because you get the raw reaction from the kids of how really to be, you keep your nature in that, what you call, you can see everything they look at it surprise, right? So there's that innocence is there. So that is something, when I go to school, I see a lot of innocence, to keep that innocence intact with all the work that is going on. When I interact with students at college, I come back with a lot of inspiration and ideas.
Fantastic. What I'll do is I'll ask one last question, and then you can have a round, and then we'll just close it off, right? Gurdeep, my friend, there's something that Vijay said that I really resonate with, right? And I think you are also someone that I want this particular opinion on, right? The problem is of compliance, right? I think there is enough entrepreneurial zeal in India that 1 billion startups can start, right? What our friend Saurabh just said right now, that every time you go to a college, you find people, you meet people that have such tremendous ideas that you're full of energy, right? So my question to you is, as an entrepreneur, what challenges have you seen on the compliance side of running a business smoothly? And second, if you could give a message to the government of India about letting businesses be free or enabling the business environment in some way, what would it be?
See, I'll tell you the challenges. The major one that we, being a finance company, we face is RBI compliance. There are n number of audits that happen, then you need n number of licenses. And I actually gave one example of a company as well yesterday, which was closed just because of the one regulatory change, and the credit cards that they had given to the students were actually taken back, and the thing was closed. So this is actually a problem in India. This one. And the next problem is, there are many, activists in India which, just go and write an RTI, and then again the compliance of something or the other sort actually comes in. This is actually a problem. Everything cannot be, compliant. You can be wrong somewhere or the other. And this is what actually hinders as well. Many people, if you're growing, they'll pull you back. One idea, as you were saying that, the university, if you go, there are many ideas. One idea I actually liked which was new to me, to be very frank, into the recycling thing regarding the glasses that can be recycled. Then one was the kneecap. Then one was related to mental health. So there were people come up with the ideas. They have n number of ideas. Guidance is a problem. Then next thing, what I would suggest to the government, to be very frank, is we have to have a course online or somehow where all the students, no matter if they are interested in entrepreneurship or not, they should know how to register a company, how to register for a patent, what are the things that are required. Basically, now if I start a company, I have to file for an ITR and everything by the end of the year and everything of that sort. So all the legal things, everyone should be aware of. We as an engineer, frankly, I don't know how to register a company. Even today, I don't know how to register a company. We have a company secretary, she does it everything. So even today, I don't know. So, these are basic things which if the government can do, there are many good initiatives, Startup India, Atal Innovation Missions, Atal Incubation Centers, everything is there, but this course is actually lacking an end-to-end service of what are the legal things that are required. So this is something which I would actually want the government to look at.
Thank you for your answer, sir. So I have one question to Vijay, sir. So you spoke about constant learning, and you also spoke about your technological contributions. In view of youth, what are the skill sets the youth should have to convert the technical knowledge they have into real-world application?
No, I think you've really pressed on a very important point, where I think a lot of engineers specifically live in their own sort of glass houses that they've built. But I think it's important to understand and have humility, and just understanding people, understanding situations, understanding, putting yourself in somebody else's shoes. I think that empathy is something that is very important as an entrepreneur, because frankly you're building a product for other people, not yourself. And just your understanding of the problem. I think a lot of, especially engineers, I work with engineers day in and day out. I think the biggest problem that we have, and myself included when I was young, is I get married to the solution and don't acknowledge the problem enough. And one of the most significant things that you've taught as an engineer is actually root cause analysis, where you have to really go deep within the problem and break it down into parts, into small chunks, and really understand the problem at its core, whether it's a technical problem, whether it's a knowledge problem, whether it's a person problem, whether it's a process problem, and then solve it with that understanding in light. And again, from engineering, you have concepts like Occam's razor, where the simplest solution is the best solution. And solutions don't have to be technically, amazing and look sexy or things like that. So it's very important to have that humility of and empathy of understanding the person, people, the problem that you're really solving for, and operating from that, and be married to the problem and not the solution. I think too often we get married to the solution and become advocates for the solution, and sometimes somebody else with a better solution, with a better understanding to the problem wins out, primarily because they have a much more in-depth understanding of the problem. So I think as entrepreneurs also, it's very easy to fool ourselves, and this is something that I myself keep asking myself over after a few years, whether I'm working on the right problems or not, or is my solution catering to the right problems or not. And when you have a hammer in your hand, everything in the world looks like a nail, but there is always nuance. You need to really understand the people that you're building for and build bespoke solutions for them. And this is also something that I'm currently obsessed with, right? Again, I've been building 3D printers for the last 12 years, and now I'm like, how can this technology work for the medical industry? And I see that there are a lot of gaps, say for example, in that solution, where I need to be able to get this technology working for physicians, working for ophthalmologists, working for pediatricians who need to understand, if you have a very complicated surgery that you want to do, can you 3D print the skeletal structure, and can the doctor understand from that perspective, right? And I know that the hardware that I've built, a doctor can never, just use it. What is that gap that I need to fill? How do I get the actual person that can benefit from this technology? What do I need to build in between so that, it is something that everybody can benefit with? So I think it's important to go deep into the problem, and I think that is where the opportunity also lies. A lot of people get married to the solution, not looking at that exact problems. And I think as entrepreneurs also, I think geography is a context. You could possibly take the same kind of problems that exist somewhere else and the solutions that exist somewhere else, but for whatever reason hasn't worked in India if you just copy paste it. And what are the things that you need to change in order to make it work in India? Those are the kind of things and ideas that can come out from brainstorming sessions when you really look more deeply into the problem rather than being married to the solution.
Thank you for that answer, sir. So talking about sustainability, my question is to Saurabh, sir. So when we say sustainability, it looks like this cool term in textbooks, in conferences. But sustainability is a way of life. So how can youth take conscious steps in leading a sustainable life? What are the steps that they can take?
I'd like to go back to the previous answer that I gave, to make it, like you said, sustainability is not a choice, but it's a way of life, and for that, every activity that we do, every act whether it's while we are eating or we are making a purchase or we are, discarding the waste. Every aspect of our life has to be more conscious. And something that is from your conscious and something that is simple can never go against nature. If somebody, comes randomly at midnight and asks you what is your name, you won't think twice about telling your name, right? If you want to say a wrong name, your heart gives you a signal, okay, I'm doing something wrong. And every time we do something, we are walking on the street, we feel like throwing something. The moment there's a split thought before throwing a paper outside, we feel, should I throw it or not? I see around and I throw it. So every time your heart does give you a signal. Whether you are at a student level, while this might be the same thing when you become the responsibility of running a large company, you may be thinking, okay, today it's about a small chocolate wrapper, tomorrow it may be a wastage of tons. The attitude will remain same, right? The more and more you start suppressing your voices at this age, right? So maybe you might think, okay, itme se kya farak padega? What could it make difference? Right? So you will start suppressing your voice so that, when you grow older, the more and more you suppress the voice of your heart, then everything that you do becomes natural to you. You don't really think about what is good or bad, right? So that is where we feel that, be more conscious, just pause a while, pause a little in your life before you do something. Then that gives you a lot of clarity on, on what actions we should be taking. Yeah.
That was an amazing message. Thank you. So,
I think we are almost running out of time. So I'll give my concluding remark and then you can give your concluding remark. It's fine. I think we can give our concluding remarks and then we can move on. I think there are certain key takeaways that this entire panel has had for us, right? If we start with Gurdeep here, his answers display a certain degree of groundedness, right? Where not only does he repeatedly ask us to, use simple language, but if you look at his sources of motivation, which are his God and his family, I think it conveys to us that irrespective of how high we want to go, we have to have something rooted that gives us strength, gives us the strength of purpose, right? If we look at our friend Saurabh here, Saurabh, I think you should consider a hand at business, because I think the way you think about problems is a lot like a consumer psychologist, right? Where you're constantly creating product differentiations and what audience you're talking to. So what his answers convey to us is that it's very important to know your audience at all points, right? And have rational expectations from them and know what you can get out of them, right? If we talk about our friend Pascal here, Pascal, you're a lion. You bring incredible energy, and I think the entire audience also appreciated how you decided to take a different turn here, right? Which has a very important lesson for entrepreneurs, that there is no script, ladies and gentlemen. You always need to have something dynamic about yourself. And Vijay, honestly, I think the way your journey has developed as someone who started their entrepreneurship journey at 19, right? But has seen the course of business in India and realized that maturing is realizing that there are certain decisions you have to take on the spot, right? There are certain problems you have to solve on the spot. And doing is the best teacher, right? That you always have to negotiate with yourself and know that tomorrow I have to survive for my business. I think you bring that sense of realism into this panel, and I really want to thank all of you. So before I request Tanmaya to end and give her remarks, let's just do a quick vibe check. How's the Josh? नहीं, ये तो low लग रहा है. How's the Josh? अभी भी मजा नहीं आया. One last time. How's the Josh?
So in this panel, we spoke about healthcare, we spoke about technological advancements, we spoke about social activism, sustainability, Viksit Bharat, and whatnot. So it was really an enriching session. So do we have any questions from the audience?
Hello, good afternoon. This question is actually outside the topic, as we are in the, as we use the term empowerment, and so far we have sessions on monetizing and having our own entrepreneurship, startups, etc. Sir, I would like to ask, since assault cases have been on a rise in India and all over the world, and the perpetrators are of any religion, any caste, any political party, there's no discrimination in that. So as a youth, how can we empower ourselves to fight against this? And how can we empower others? Also in many cases, like when we go to the authorities, we may be faced with challenges because of corruption or anything else. So how do we empower ourselves in these cases?
So, see, legally speaking, there's a lot of avenues for you to, like counter something such as, what is that today? For instance, I think India has come a long way from what Nirbhaya was, though, like today it is still, on various parameters we have improved as a country, we have collectively learnt, and but still individuals continue to like take individual choices, and there is not, to be entirely honest, this is a type of crime that is societal, because like this is not something that can be controlled by a police or a department or something that is in place. So avenues for you, there are various avenues for you to like lodge your protest, or like go ahead and give a complaint. And like I think we have to think beyond exceptions, because what you term as the department not taking things into consideration, complaints not being raised, these are all exceptions. I feel on a day-to-day practice, when I see the department is very proactive, the police is very, very sensitive towards such sexual harassment and assault crimes. They are very, 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 very concerned in terms of handling such victims. And you have the victim compensation scheme that is in place in various states, so there's comprehensive assistance that is being given. You have fast-track trials and fast-track Mahila courts that are in place, which take forward these trials. The identities of victims are protected in most of these cases. However, despite all of this, there is exceptions. And when there are exceptions, again, it is in the hands of civil momentum, as I was talking about. When more and more people voice it out, more and more people step up and, like hold vigil and, like protest, then that gives more, like active. See, it is not something that I'm justifying here, because India as a country is a population of 1.4 billion again. When we are talking about crimes, addressing crimes, it becomes a huge ask, and there are exceptions. And when there are exceptions, that is when civil momentum comes into picture. So for instance, when I started my NGO, I had something called as the Nirbhaya helpline, which I had started. Though it is not operational now, it was operational for about a year, wherein there was a particular helpline number in which women could register their such instances of, like sexual harassment, and such instances when their department was not ready to register the complaint. So we would in turn collate these complaints and forward it to the respective district legal services authority and the juvenile justice committee if it's a minor, and then they would be acting upon it, and they are directed to act upon it, because we were keeping them check in terms of being external players who are actively contributing towards ensuring that civil pressure was there. So such, now though we are no longer operating the helpline because of operational constraints, such measures and such like initiatives are always there for you to reach out and for you to amplify such initiatives, but always be wary of the thought that these are all exceptions. This is not the general case. The department, the state is very, very sensitive towards such instances, and the judicial like mechanism is also very robust, and we have come a long way from Nirbhaya in terms of addressing such assaults and like such things. So do not be disillusioned that we are not doing much. India is definitely transforming very rapidly towards like ensuring that these incidents are curbed at various levels.
Thank you for the answer, sir. Do we have any other questions?
So, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. So, my question is to Vijay, sir. Sir, at one point of time, have you ever felt up giving up and then felt like I'm not going to give up. And what's that moment, and why, what kind of thing which gave you a power to I'm not going to give up in this moment, or I'm not going to give up at any point of time?
That's a good question. I think that's something that I feel we will all face at some point of time in our lives. And how we behave in situations like that determines the course of how we are as individuals and how we live our lives for the rest of our lives. This feeling of giving up honestly comes every few years, every 2-3 years. Something or the other happens. I think one of the biggest enemies that we will face is self-doubt. I think the chairman or it was somebody had mentioned also whether an atheist is somebody who doesn't believe in themselves, right? And that is something that I have personally battled with for many years. And it is weird when you are beaten, when you are in the deepest hole possible, when you feel like you have lost everything. The strength, I have no idea where it comes from sometimes. I think you could probably argue that it might be divine. That strength sort of leads you in the way where after you've given up, it is something that pushes you forward. For me, those are the times where I have asked myself, have I given this my all? Have I done everything possible to win? Or is it just something that I am telling myself that it's time to give up? And whenever the answer has been no, I haven't given it my all, I haven't tried my best, there is still something left to give, there's still something left to do. That is, you could say, my primary thing to get back up and start fighting and learning and understanding. And I think those situations are transformative situations where a lot of our circumstances change, the people around us change, the mentors that we get access to change, the people around us change, opportunities that we get changed. I don't know, I believe it's divine. So it's important to, one, embrace those moments of breaking and allow yourself to break completely. And the wisdom that arises from that is something that builds you, builds character, and takes you on for the journey for life. And this is something that I have thought about. I mean, how many more times can I afford to break myself? How many more times can I afford to keep falling back down? And I believe that there is some higher purpose that we are all here for. And these are all tests of fire to build us into something much more stronger. And every single time I have fallen and broken myself, it's always for challenges that have been a lot more difficult than the previous challenge that I have faced. So as long as the challenges get more challenging, those are the situations where allows you to fight back and rise to the level of the challenges. And as long as, for me, that is one thing that keeps me going, where as long as I am facing new challenges and breaking down and doubting myself over new challenges and then finding out strength within to fight those new challenges, that is what keeps me going as an entrepreneur.
So one more question. So what kind of advice you give to yourself when you were a 20-year-old guy? Just an advice, and why is it so?
So that is the thing about when I was 20, right? I think I was too cocky. I thought I knew everything. I think my main advice would be to stay humble. The world is the way it is for a particular reason. There's no point in feeling that you can take over the world and you have a better way to do things. I think just having that humility and having the willingness to learn, I think that is what trumps everything else. Humility, if you do not have humility, you will never learn. And that is the most fundamental thing in order for you to learn and grow, is that having the humility to say that, hey, I do not understand this, I do not know this, I need help. And that is the signal for the universe to send you a mentor, send you help. And it's happened to me too many times. And again, talking about spirituality is something, it's weird. I think entrepreneurship, when you get into entrepreneurship, one way or the other, it leads you to spirituality. I don't know. But you start looking at, asking those questions, like, why am I doing what am I doing? Why am I facing the challenges that I am facing, right? What is the point of it all? So these are all existential questions, and weirdly enough, a lot of them lead to God. So I don't know, I mean, does that answer your question? I think the older I get, the closer I get to having this understanding of the world and God and spirituality. So what I would suggest to my younger self is just keeping myself open and having the humility to learn, and don't get too cocky and feel like you know everything.
I thank the panelists for their amazing answers. I also thank the audience, and I thank Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports and the Yenepoya University for organizing this conference. So I would like to say, ಏಳಿ ಎದ್ದೇಳಿ ಗುರಿ ಮುಟ್ಟುವ ತನಕ ನಿಲ್ಲದಿರಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಭವಿಷ್ಯಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಶ್ರಮಿಸೋಣ, ದೇಶದ ಭವಿಷ್ಯವನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟೋಣ. ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್, ಜೈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Special thanks to the moderators and panelists for such an interesting discussion on wellness, technology and purpose, the new triad of youth development. Since we come to the end of our last session of the conference, and we have done a lot of talking and discussing, so let's carry out a take-home message, a new initiative at least. So what we have done is, on behalf of Silver Jubilee celebration of Yenepoya University, the Environmental Club here has taken a new initiative wherein we replace the paper cups what we use on our daily basis into a personalized mugs. So all the staff and students, especially the staff at least who will be in their cabins, we carry our own mugs and go to the canteen and pick our own cup of coffee and come. That's how we save a lot of waste and also take care of our health. The paper cups have a lining of plastic, which is also not good for our health. So I request all the delegates here, and there are a lot of leaders here, if it's possible in your workplace, I request you all to take this initiative so that we can create a domino effect, since there are delegates from 26 and more different states. So if we, more than talking, if we do something practically, that will give a true meaning for us as youth, as change makers. So let's take and extend this initiative, everyone. So start using your personalized mugs instead of say no to paper cups, and say no to a lot of waste in your workplace and at your home. Can we all do that? Are you with me? Yes. Can I hear some yes from your side? Yes. There we go. Then comes the success of ICONYOUTH 2025 as youth as change makers. Thank you so much. As a concluding note, I request the organizing secretary, Dr. Ashwini Shetty, to come forward to give away the certificates, to give away the memento to two of our panelists who were earlier not there with us. That is Saurabh Shinde, Mr. Saurabh Shinde, and Mr. Vijay Raghavarada. I call upon Mrs. Priya Ram, the convener of Scientific Committee, to come forward to give away the memento and certificate. Dr. Ashwini Shetty. Ma'am, please come forward to give away the mementos for Mr. Saurabh Shinde and Mr. Vijay Raghavarada. So let's give a big round of applause to our organizing secretary, Dr. Ashwini Shetty. Without her, this event wouldn't be possible. Mr. Vijay Raghavarada. Thank you, ma'am. On concluding note, I take a special, I give a special thanks to our organizing secretary and organizing chairperson for making this event a great success. Thank you, ma'am. So we hereby come to the conclusion of Youth Icon 2025. I can't say that it's concluding, but it's a new beginning for all of us. This event may end, but the memories you carry and the learnings will never fade away. So may this conference be a new beginning to your new ideas and initiative, and may it initiate a new spark in everyone's life. We are all glad to have you here at Yenepoya University, and I believe you all had a great time. Yes. Thank you, everyone. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka. So now we have the distribution of certificates for all the participants. So the delegates can come over as your names have been called according to your state names. Kindly come forward to the stage and receive your certificate. Thank you.
Excuse me, delegates from Puducherry, please assemble near the dais. Delegates from Puducherry, please assemble near the dais. Thank you. Delegates from Kerala also please assemble near the dais for the certification.
Delegates from Puducherry, are you all here in the venue? They are there? Please come fast. Make it fast.
I request Priya ma'am to hand over the certificates. I request all the organizing committee members to come up on the dais.
I'll call out the names.
I request all the committee members, the NSS program officers of Yenepoya deemed to be university to come up on the dais.
Gopinath, I will request the Kerala delegates to assemble in the dais, please.
Delegates from Kerala, please come on stage. Delegates from West Bengal, please assemble near the stage.
Delegates from West Bengal, please assemble near the stage.
You read out.
Delegates from Delhi, please assemble near the dais. Delegates from Delhi. All delegates from Delhi, please assemble near the dais.
I request the delegates of Delhi to come near the dais. I request the delegates of Andhra Pradesh to come near the dais. Delegates from Delhi, please collect your certificates later from the registration counter. Yes. I request the delegates from Andhra Pradesh to come near the dais. I request the delegates from Andhra Pradesh to come near the dais. Anybody here? Pradesh? Delegates from Maharashtra, I kindly request you all to come near the dais. All the delegates from Maharashtra, kindly assemble near the dais. Delegates from Maharashtra, kindly come upon the dais. Delegates, anybody from Maharashtra? I request the delegates from Chhattisgarh to assemble near the dais. Any delegates? Delegates from Chhattisgarh, please come up on the dais. I request the delegates from Madhya Pradesh to assemble near the dais. I request the delegates from Madhya Pradesh to come up on the dais. I request the delegates from Telangana to come near the dais. I request the delegates from Telangana to assemble near the dais. I also request the delegates from Chandigarh to come up on the dais. I request the delegates from Telangana to come up on the dais. Anybody from Telangana? Please. Telangana. All are there. I also request the delegates from Chandigarh to come up on the dais. I would like to request the delegates from Rajasthan to come up on the dais. I request the delegates from Rajasthan to come up on the dais. I request the delegates from Rajasthan to come up on the dais. Anybody from Rajasthan? I request the delegates from Tamil Nadu to come up on the dais. I kindly request the delegates from Tamil Nadu to come up on the dais. Followed by, I request the delegates from Uttar Pradesh to assemble near the dais. I request the delegates from Uttar Pradesh to come up on the dais. Any delegates from Uttar Pradesh? Delegates from Uttar Pradesh, kindly come on the dais.
Anurag Singh is from UP.
They need one.
I request the delegates from Gujarat to come up on the dais. I request the delegates from Gujarat to come up on the dais. Anybody here? Followed by, I request the delegates of Assam to come up on the dais. I request the delegates from Assam to come up on the dais. I request the delegates from Punjab. I request the delegates from Punjab to come upon the dais. Delegates who have received their certificates can go for a tea break and come back at 6 o'clock here for the cultural performance of different states. I now request the delegates from Karnataka to please line up, please don't crowd here, please. Please wait, please don't crowd here on the stage. Please come, form a line from the right. Please form a line outside. Please do not rush here. You may lose a chance of getting your certificates from stage. Please wait. Bhumika from Karnataka. Bhumika from Karnataka. Delegates, please move out from the stage. Please take the photographs after the distribution of certificates. Please cooperate with us. Kindly wait until we finish all the certificate distribution. Bhumika from Karnataka here. Bhumika Nage Galmat. Bhuvidas. Bhuvidas. Devika B. Diksha Chavan. Anybody?
They
are there. Tell them to raise their hand.
Ma'am, Diksha Chaman. Devika B is here.
You have list to look all from that. I will take. Okay.
Diya Anil. Only 10 certificates were written initially, that is why we are calling the names. Dr. Sheikh Shafat Muzamil. Devika B. Diya Anil. Devika B. Diya Anil is here. Bhumika. Dr. Sheikh Shafat Muzamil. Farin Mamtaz. Sezin Sering. Rizin Lamo. Anybody?
They are coming, ma'am. Ma'am. Ma'am, tell them to raise their hand because they are coming.
Sonam DK. Sonam. Now the names that I have called, please do not come up on the stage. Your certificates are already written. Right? I request 10 delegates to come up on the dais. They will distribute the certificates. Okay? Ten delegates, please go on the dais. Make sure only Karnataka delegates are forming the line, because we have set the certificate differently, separately for all the states. Dia Anil from Karnataka. Are you here? Dia Anil. Dia Anil Bhumika, Dr. Sheikh Safat Muzamil, Sonam and Sensing Serin. Please collect your certificates from the mic point. Kindly note, international delegates from Yenepoya deemed to be university can form the line here. Delegates from Yenepoya deemed to be university who are registered under international students, kindly form a line. Diya Anil, once again I'm calling out, Diya Anil, Bhumika, Dr. Sheikh Safat Muzamil, and Sonam. If you are here inside the auditorium, please report to the mic point. Tenzin Sering and Rinzin. Here? International delegates. Tenzin and Rinzin.
There's a common name, Tenzin Sering.
Tenzin Sering. Delegates, the international delegates, Tenzin Sering and Rinzin Lamo, are they here? Please come forward. Bhumika Nage Galmat, Dr. Sheikh Safat Muzamil, Sonam. Come. Except Karnataka and the international delegates, if any of the delegates have missed out to come up on the dais and take the certificates, please report to the mic point. I request all the delegates to come up on the dais for the photos once we finish all the prize distributions. Any delegates other than the international and Karnataka, please collect your certificates from the registration counter or report to the mic point. I request the program officers of Yenepoya deemed to be university to kindly report to the mic point. I request all the NSS program officers to assemble here. I request all the NSS program officers of Yenepoya deemed to be university to assemble near the mic point. We'll be distributing the certificates for the committee members. I request the conveners of all the committees to see through that their members are available here. No. The ones who were not present during the distribution of the certificates, kindly report to the registration counter. You can collect your certificates from there and come here and click a photo. I request all the delegates who have received their certificates to please wait. Please do not come on the stage to take the photos as we have the distribution of the certificates of our NSS program officers. Any delegates who have not received their certificates, kindly report to the registration committee. I request all the NSS program officers of Yenepoya deemed to be university to come up on the dais.
request. Oh, frame है ना, बारंदे ना.
Mr. Abdul Rahmanullah, Shreya Bangera, Dr. Malvika Sachit, Mr. Sanket Shetty, Ms. Priya Menezes, Mr. Ajit K,
Mrs. Shifali Pujari. Shifar Abhilash है ना.
I request all the program officers who are present here to come up on the dais. The organizing committee, I request the NSS program officers of Yenepoya deemed to be university to come up on the dais. I request the organizing committee of ICONYOUTH 2025 to come up on the dais. Mr. Sanket Shetty, Ms. Ashwini, Dr. Malvika Sachit, I kindly request all the delegates to wait for some time. I request the volunteers of Yenepoya deemed to be university to come up on the dais. I request all the volunteers from all the committees both you don't get. I request the volunteers of Yenepoya deemed to be university to come up on the dais. Please, you will wait. If you all stand here, you will never get a photo. Stand here. We'll see, we'll see. I request all the delegates who have registered for the cultural kindly report to the mic point by 6:30. I request the volunteers from YASM to report to the mic point. Yeah. I request the delegates I request all the delegates of Yenepoya deemed to be, all the volunteers of Yenepoya deemed to be university from all the constituent colleges to kindly come up on the stage as we are falling short in time to start our cultural events. Those who are not present here can collect their certificates from the registration counter later. Delegates, kindly note, we'll be starting with the cultural events at sharp 6:30. Make sure those who have registered for the cultural events are present here. Any delegates or volunteers who have not received the certificates, kindly report to the registration counter. I request Mr. Sinan to come up on the dais. I request the volunteers of Yasim to come up on the dais to collect the certificate. The cultural performance for today evening will go as follows. Chess number 1, Puducherry solo. Chess number 2, Maharashtra group dance. Chess number 3, UP group dance. Chess number 4, Karnataka group dance. Chess number 5 as cancelled. Chess number 6, Chandigarh song. Chess number 7, Uttar Pradesh group dance. Chess number 8, Karnataka group song. Chess number 9, Karnataka solo song. Chess number 10, Chandigarh yoga. So I request the chess number 1, 2 and 3 to kindly report to the backstage immediately. I request all the volunteers of Yenepoya deemed to be university who are wearing My Bharat t-shirt to report to the mic point. I request Mr. Rohit, volunteer from Transport Committee, to report to the mic point. I also request Mr. Rohit, Prem and Abhay to report to the mic point. I request Mr. Nishwan to report to the mic point. I request the volunteers from the Transport Committee to report to the mic point immediately. I request the chess number 1, 2 and 3 to kindly report to the backstage. I also request the volunteers to make sure that all the delegates are inside the auditorium. I request the volunteers from the registration committee to report to the mic point. I request all the volunteers from the registration committee to report to the mic point. Sarah from Cultural Committee, kindly report to the mic point. என்னன்னு I request any representatives from chess number 4, Karnataka group dance, to report to the mic point. I request any representatives from Karnataka group dance I request all the delegates to clear the stage. I request all the state performance team to have one representative with the technical team during the performance to keep a check on the track. I request the representatives from Rajasthan, Ajay Prajapati, to report to the mic point.
गरज गरज आज मेघ घनन घनन छायोरी दमक दमक चमके बिजुरी कहत है ऋतुराज आयोरी गरज गरज आज मेघ घनन घनन छायोरी दमक दमक चमके बिजुरी कहत है ऋतुराज आयो कहत है ऋतुराज आयो कहत है ऋतुराज आयोरी निसारे मम मने मम निसारे सा निसारे मम मने मम निसारे इस रुत के संग रंगी हरित रंग में धरा गरज गरज आज मेघ घनन घनन छायो रे गरज गरज आज मेघ घनन घनन छायो रे दमक दमक चमके बिजुरी कहत है ऋतुराज आयो रे गरज गरज आ गरज गरज आज मेघ घनन घनन छायो रे गरज गरज आज मेघ घनन घनन छायो रे दमक दमक चमके बिजुरी कहत है ऋतुराज आयो रे गरज गरज आज मेघ घनन घनन छायो रे दमक दमक चमके बिजुरी कहत है ऋतुराज आयो कहत है ऋतुराज आयो कहत है ऋतुराज आयो रे निसारे मम मने मम निसारे सा निसारे मम मने मम निसारे इस रुत के संग रंगी हरित रंग में धरा सब विहंग
check. Hello, good evening, students. So we have, I think, few minutes to start with the cultural program. So before we start with the culture program, everybody is holding your phones. So we have work for the phones. So we have shared the feedback form in your WhatsApp group. Everybody is there in the WhatsApp group, right? Delegate WhatsApp group. Everybody is there. So kindly open that feedback form and kindly fill that. Open your phone and fill that feedback form. You are there in delegates group? You are not there in the delegates group? Okay. I'll share the QR code. Scan this QR code and so everybody is there in the WhatsApp group. We have shared the Google form link. Kindly fill it will take only 2 minutes to fill that Google form. Are you all doing? Yes, yeah.
The next song is called Chanakya. So it's from my project, 9-song project called Navras, and this channels. So Navras means 9 emotions and sentiments, and this one channels the emotion of courage and valor. You know, whenever I play this or listen to it, it gives me so much energy and so much power that I feel like I can conquer the whole world. And I hope that it ignites the same fire in you. So Chanakya up next. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Kanda
Check. Check. Hello everyone, a very good evening to all the energetic, passionate and talented people gathered here.
Yes, welcome to the ICONYOUth 2025 International Youth Conference happening right here, Yenepoya University, Mangalore.
This incredible event is brought to you by the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, along with Yenepoya University. And tonight, it's all about celebrating India's spirit through culture.
You guessed it. It's time for one of the most exciting segments of the conference, the state cultural events.
So, buckle up, because we are about to go on a ride across India. No train tickets, no flight delays, just pure cultural and energy coming your way. Myself, I am Hasna.
And myself, I am Dilshana.
From Yenepoya Nursing College
of Yenepoya University.
Proudly hosting today's cultural segment.
To begin our cultural segment, We have a delegates from Karnataka to sing the Karnataka state anthem.
Please do enjoy.
ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮೈಕ್ ಮಂಗ್ಲಮ್ಮ ಇನ್ಕುದೇನಾ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮೈಕ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳು ನೀವು ನೀನು ಈ ಕಡೆ ಬಾ ಸೇದು ಈ ಕಡೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆದು ನೀವು ಈ ಕಡೆ ಬಾ ಆಚೆ ಕಡೆ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಬನ್ನಿ
Request everyone to stand up, please.
ಇದು ನಾವು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ನಿಲ್ಲಿ ಹೀಗೆ ಕೈ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಡಿ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ನಜೀಕ್ ಪಕಡ್ತು ಮೈಕ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ನೀವೇ ಚಂದ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿ ಫುಲ್ಲು ನೀವೇ ಆಡಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ನೀವು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಮೈಕು ಸದ್ಯ
भारत जननीय तनुजाते जय हे कर्नाटक माते जय सुंदर नदिवनಗಳ ನಾಡೆ जय हे रस ಋಷಿಗಳ ಬೀಡೆ ಭೂದೇವಿಯ ಮಕುಟದ ನವಮಣಿಯೇ ಗಂಧದ ಚಂದದ ಹೊನ್ನಿನ ಗಣಿಯೇ ರಾಘವ ಮಧುಸೂದನರವತರಿಸಿದ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜನನಿಯ ಜೋಗುಳ ವೇದದ ಘೋಷ ಜನನಿಗೆ ಜೀವವು ನಿನ್ನಾವೇಶ ಅಸುರಿನ ಗಿರಿಗಳ ಸಾಲೆ ನಿನ್ನಯ ಕೊರಳಿನ ಮಾಲೆ ಕಪಿಲ ಪತಂಜಲ ಗೌತಮ ಜಿನನುತ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಶಂಕರ ರಮನುಜ ವಿದ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ಬಸವೇಶ್ವರ ಮಧ್ವ ದಿವ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ರನ್ನ ಷಡಕ್ಷರಿ ಪೊನ್ನ ಪಂಪಲ ಕುಮಿಪತಿ ಜನ್ನ ಕುಮಾರ ವ್ಯಾಸರ ಮಂಗಳಧಾಮ ಕವಿ ಕೋಗಿಲೆಗಳ ಪುಣ್ಯಾರಾಮ ನಾನಕ ರಾಮಾನಂದ ಕಬೀರರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ತೈಲಪವೈಸಳರಾಡಿದ ನಾಡೆ ಡಂಕಣ ಜಕನರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬೀಡೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಶರಾವತಿ ತುಂಗಾ ಕಾವೇರಿಯವರ ರಂಗ ಚೈತನ್ಯ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ವಿವೇಕರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಸರ್ವ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ತೋಟ ರಸಿಕರ ಕಂಗಳ ಸೆಳೆಯುವ ನೋಟ ಹಿಂದೂ ಕ್ರೈಸ್ತ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ ಪಾರಸಿಕ ಜೈನ್ಯರುದ್ಯಾನ ಜನಕನ ಹೋಲುವ ದೊರೆಗಳ ಧಾಮ ಗಾಯಕ ವೈಣಿಕರ ರಾಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವ ಗೇಹ ಕನ್ನಡ ತಾಯಿಯ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ದೇಹ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಎಲ್ಲಾದರೂ ಇರು ಎಂತಾದರೂ ಇರು ಕನ್ನಡವೇ ಸತ್ಯ ಕನ್ನಡವೇ ನಿತ್ಯ ಜೈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ.
Let's the celebration begin.
We have a special performance by Mrs. Priya Menezes from Department of Anatomy.
I'm kindly inviting ma'am for her performance. Check, check, check. Check, check.
Come on, everybody. Are you all there?
यहाँ हर कदम कदम पे धरते बदले रंग, यहाँ की बोली में रंगोली सांस रंग, यहाँ हर कदम कदम पे धरते बदले रंग, यहाँ की बोली में रंगोली सांस रंग, धानी पगड़ी पहने मौसम है नीले चादर ताने अंबर है नदी सुनहरी हरा समंदर है सजीला देश रंगीला रंगीला देश मेरा रंगीला देश रंगीला रंगीला देश मेरा रंगीला देश रंगीला रंगीला देश मेरा रंगीला वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम सिंदूरी गालों वाला सूरज जो करे तितोली शर्मीली के तो को धन के चुनरी पीली घूंघट में रंग फन फट में रंग चम चम चमकीला देश रंगीला रंगीला देश मेरा रंगीला देश रंगीला रंगीला देश मेरा रंगीला
Come on. Can I hear some noise?
वंदे गुलाल से चेहरे हैं यहाँ मस्तानों की तोली रंग हंसी में रंग खुशी में रिश्ते जैसे होली बातों में रंग यादों में रंग 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 रंगीला देश रंगीला रंगीला देश मेरा रंगीला देश रंगीला रंगीला देश मेरा रंगीला इश्क का रंग यहाँ पर गहरा चढ़ के कभी ना उतरे रंग खुशी में रंग हंसी में घिर के होले यादों में रंग हाथों में रंग है सजीला देश रंगीला रंगीला देश मेरा रंगीला देश रंगीला रंगीला देश मेरा रंगीला यहाँ हर हर धरती में रंग यहाँ की बोली में रंगोली सांस रंग धानी पगड़ी पहने मौसम है नीले चादर तारे अंबर है नदी सुनहरी हरा समंदर है सजीला देश रंग
Put your hands up. Come on, sing with me.
रंगीला देश रंगीला रंगीला देश मेरा रंग
Come on, everybody.
देश रंगीला रंगीला देश मेरा रंगीला 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 जय हे
Thank you. If you want to listen more of my songs, you can follow me on my YouTube channel as well. That is My Voice, Priya Minis. So you can subscribe to my channel, listen to my music and my songs. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was a fabulous performance we have, right, guys? Guys, where is your energy? Again, please make some noise. Yes, we had a wonderful voice from beloved Mrs. Priya ma'am, right? Right, guys? Where's the energy? Okay. So, we are kicking things off and on a divine and graceful note.
Coming from the serene land of Puducherry, this performance is a classical solo dance piece called Markada Tarangam.
It's all about devotion, rhythm and elegance. Let's begin this evening with some true classical vibes.
What a beautiful performance, right? That grace, those expressions, what do you think?
Yes, of course, that was a beautiful performance. Let's give her a big round of applause. All right, let's turn up the tempo. Coming next, a dynamic and vibrant group dance from Maharashtra.
It's the Dankri dance, a celebration of folk spirit, rural pride, and full of energy.
Are you ready to tap your feet, guys? Let's bring Maharashtra to the stage.
काटीन घोंगड अरे ये आर बाबा ये अन ये हंगास अव काटीन घोंगड अव काटीन घोंगड घेऊ द्या किर मला बी जत्रला येऊ द्या की काटीन घोंगड घेऊ द्या किर मला बी जत्रला येऊ द्या की काटीन घोंगड घेऊ द्या किर मला बी जत्रला येऊ द्या की सालाय माथ्यावर भर दुपार झाली बघ भर दुपार झाली बघ आवत्या गोट महाळावर मी सोडून नागर त्या गोट महाळावर मी सोडून नागर येतो इसावा गट्टावर काकी वैरण बैला मोर काकी वैरण बैला मोर त्याची अस्तुरी सुंदर आली घेऊन वाकर त्याची अस्तुरी सुंदर आली घेऊन वाकर कशी चालती या जर कशी चालती या जर पाय भासत्या ती जर आव पाय भासत्या ती जर अव कांदा न भाकर खाऊया अरे ये शिरप्या अरे लिया खा अरे शिदोरी सोडा न कांदा फोड घ्या अहो कांदा घ्या कांदा कांदा न भाकर अरे ये अरे ये केवढा मोठा कांदा हे अरे ये येडवा मूळ ये की कांदा कांदा न भाकर अहो कांदा न भाकर खाऊ द्या किर आम्हाला बी जत्राला येऊ द्या की मला बी जत्राला येऊ द्या की काटीन घोंगड येऊ द्या की मला बी जत्राला येऊ द्या की शिद सोनाराचा शिरधर मधुबामनाचा मुरलीधर मधुबामनाचा मुरलीधर के बामन हो केला मिशेनीवाला ओम नमो नारायण
That was really a power-packed performance, right, guys?
Let's hear them for them.
Cheer up.
Cheer up, guys. Hasna, we have already seen a solo classical dance and a group dance from different state. So, what about, can we hear a song?
Okay, but what if instead of a single voice, we can hear a group of voices?
Wow, that will be amazing. Right, guys? So, next up, please slow it down just a little and tune into the melodic spirit of Uttar Pradesh.
And this song captures the essence of tradition and heartland vibes. It's soulful, rich, and oh so beautiful.
Let the voice from Uttar Pradesh take us on a musical journey.
How many you have?
2 mics we are having now. You must talk?
Yeah, more mic.
That mic is on. Okay, this mic is on.
Guys, please go on. 3 mic is
Hale, 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 hale. Mic check, mic check. Hello, hello.
Hello. Hello.
राधे राधे स्वामी अंतर्यामी पूर्ण कीजिए काज देव की नंदन तुमको वंदन रखते सबकी लाज सबके स्वामी अंतर्यामी पूर्ण कीजिए काज मनमोहर तेरी छबियत प्यारी मन मंदिर में सजे बिहारी मनमोहन तेरी छबियत प्यारी बंसी बजैया राज रचैया तारनहार मेरे तुम ही भैया तुमसे बड़ा कहाँ कौन कन्हैया श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा देव की नंदन तुमको वंदन रखते सबकी लाज यस 1 2 3 4 हंसता रहता हूँ तुझसे मिलकर क्यों आजकल बदले बदले में मेरे तेवर क्यों आजकल आंखें मेरी हर जगह ढूंढे तुझे
मैं हूँ या कोई और है मेरी तरह कैसे हुआ इतना जरूरी कैसे हुआ इतना जरूरी बारिश की बोली समझता नहीं था हवाओं से
अपना दिल तो आवारा, न जाने किस पे आएगा। तो आवारा। हसीनों ने बुलाया, गले से भी लगाया, बहुत समझाया, यही न समझा। हसीनों ने बुलाया, गले से भी लगाया, बहुत समझाया, यही न समझा। बड़ा भोला है बेचारा, न जाने किस पे आएगा। है अपना दिल तो आवारा, न जाने किस पे आएगा। आजकल तेरे मेरे प्यार के चर्चे हर जबान पर। अच्छा सबको मालूम है और सबको खबर हो गई। तो क्या आजकल तेरे मेरे प्यार के चर्चे हर जुबान पर। सबको मालूम है और सबको खबर हो गई। तो क्या आजकल तेरे मेरे प्यार के चर्चे हर जुबान पर। सबको मालूम है और सबको खबर हो गई। तो क्या।
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
That harmony, truly soothing and heartfelt, isn't it? Are you ready for further performances?
Okay, get ready for something epic now. We are entering the world of myth and dharma, brought to you by the pride of Karnataka.
Yes. Tonight, we have a mesmerizing performance based on the Mahabharata, the tale of truth, sacrifice, and divine wisdom.
Led by the incredible G.S. Chandrasekhar and team, this dance brings the battlefield and philosophy of Lord Krishna to life.
ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡಿಗ ಕನ್ನಡದ ಕಾವಲಿಗ ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡಿಗ ಕನ್ನಡಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾವಲಿಗ ದೇವ ನಗುವದ ಮ್ಯಾಲೇರಿ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡೋ ಮಾದೇವ ಈ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಸಾಕು ನೀ ಎದ್ದು ಬಾರು ಬಿಡಿ ಬಿಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ದಾರಿ ಬಿಡಿ ಬರಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಗಲ್ಲ ಹಂಗೆ ತುಂಬಿರು ಹಿಂಗೆ ತುಂಬಿರು ನಮ್ಮದು ಮಾದೇರಿ ನಮಗೆ ಪತ್ನಿ ತುಂಬಿರು ಎದ್ದು ತುಂಬಿರು ಬಿದ್ದು ತುಂಬಿರು ನಮ್ಮದು ಮಾದೇರಿ ನಮಗೆ ಪತ್ನಿ ತುಂಬಿರು ಏಳು ಮರದ ಮ್ಯಾಲೇರಿ ಕುಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇವ ನಗು ಮರದ ಮ್ಯಾಲೇರಿ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡೋ ಮಾದೇವ ಈ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಸಾಕು ನೀ ಎದ್ದು ಬಾರು ಬಿಡಿ ಬಿಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ದಾರಿ ಬಿಡಿ ಬರಿ ಮಾತಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಿಕ್ಕಲ್ಲ ಹಂಗೆ ತುಂಬಿರು ಹಿಂಗೆ ತುಂಬಿರು ನಮ್ಮದು ಮಾದೇವಿ ನಮಗೆ ಪತ್ನಿ ತುಂಬಿರು ಎದ್ದು ತುಂಬಿರು ಬಿದ್ದು ತುಂಬಿರು ನಮ್ಮದು ಮಾದೇವಿ ನಮಗೆ ಪತ್ನಿ
ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗೆ ಆರತಿ ಭೂಮಿಗೆ ಕೀರುತಿ
ಬಂಗಾರ ತೆನೆ ತೆನೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂಗಾಡಿ ಮನೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ಸಂತೋಷ ಹಿರಿ ಹಿರಿಗಿ ಚಂದಾದ ಮುಗುಳು ನಗೆ ಸುಗ್ಗಿ ಸಿರಿ ಅರಳಿತು ಗಲಗಲ ಗಲಗಲ ಸವಿಯುವ ಜೀವನ ತುಂಬಿ ತುಳುಕಲಿ ಆನಂದ ಕಲರವ ನಾಡಿಗೆ
ಕನ್ನಡವೆನೆ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವುದೆನ್ನದೆ ಕನ್ನಡವೆನೆ ಕಿವಿ ನಿಮಿರುವುದು
ಕನ್ನಡ ಎನೆ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವುದೆನ್ನದೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಎನೆ ಕಿವಿ ನಿಮಿರುವುದು ಕಾವದ ಹುಲ್ಲನ್ನು ಕಾಣುವ ಕವಿಯೊಳು ಬೆಕ್ಕನೆ ಮನ ಮೈ ಮರೆಯುವುದು ಬಾರಿಸು ಕನ್ನಡ ಡಿಂಡಿಮವ ಓ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಹೃದಯ ಶಿರ 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 ಬಾರಿಸು ಕನ್ನಡ ಡಿಂಡಿಮವ ಓ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಹೃದಯ ಶಿರ.
ഓർമ്മയില്ല അപ്പൊ എന്തിനാണ് എടി അവരെ സെപ്പറേറ്റ് അയച്ചതല്ലോ അപ്പൊ നീ എന്താ അയക്കണം നീ ഒറ്റയ്ക്ക് ഇൻഡിവിജ്വൽ ആയിട്ടാണോ അത് ഗ്രൂപ്പിലാണോ അയച്ചതെന്ന് ചോദിക്കുന്നത് ഞാൻ വിചാരിച്ചു സെപ്പറേറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് അയക്കണം കിട്ടിയോ കർണാടക കഴിഞ്ഞു That was really great performance. Thank you guys for that performance.
Okay. We have seen devotion, rhythm and harmony so far. What's next, Hasna?
Next, we have to the lands of pearls, palaces. Any guesses? We have Telangana.
Wow, I like sound of that. We have got a solo performer coming up from Telangana with a unique piece that blends grace, power and pure cultural flair.
One stage, one artist, one unforgettable vibe. Let's cheer up, guys.
Okay, let's go.
కొడుకుని వెయ్యాన్ని సూపరు సూపరు అటు కాదు వెనకమాల బ్యాక్ సైడ్ బ్యాక్ సైడ్ బ్యాక్ సైడ్ బ్యాక్ సైడ్
నువ్వు కొట్రా మీరేంట్రా నన్ను చూస్తున్నారు ఎవడి డప్పుడు కొట్టండా
నవ్వగా మతి తప్పి కుర్రాళ్ళే మంచాన పడ్డారే
ఇది హిప్పు ఇది అప్పు రెండు కలిపితే హిప్పు అప్పు
प्रिय सखिया चीज मनसे ये चोटा అది జారినదో ఆజాడే మరిచితిని కల్దెలలో ఉంది అని నీ పదముల చేరితినే చలినా మాతాయి కదలైపోయనులే అదనము నడుమను ఏదో అలజడి రేగెనులే ఇది నరకమా ఏమిటో తెలియదులే ఈ జీవికి జీవన మరణము నీ చేతిలో ఉన్నదిలే
ಅದರ ಕೊಟ್ಟು 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 ಬೆದರ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಪಿಡಿಯಾಣೆ చెదర కొట్టు 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 తిరగ కొట్టు విరహానే
ఈ మాత్రం చాలునా ఇంకా కొంచెం పెంచనా ఈ మాత్రం చాలునా ఇంకా కొంచెం పెంచనా ఈ మాత్రం చాలునా ఇంకా కొంచెం పెంచనా
ఈసారి పెర్ఫార్మెన్స్ బద్దలైపోద్ది.
Wow, 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 what a performance. It's solo, but it felt like a whole festival, like, guys.
Absolutely stunning. Don't you think he brought fire on the stage? Let's cheer up once more for him.
Okay, now we have got a performance that blends ancient language and national pride.
From the vibrant city of Chandigarh, Arpit Dubey, an NSS volunteer and social worker, brings us a unique blend of Sanskrit and patriotic song.
Feel the pride, feel the power. These ones for the soul and the nation.
Hello, hello. Good evening, Yenepoya University, Mangalore. Namaskar. I am Arpit Dubey from Chandigarh. I am going to present Hindi Bollywood song 1980. But one paragraph in Hindi and one twist. Then I continue in Sanskrit. Okay, and second performance, patriotic song. Thank you. धीरे धीरे से मेरी जिंदगी में आना, धीरे धीरे से मेरे दिल को चुराना, तुमसे प्यार हमें है जितना जान जाना, तुमसे मिलकर तुमको है बताना. Now Sanskrit. Sanahi mama jivane agacha, sanahi mama hirdayam chore, tvaktah prem kati mein supre priyata mein, sati melane jani gyapne, कार्यामि तत् सायामि तत् त्वं विना सुर में, निद्रा नहीं तो आमो नहीं त्वं विना सुर में, तव मम मम तव एक प्राणा किं कुर्याम्, नित्यानि गायानि लिखानि ब्रह्माणि तव तुम किं कुर्याम्, सनहि मम जीवने आगच्छ, सनहि मम हृदयं चोरय, धीरे धीरे से मेरी जिंदगी में आना, धीरे धीरे से मेरे दिल को चुराना. Now patriotic. तलवार पे सरवार दिए, अंगारों में जिस्म जलाया है, तब जाके कहीं हमने सिर पे ये केसरी रंग सजाया है. मेरी ज़मीं महबूब मेरी नस नस में तेरा इश्क बहे, महफूज रहे तेरी आन सदा, चाहे जान मेरी ये रहे ना रहे. मेरी ज़मीं महबूब मेरी नस नस में तेरा इश्क बहे, फीका न पड़े कभी रंग तेरा, जिस मुंह से निकल के खून कहे. हर करम अपना करेंगे, हर करम अपना करेंगे, ऐ वतन तेरे लिए दिल दिया है जान भी देंगे ऐ वतन तेरे लिए, दिल दिया है जान भी देंगे ऐ वतन तेरे लिए। हो 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 संदेशे आते हैं हमें तड़पाते हैं, वो चिट्ठी आती है वो पूछी जाती है कि घर कब आओगे, कि घर कब आओगे, लिखो कब आओगे, कि तुम बिन ये घर सूना सूना है। सुनो गौर से दुनिया वालों, बुरी नजर ना हम पे डालो, चाहे जितना जोर लगा लो सबसे आगे होंगे हिंदुस्तानी हिंदुस्तानी। हमने कहा है जो तुम भी कहो, वो हमने कहा है जो तुम भी कहो। जय हिंद, थैंक यू।
What a voice, right? Thank you, Arpit, for your contribution.
That was a lovely performance.
Dilshu, are you into love stories?
Of course, who doesn't like it?
What do you think the most epic love story in the folklore of India?
I think, of course, it's the story of Krishna and Radha. Krishna vibes is coming. Time to step into Vrindavan, the land of Braj.
Performed by NSS RD Lucknow and Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Agra, Uttar Pradesh. This Braj dance is full of color, joy and divine devotion.
Let's feel the magic of Krishna's playful spirit right here on this stage.
ब्रज, जी हाँ, नाम सुनते ही बरबस श्री कृष्ण की मोहिनी मूरत आंखों में आ जाती है। ब्रज के कण कण में श्री कृष्ण का वास है, हर धड़कन में श्री कृष्ण का वास है, हर एक सांस में श्री कृष्ण का वास है।
छतनते छजनते झरोखनते मोखनते आज नंदलाल में गुलाल बरसत है।
That was really lively performance. Thank you.
Karnataka is back again. This time to charm us with their voices.
This group song is packed with regional richness and heartfelt harmony.
Let the tunes of Karnataka fill the air again.
Let's cheer up for them, guys.
ಎರಡೇ ಇರಲ್ಲ
ಚೆಕ್ ಚೆಕ್
ಇಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ನೀಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀನಿ
ಹಲೋ 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 ಹಲೋ
ಹಲೋ
ಹಲೋ
ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ ಮಾನಿಟರ್
ಹಲೋ
ಹಲೋ
ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ
ಹಲೋ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇದೀಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ರಂಗಗೀತೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಜನಪದ ಗೀತೆ. ಗಜಾನನ ಭೂತಗಣಾದಿ ಸೇವಿತಃ ಕಪಿತ್ತ ಜಂಬೂ ಫಲಸಾರ ಭಕ್ಷಿತಃ ಪಾದ ಪಂಕಜ ಜಂ 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 ಗಜವದನ ಹೇ ರಂಭ ವಿಜಯ ಶತದ ವಿಪ್ರತಿಭಾ ಗಜವದನ ಹೇ ರಂಭ ವಿಜಯ ಶತದ ವಿಪ್ರತಿಭಾ ಏಕದಂತ ವೈಕಲ್ಯಾಂತ ಹೃದಯ ಸಿದ್ಧಿ ಭಯರಾಕಾಂತ ಏಕದಂತ ವೈಕಲ್ಯಾಂತ ಹೃದಯ ಸಿದ್ಧಿ ಭಯರಾಕಾಂತ ಗಜವದನ ಹೇ ರಂಭ ಮೂಷಿಕಾ ವಾಹನ ಸರ್ಪಭೂಷ ಸದನಿ ಪಪ ಮಮ ಗಗ ಸಸನಿ ಸಗಮ ಪನಿ ಸನಿ ಪನಿ ಸನಿ ಸನಿ ಸಾ ಮೂಷಿಕಾ ವಾಹನ ಸರ್ಪಭೂಷ ಅಡಿಗಳಿಗೆ ನಿನ್ನನು ನೆನೆದು ವಂದಿಪೆವು ಶ್ರೀ ಗಣೇಶ ಅಡಿಗಳಿಗೆ ನಿನ್ನನು ನೆನೆದು ವಂದಿಪೆವು ಶ್ರೀ ಗಣೇಶ ವಂದಿಪೆವು ಶ್ರೀ ಗಣೇಶ ವಂದಿಪೆವು ಶ್ರೀ ಗಣೇಶ 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 ದೇಶ ದೇಶ ಛ ಛ ಛ ಗಜವದನ ಹೇ ರಂಭ ವಿಜಯ ಶತದ ವಿಪ್ರತಿಭಾ ಗಜವದನ ಹೇ ರಂಭ ಓ ಆದಿ ಪ್ರೇಕ್ಷಕನೇ ನಾಟಕದ ಮಾಲೀಕನೇ ಓ ಆದಿ ಪ್ರೇಕ್ಷಕನೇ ನಾಟಕದ ಮಾಲೀಕನೇ ಆದಿ ಪ್ರೇಕ್ಷಕನ ಕನೆ 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 ಓ ಆದಿ ಪ್ರೇಕ್ಷಕನೇ ನಾಟಕದ ಮಾಲೀಕನೇ ಆದಿ ಪ್ರೇಕ್ಷಕನೇ ಕನೆ 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 ಓ ಆದಿ ಪ್ರೇಕ್ಷಕನೇ ನಾಟಕದ ಮಾಲೀಕನೇ ಆದಿ ಪ್ರೇಕ್ಷಕ ಓ ಆದಿ ಪ್ರೇಕ್ಷಕನೇ ನಾಟಕದ ಮಾಲೀಕನೇ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸೈ ನಾಟಕ ಮೋದಕ ನಾಟಕ ಮೋದಕ ನಾಟಕ ಮೋದಕ ನಾಟಕ ಮೋದಕ ನಾಟಕ ಮೋದಕ ನಾಟಕ ಮೋದಕ ನಾಟಕ ಗಜವದನ ಹೇ ರಂಭ ವಿಜಯ ಶತದ ವಿಪ್ರತಿಭಾ ಗಜವದನ ಹೇ ರಂಭ ವಿಜಯ ಶತದ ವಿಪ್ರತಿಭಾ ಏಕದಂತ ವೈಕಲ್ಯಾಂತ ಹೃದಯ ಸಿದ್ಧಿ ದ್ವಯರಾಕಾಂತ ಏಕದಂತ ವೈಕಲ್ಯಾಂತ ಹೃದಯ ಸಿದ್ಧಿ ದ್ವಯರಾಕಾಂತ ಗಜವದನ ಹೇ ರಂಭ ಗಜವದನ ಹೇ ರಂಭ ಗಜವದನ ಹೇ ರಂಭ
ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ
ಆಡಿದವರ ಮನವ ಬಲ್ಲೆ ನೀಡಿದವರ ನಿಜವ ಬಲ್ಲೆ ಸಿದ್ದಯ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಆಡಿದವರ ಮನವ ಬಲ್ಲೆ ನೀಡಿದವರ ನಿಜವ ಬಲ್ಲೆ ಆಡಿದಯ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಕಂದಾಯದ ಒಡೆಯ ಗುರುಲಿಂಗಯ್ಯ ದಯ ಮಾಡೋ ಅದು ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ನನ್ನ ಕಂದ ಆಹಾ ಅದು ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ನನ್ನ ಕಂದ ನೀಲಿ ಸಿದ್ದಪ್ಪಾಜಿ 7 ವರ್ಷದ ಬಾಲೆ ಋತುಮತಿಯಾಗಬೇಕು 8 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಳು ಜೋಡಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಹರಬೇಕು ಜೋಡಿ ತೊಟ್ಲ ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡು ಜೋಗುಳ ಹಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಯ್ಯ ಅತ್ತೆ ಮಾತು ಮುಂದಾಗಬೇಕು ಸೊಸೆ ಮಾತು ಮುಂದಾಗಬೇಕು ಸಿದ್ದಯ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಕಂದಾಯದ ಒಡೆಯ ಲಿಂಗಯ್ಯ ದಯ ಮಾಡೋ ಕೇಳಪ್ಪ ನನ್ನ ಕಂದ ಆಹಾ ಕೇಳಪ್ಪ ನನ್ನ ಕಂದ ನಾಳ ಕಲಿಯುಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಪ್ಪ ನನ್ನ ಮಗನೇ ನೀಲೇ ಸಿದ್ದಪ್ಪಾಜಿ ಮನೆಯ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಮಠಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇರಬೇಕು ಮಠದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳು ಕಾವ್ಯ ಕಲಿಸುತ್ತಾರೆ ಕಾವ್ಯ ಧರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಖದೀಮರಾಗುತ್ತಾರೆ ಮಹಾಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳಂತ ಮೊದಲಿಸಿರುತ್ತಾರೆ ಅಯ್ಯ ಮಠದಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಗಂಡರು ಬೇಕು ಸಿದ್ದಯ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಕಂದಾಯದ ಒಡೆಯ ಗುರು लिंगಯ್ಯ ದಯ ಮಾಡೋ ಆಡಿದವರ ಮನವ ಬಲ್ಲೆ ನೀಡಿದವರ ನಿಜವ ಬಲ್ಲೆ ಆಡಿದವರ ಬಲ್ಲೆ ನೀಡಿದವರ ನಿಜವ ಬಲ್ಲೆ ಸಿದ್ದಯ್ಯ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಕಂಡಾಯದ ಒಡೆಯ ಲಿಂಗಯ್ಯ ದಯ ಮಾಡೋ ಗುರು ಲಿಂಗಯ್ಯ ದಯ ಮಾಡೋ ಗುರು ಲಿಂಗಯ್ಯ ದಯ ಮಾಡೋ
That was really amazing. Thank you, Karnataka.
And now, a perfect way to wrap this incredible night with balance, control, and pure grace.
Yes, Arpit Dubey returns with something totally unique. A yoga calisthenics performance. It's fitness meets tradition, and mind meets body.
And also, we have a poem called My Bharat by Amit Sharma. Let's take a deep breath and put your hands together to welcome them.
Jai Hind everyone. Jai Hind everyone. Jai Hind everyone. So are you ready for developed nation Viksit Bharat 2047? So जब हम बड़ी मंजिलों की बात करते हैं तो बड़ी मंजिलों पे अक्सर परेशानियां भी बड़ी होती है। तो मैं लिख रहा हूँ लिखता रहूँगा बात मेरे अरमानों की, लिख रहा हूँ लिखता रहूँगा बात मेरे अरमानों की। अरे कब से मुश्किल अड़चन बनने लग गई मंजिलों के दीवानों की, अरे कब से मुश्किल अड़चन बनने लग गई मंजिलों के दीवानों की। जुगनू बन जाओ एक एक साथी, जुगनू बन जाओ एक एक साथी, प्रकाश की ज्योत जगा जाओ, बूंद बूंद से सागर भरकर इतिहास अपना लिखवा जाओ। और कह दो तूफानों को, कह दो तूफानों को दशा बदल ले, हम दिशा बदलने आए हैं। माई भारत के सिपाही हैं हम, समाज में अलग जगाने आए हैं, समाज में अलग जगाने आए हैं। लिखते लिखते कलम अमित भारद्वाज की, कि लिखते लिखते कलम अमित भारद्वाज की जिम्मेदारी तुम्हें बताएगी। और जब जिक्र हो माँ भारती की सेवा का, गौर फरमाइएगा कि लिखते लिखते कलम अमित भारद्वाज की जिम्मेदारी तुम्हें बताएगी। जब जिक्र हो माँ भारती की सेवा का, विश्वास दिला दो ये माई भारत की टीम सबसे पहले आएगी, ये माई भारत की टीम सबसे पहले आएगी। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय एनएसएस, जय माई भारत। थैंक यू ऑल।
आग बहे तेरी रग में, तुझे सा कहा कोई जग में है बात का तू ही तो पहला पहल, तू
का, वही है माला वही है मन का, मस्त मलंग वो अपनी धुन का। जंतर मंतर तंत्र ज्ञानी है सर्वज्ञ स्वाभिमानी, मृत्युंजय है महाविनाशी, ओंकार है इसी की वाणी, इसी की वाणी, इसी की वाणी। भांग धतूरा बेल का पत्ता तीनों लोग इसी की सत्ता, विष पी कर भी अडिग अमर है महादेव हर हर है जपता। वही शून्य है वही इकाई, वही शून्य है वही इकाई, वही शून्य है वही इकाई, जिसके भीतर बसा शिवाय।
अघोराणां परो मंत्र नास्ति तत्त्वं गुरोः पराद्, नगेन्द्रहाराय त्रिलोचनाय भस्मारंगाय महेश्वराय नित्याशुद्धाय दिगंबराय तस्मै कराय नमः शिवाय।
मारे या कोई मारे ना, यहाँ अपनी भी थोड़ी अदा थोड़ा अंदाज है। ऐसे हैं चाहे वैसे हैं, अरे जो भी हैं जैसे हैं, खुद पे हमें नाज है। जाने ना हमको ये जमाना, चाहो तो हमको आजमाना। यारबाज हम जानसाज हम इश्कबाज दिल वाले, कहते हैं हमको प्यार से इंडिया वाले, छू लेते दिल के तार से इंडिया वाले, छीन ले हार से इंडिया वाले, दुश्मन के छक्के छुड़ा दे हम इंडिया वाले, दुश्मन के छक्के छुड़ा दे हम इंडिया वाले।
That was an indeed fantastic performance by Amit and Arpit.
Once again, we invite a group from Karnataka to give a melodious group song.
Let's give them a big round of applause.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ಸಾಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುವನಾ? ಹೀಗೆ ಜೋಶ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು ಕೊನೆ ತನಕ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಮಣ್ಣಲಿ ಸೊಬಗಿದೆ ಈ ನಾಡಲಿ, ಪರಶುರಾಮನ ಕೃಪೆಯಲಿ ಕಡಲ ಜನರ ನಗುವಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ನಮ್ಮ ತುಳುನಾಡು, ನಮ್ಮ ತುಳುನಾಡು,
ನನ್ನ ತುಳುನಾಡು ತುಳುನಾಡು ಇದೆ ಕೋಟಿ ಚೆನ್ನಯ ಕಥೆ ಇದೆ ನಾಗರಾಗನೇ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಜೋಲಿಯ ನರ್ತನ ನಮ್ಮದೇ ಕಡಲ ಅಲೆ ಜೋಗುಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರಾವಳಿಯ ಉಸಿರಲಿ ಕೋಟಿ ನಮನ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ತುಳುನಾಡು ನಮ್ಮ ತುಳುನಾಡು
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Such warmth in that song. It just felt like home, right?
Now it's solo time again. But the voice you are about to hear is anything but solo in impact.
Karnataka brings us one more gem, a soulful solo song that's sure to tug at your heartstrings.
Get ready to be moved.
ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕ್ ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂದ ಹಾಕಿ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ.
ಶಿಲ್ಪಿಯ ಹೊಂಗನಸಿನ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯದ ಕನ್ನಿಕೆಯರು ಕರವ ಮುಗಿದು ಶರಣು ಎನ್ನುತ್ತ ಭಕುತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರೀಹರಿಯ ಸ್ತುತಿಸುತ್ತ ಸಂಗೀತವ ಹಾಡಿವೆ ಶಿಲೆಗಳು ಸಂಗೀತವ ಹಾಡಿವೆ ಶಿಲೆಗಳು ಸಂಗೀತವ ಶಿಲೆಗಳು ಸಂಗೀತವ ಶಿಲೆ ಶಿಲೆಯಲೆ ಕಲೆಯನ್ನು ಸರಳಿಸಿದ ಗಾರಿ ಸಾಸ ಪದ ಸಾಸ ಪಾಗರಿ ಸರ ಸರಿಗರಿ ಸರಿ ರೀ ಗಮದ ಪದ ಗ ಗ ಪದ ಸ ಗರಿ ಸರಿ ಸದ ಪದ ಸ ಶಿಲೆಯಲೆ ಕಲೆಯನ್ನು ಅರಳಿಸಿದ ಕಲೆಯನ್ನು ಶಿಲೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಹೊರಳಿಸಿದ ಉಳಿಯಿಂದ ಮೀಟಿ ಹೊಸನಾದ ತಂದು ಹೊಸ ರೂಪ ತಂದ ಕಲೆಗಾರನ ಉಳಿಯಿಂದ ಮೀಟಿ ಹೊಸನಾದ ತಂದು ಹೊಸ ರೂಪ ತಂದ ಕಲೆಗಾರನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಈಗ ನಾನು ಹಾಡಿ ಹೊಗಳುವುದು ಕುಣಿಯುವುದು ಎನ್ನುತ್ತ ಸಂಗೀತವ ಹಾಡಿವೆ ಶಿಲೆಗಳು ಸಂಗೀತವ ಹಾಡಿವೆ ಗರಿ ಸ ಗರಿ ಸ ಗರಿ ಗರಿ ಗಗ ಪದ 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 ಗರಿ ರಿ ಸ ಸ ದ ಸ ದ ಗ ಗ ಗ ಗ ಗ ಗ ಗ ಗ ಗ ಗ ಗ ಗ ಗರಿ ಗ ಗ ಗ ಸರಿ ರಿ ರಿ ಸ ಸ ಸ ಸ ಗ ಗ ಪ ಪ ಪ ಪ ಪ ಪ ಪ ಪ ಪ ಪ ಪ ಪ ದ ಪ ಗ ಗರಿ ರಿ ಸ ದ ಪ ಪ ಗ ಗರಿ ಸರಿ ರಿ ಸ ಗ ಗ ಗ ಪ ಪ ರಿ ಗ ಗ ಸ ಗ ದ ದ ಸ ಸ ಸ ಸ ದ ದ ದ ಸ ಸ ಸ ಸ ದ ದ ದ ರಿ 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 ದ ದ ದ ರಿ 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 ಗ ರಿ ಗ ರಿ ಸ ರಿ ಸ ದ ಸ ದ ಪ ದ ಗರಿ ಗ ಗ ರಿ ಸ ರಿ ರಿ ಸ ದ ಸ ಸ ದ ಪ ದ ದ ಗ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Thank you so much, Hasina. That was really amazing song.
Before you think we are done, Rajasthan is still waiting in the wings.
Oh yes, the land of desert, forts and colors that dance in the wind. Rajasthan is about to dazzle us.
Coming up next is a soulful solo dance by Ajay Prajapati, capturing the vibrant rhythm and grace of Rajasthani tradition. Think swirling gargras, graceful moves, and stories told with every step.
Let's welcome Ajay Prajapati with a huge round of applause.
It's a song about a warrior. ले हाथ खड़क कंधे वाला सीने में धधकती ले ज्वाला ये तक संचल कूच पड़ा बने शूरवीर वो टूट पड़ा ओ माटी में वाडारी सुन मावड़ रानारी मस्तक तेरा टीका शान मेरी नहीं जावड़ दूंगा आन तेरी तुझको ये ज़बान मेरी तुझ पे वारूंगा जान मेरी भली तुझ पे पड़ारी ओ माटी में रण भूमि जब निकल पड़ू सीने में धधकती अंगार रहे वनकाल दुश्मनों पे गिरू मुख से निकलती ललकार रहे कटे शिशु का अंबार करूं जब तक हाथों में तलवार रहे रण विजय का वरण करूं एक लिंग जी की जयकार रहे लहू में मेरी ज्वाला ताप करे मन शत्रुओं का भयंकर ताप करे काने काने से आती ये आवाज रहे मेरी मात बोम हमेशा आजाद रहे मारी जान मरे तू मारी माँ मरे तू स्वाभिमान तेरो ना हो मरे तू कदा शीश पड़े पर ये मांगे नहीं प्राधीन कदा ना हो मरे तू हो माटी में वाडारी सुन मावड़ रानारी मस्तक तेरा टीका शान मेरी नहीं जावड़ दूंगा आन तेरी तुझको ये ज़बान मेरी तुझ पे वारूंगा जान मेरी भली तुझ पे पड़ारी ओ माटी में वाडारी
संकट की लहरें रक्त समंदर युद्ध के बादल गहरे थे आंखों में आग तलवार हाथ वीरों के चमकते चेहरे थे
संपूर्ण छत्र सब एक छाव वो समर समंदर श्रेष्ठ नाव भगवा पर चमता नील गगन था रक्त उफनता घोर घाव जलता सांगा जू मौत कदर तलवार आवे नागिन सी नजर फुफकार एक सर धड़ से अलग सूरज फीका सांगा की चमक जग जग बैरी सरहद लांगा लिया सुल्तान है, मत चूके चौहान।
हो जान करी कुर्बान, राखी आजादी हिंदुस्तान में। नमन है राजा वीर पुरुष मर पृथ्वीराज चौहान ने। और शब्द भेदी भी बाण ने, जो काग्या गौरिग प्राण ने। आंख गवाई धाक दिखाई मारे पृथ्वीराज चौहान ने।
बोलो जय जयकारा हिंदुस्तान का। बोलो जय जयकारा हिंदुस्तान का।
ओ धनुष बाणरा पंडित परमवीर योद्धा भी महान ने। एक काल में जन्मा दो सपूत चंद्रवर्धाई और चौहान ने। और झुका न पायो टेम बमाड़ो अमर भी स्वाभिमान ने। सोमेश्वरा का पुत्र पिथौरा हिंद के भी तूफान ने।
बोलो जय जयकारा हिंदुस्तान का। बोलो जय जयकारा हिंदुस्तान का।
जयकार हर बार दिल्ली दरबार आदर सत्कार। पूरो प्रेम में प्यार पृथ्वी सुकरे। जय चंद पुत्री जय चंद जले। लिखी फेल लिखी बोझ दिल्ली कनौज। सीना में जोश कंधा पे बोझ। ना आए खरोच मारी मातृभूमि मारी मट्टी पे। चाहे बाण खया फूक छाती पे। जिम्मेदारी बहुत भारी बात तोड़ती संभाली। उम्र बाली 11 साल काबिलियत कमाल। चाहे कोई भी सवाल हाथों हाथ जवाब पृथ्वीराज चौहान।
16 लड़ाई लड़के बचाई मातृभूमि की आन ने। लाल लहू से रंग दिया लड़कर रण के मैदान ने। ओ बुलंद रखा मन जिसने वंदे मातरम के गान को। आजाद हिंद गाने वाली उस वीर की जबान को।
बोलो जय जयकारा हिंदुस्तान का। बोलो जय जयकारा हिंदुस्तान का।
That was so graceful. Thank you, Ajay, for your performance.
Next, we have a very surprise performance by Mohammad Zain.
He is from the Yenepoya University. Let's welcome Mohammad Zain onto the stage.
Help him. Increase bass and treble. Ladies and gentlemen, everything about here is 100% human voice. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Zain. Human speedboat. Let's go. Okay. How do you think a robbery looks like? Tudung, tudung. Tudung, tudung. So much of Western man. Just let's come to India. Maharashtra. How many are from Maharashtra? Maharashtra. जोर से बोलो जय महाराष्ट्र. Okay, Tamil Nadu. How many are from Tamil Nadu? Aluma doluma isala kadima aluma teche kare chene track you ke sam Ari kale goto ta kale kale pai chene pala pala mine meta mele lokale Kerala. How many are from Kerala? Come on. And last, let's come to Karnataka, Mangaluru. Okay, are you guys ready to dance? No. Are you guys ready to dance? Let's go. Three, two, one, go. Thank you.
That was really a mesmerizing performance. Thank you, Zain.
Next up, we have a poem by Naika Nandini, which is a famous poem written by Dinkar.
शुभ संडे कर्नाटका जोहार झारखंड नमस्ते भारत Guys, I am here to represent Karnataka, Bangalore, but basically I am from Jharkhand, so greetings to all, the whole India. Well, I'm going to perform a song written by a very famous Hindi poet. I don't know if you guys know him. Let me introduce you, Ramdhari Singh Dinkar. And this is all about Mahabharata. I don't know if you will be able to understand the whole poem, but I'm sure you will be able to get the energy in it. So here I go. It's Rashmi Rathi. वर्षों तक वन में घूम घूम बाधा विघ्नों को चूम चूम, सह धूप घाम पानी पत्थर पांडव आए कुछ और निखर। सौभाग्य ना सब दिन सोता है, देखें आगे क्या होता है। मैत्री की राय बताने को, सबको सुमार्ग पर लाने को, दुर्योधन को समझाने को, भीषण विध्वंस बचाने को। भगवान हस्तिनापुर आए, पांडव का संदेशा लाए। दो न्याय अगर तो आधा दो, पर इसमें भी यदि बाधा हो तो दे दो केवल 5 ग्राम, रखो अपनी धरती तमाम। हम वहीं खुशी से खाएंगे, परिजन पर असी न उठाएंगे। दुर्योधन वह भी दे न सका, आशीष समाज की ले न सका। उल्टे हरि को बांधने चला, जो था असाध्य साधने चला। जब नाश मनुज पर छाता है, पहले विवेक मर जाता है। हरि ने भीषण हुंकार किया, अपना स्वरूप विस्तार किया। डगमग डगमग दिग्गज डोले, भगवान कुपित होकर बोले, जंजीर बढ़ाकर साध मुझे, हाँ हाँ दुर्योधन बांध मुझे। यह देख गगन मुझ में लय है, यह देख पवन मुझ में लय है। मुझ में विलीन झनकार सकल, मुझ में लय है संहार सकल। अमरत्व फूलता है मुझ में, संहार झूलता है मुझ में। उदयाचल मेरा दीप्त भाल, भूमंडल वक्षस्थल विशाल। भुज परिधि बंद को घेरे हैं, मैं नाक मेरु पग मेरे हैं। दीप्ते जो ग्रह नक्षत्र निकर, सब हैं मेरे मुख के अंदर। दृग हो तो दृश्य कांड देख, मुझ में सारा ब्रह्मांड देख। चर अचर जीव जक्षर अक्षर, नश्वर मनुष्य सुर जाति अमर। शतकोटि सूर्य शतकोटि चंद्र, शतकोटि सरित सर सिंधु मंद्र। शतकोटि विष्णु ब्रह्मा महेश, शतकोटि जिष्णु जलपति गणेश। शतकोटि रुद्र शतकोटि काल, शतकोटि दंड धर कोलपाल। जंजीर बढ़ाकर साध इन्हें, हाँ हाँ दुर्योधन बांध इन्हें। भूलोक अतल पाताल देख, गत और अनागत काल देख। यह देख जगत का आदि सृजन, यह देख महाभारत कारण। मृतकों से पटी हुई भू है, पहचान कहाँ इसमें तू है। अंबर में कुंतल जाल देख, पद के नीचे पाताल देख। मुट्ठी में तीनों काल देख, मेरा स्वरूप विकराल देख। सब जन्म मुझी से पाते हैं, फिर लौट मुझी में आते हैं। जिह्वा में कड़ती ज्वाल सघन, सांसों में पाता जन्म पवन। पड़ जाती मेरी दृष्टि जिधर, हंसने लगती है सृष्टि उधर। मैं जब ही मूंदता हूँ लोचन, छा जाता चारों ओर मरण। बांधने मुझे तू आया है, बांधने मुझे तू आया है। जंजीर बड़ी क्या लाया है। यदि मुझे बांधना चाहे मन, पहले तो बांध अनंत गगन। सूने को साध न सकता है, वह मुझे बांध कब सकता है। हित वचन नहीं तू माना, मैत्री का मूल्य न पहचाना। तो ले मैं भी अब जाता हूँ, अंतिम संकल्प सुनाता हूँ। याचना नहीं अब रण होगा, जीवन जय या कि मरण होगा। टकराएंगे नक्षत्र निकर, बरसेगी भू पर जिन्न प्रखर। फन शेष नाग का डोलेगा, विकराल काल मुख खोलेगा। दुर्योधन रण ऐसा होगा, फिर कभी नहीं जैसा होगा। भाई पर भाई टूटेंगे, विषबाण बंधु से छूटेंगे। व्यास श्रृगाल सुख लूटेंगे, सौभाग्य मनुज के फूटेंगे। आखिर तू भूषाई होगा, हिंसा का परदाई होगा। थी सभासन सब लोग डरे, चुप थे या थे बेहोश पड़े। केवल 2 नर नाघाते थे, धृतराष्ट्र विदुर सुख पाते थे। कर जोड़ खड़े प्रमुदित निर्भय, दोनों पुकारते थे जय जय, दोनों पुकारते थे जय जय। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Naika. That was indeed powerful. Are there any Hrithik Roshan fans here?
And now, hold your breath, because what's coming up next is a Bollywood performance. It's a duet song. इश्क करना है कर ले, इश्क इश्क में जी ले मर ले, इश्क इश्क है सबसे प्यारा। इश्क इश्क करना है कर ले, इश्क इश्क में जी ले मर ले, इश्क इश्क ना हो दोबारा। इश्क ही तो जिंदगी है, इश्क ही तो हर खुशी है, इश्क में खुद को बुला के धूम मचा ले, 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 होता है क्या इश्क, होता है क्या दीवानों से पूछ ले, ये मचलती है क्यों, हंस के जलती है क्यों, पर वालों से पूछ ले। इश्क ही एक प्यार प्यारे, इश्क हो एक बार प्यारे, इश्क की परछाइयों को छू, धूम मचा ले, 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 रिजरी जरी जरी जगरी जरी गाम पदा बरी जरी नी सा 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 मग गा मग मागरी मग मग बबनी बबनी मगरी सा मग मग गा मग मागरी दिरी द जरी बब मग मग पदरी सा मग मग गा मग मागरी सा मग मग गा मग सा मग मग गा मग मागरी नी जरी गरी जरी नी जरी सा नी जरी सा नी जरी सा हो 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 कर नस कर तू करके लफ्ज़ ले आज का दिल बज कर तू बल के दिल दुबर जरा जी भर के जीने जीने बंदुए में उड़ा तू मजा 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 तू मजा ले One more, come on, you people. Doom machale, 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 doom machale.
Wow, Dilshana, that was really a Dhoom Machale performance, right, guys?
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Okay, what a night. A journey through a heart of India, full of energy, emotion, and endless creativity.
From soulful songs to electric dances, every stage showed us why India is unity in diversity and its finest.
A huge round of applause to all our performers. You made this evening unforgettable, memorable, and make the audience so amazed.
And to our lovely audience, thank you for your cheers, your energy, and your love. Good night, keep celebrating culture, and stay iconic at Icon Youth 2025.
Hello everyone, I hope you all enjoyed tonight. Kindly note, Okay, there is a small announcement about tomorrow and then we'll go ahead about your request. Okay? But please listen carefully. So those who are with us till tomorrow and going for Kshetra Darshan and beaches, so kindly report. The bus is arranged at 7:15. Okay, so you all be ready by 7 o'clock in the morning. The bus will be leaving at 7:30. Kindly listen. So we'll be visiting temples as well as beaches. So kindly wear appropriate attire tomorrow when you're visiting temples. Otherwise you may have to stand outside. Okay, so here in Mangalore, you'll not be permitted to enter the temple if you're not in a proper attire. Okay, this is a small announcement for tomorrow. So you can carry your outfits if you want to change later anywhere. Fine. So kindly be ready by 7:15 tomorrow. 7:30 the bus will be leaving. Okay, so we'll be going to Panambur beach tomorrow. So kindly obey the commands or the orders from the guards that are present in the beach, as well as our volunteers who are only here to take care of your safety. So kindly listen to the instructions given by them, and we'll be coming back by 2:30. Okay, if you're traveling directly from there, please carry your luggage. Those are coming back to hostel. The evening bus will be arranged only after 5. So those who are leaving directly from there, you all can carry your luggage with you and you can leave from there only. The lunch is arranged at the beach. So I hope everything is clear now. Kindly wear proper attire when you're going to visit the temple. It's a kind request. Okay, now one more announcement. Okay, I think we should cancel the DJ. Then please behave appropriately where you are, right? Okay. Okay, small instructions. Boys will be performing here, girls will be performing at the back. Instructions by Ashwini ma'am. Only then the music will be played. Only for 5 minutes. Okay, your buses will arrive to the Gardenia hostel by 9:15.